Welcome back to the final day, a bittersweet moment here at the BullShooter, 39th annual BullShooter finale in Chicago, Illinois. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, Mr. Nick Darachi Teixeira. Nick, it's been an absolutely wonderful weekend, and what a great way to end it off with some singles and some doubles action.
Yeah, it is. I'm looking forward to it, Sean. As I forgot I was on commentating for a second, but so you said not commentating.
I did say your name, but that's all right.
You did, but I actually answered a Gordon Dixon more than I answered any other name. I signed up for local blind draws as Gordon Dixon. I pretended I was playing mixed triples last night like Gordon Dixon. No,
I wish I could pretend like I could play mixed triples like Gordon Dixon.
Oh, man. Anyways, yeah, no, it's the final day. It's bittersweet, as you said, because of the fact that means that our time here is coming to an end for this year.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
That also means the 42 is about to start real soon. So it's usually a good balance with the bad there to a certain extent. As Scotty, by the way, was hitting a lot of triples in a row. He got four in. I didn't want to say it out loud.
Yeah, guys.
Can't blame me, Scotty.
I can't tell you how much this is actually my favorite format to play when it comes to these top guns. I want to see some real steel tip dart math and action, and that's exactly what you get here with open and double out split bowl. It will be no surprise that some of our players that dabble in both steel tip and soft more often and know that math hands down are probably going to be a bit of a heavier favorite in this tournament than maybe some of those other guys. Now, the majority of players that are here do that automatically, right? The reason why they're here at BullShooter is because they play those world tours, they play the regionals, they get here through all of those different avenues, so they're more than used to the most popular soft tip dartboard around the world, right? So that being said, on the steel tip side of things with the math, it's always fun to see maybe who can use their just God-given talent
to get through it
anyway. Like Randy Fern has done time and time and time again as a 3-time ESPN finalist and defending champion for the Invitational.
Yeah, I do love me some Randy family man Fern, let me tell you. But yeah, we're going to see some interesting moments.
Tops.
Scotty Miller going to go ahead and go for tops.
And he does make it a 2-0 lead. What were you going to say, my friend?
I don't know anymore. It's gone.
My bad. All right.
2-0. Scotty Miller has the jump on Jason Watt, who there was some talk online adamantly having him as a MVP candidate. I understand the sentiment as well, but you know what? Scotty Miller immediately gets to take all the rights away from him. No, I'm just kidding. That's not how that works.
So the format here, right, is double elimination for the men's side, race to 3. This is a top 8 match on the winner's side. So another great run from Watt automatically at this point, but it's got to be something that you think about, right? If you're, say, Taylor Thaxton playing the women's doubles today, or if you are Jason Watt playing the singles, is that you're probably in the prime position for that MVP award, and you kind of have to feel and know that at this point. And does that put extra pressure on? Does that add a little extra to it? How do you tune that out? Is the real main thing.
I think if you are feeling pressure playing in the finals, playing in these high-level matches, playing in all these different moments, you'll feel more pressure in those spots. And then at the end of the night when you're laying in bed, you're like, oh, crap. And you start thinking about the rest.
Yeah.
But in the moment, you just don't have the bandwidth to be able to think about that. You would have to imagine.
Well, that's a 180 from Mr. Jason Watt.
Yeah, this is looking like Scotty Miller's 3-0 dreams are not coming to fruition here. Starting off with a little bit of a slower look in this leg. Jason Watt saying, you know what, I'm going to go back. They're hyping me up. I know the boys in the booth are listening.
Yeah, Scotty Miller. Boom goes the Wisconsinite. I had to do it for him once. You know, I had to do it for him once.
You got to do it when Gordon's here. Make his eyes roll.
No. I had to do it before Gordon gets here. I like him, so I don't want to annoy him as much as I annoy everybody else.
Exactly right there. That's fine. I'll allow it. As I see some people asking at 4 brackets, guess what? They're on your phone. BullShooter Live app is where you can go. It's free to download. Make an account on there real quick. Go over from my events to all events on that Tournament King section, and you'll be able to follow along with every single bracket.
A bit of a punt there from Watt. in that last turn is going to give Scotty an opportunity if he hits a couple of big trebles. Oh, he's not going to do as much here.
We clarified big Scotty, a big treble.
We might have 143 playing 143, though. Yep, we do. Opportunity for Watt. The next leg is the tough one if he takes us out, because he will have to break the throw of Scotty Miller, which in this format, open and double out, is not the easiest thing to do. He won't be able to take it out here.
And Scotty does know that. It's not that he wouldn't know that. Scotty doesn't know.
No, Scotty knows.
He does know.
Yeah, Scotty
knows. He does. Scotty Miller going to show Jason Watt how to take out the 143 potentially.
He knows.
Uh-ohs. 143.
But don't tell Scotty.
No, because he doesn't know. Not going to be able to check it either. We're already off the rails. We just got here. Incredible work. Leaves double 6. But Jason Watt should get a dart. Let's see the route he chooses. Now, in steel, it's always the 220s for bulls.
Yep, it's 220s.
It still should be here.
Yeah,
but sometimes you see that level of confidence in these guys make them go around the board, but not here. Jason Watt going to be pretty pedestrian about it and takes it out in 2.
Yeah, the Luke Lidler. And, it's actually even more of a right shot in soft tip because of the little bit bigger doubles, and it's just a little bit safer of a shot, which I know in the grand scheme of things still very difficult to hit a double no matter what. But because of their steel tip backgrounds, I think that's definitely the right shot there.
No, I agree fundamentally.
Yeah.
You want to have the guaranteed dart, but you do have the, like, in steel, it's a 99% of the time that's a correct decision if your opponent's sitting on a double. And soft tip, because of the bigger troubles, you can sometimes be like, you know what? Yep. I can see why they're thinking that. I still don't think it's the wise move, and that's why Jason Watt is a smart man. Went for it. Was able to find that first trouble anyways.
Speaking of smart men, he did even it out on the first start. That's smart. But then he threw a bad one. And Scotty in the driver's seat for sure now. Watt basically has to throw 9 perfect darts at this point and hope that Scotty doesn't get the 12.
Sorry. Just was sitting right there. Yeah, a lot of trouble for the missing link on this one.
Mr. Rosenberg appreciated our Scotty conversation. At least one person does.
I mean, our conversation was...
Actually, 3 people do at least.
Yeah. Not Scotty, because he doesn't know.
We have women's doubles going on our other board, the AAA cricket for the ladies.
The double A. There's 2.
Oh, double A. Sorry, excuse me. It is Minnie and Casey that we saw yesterday taking on the duo of Jillian Phillips and Jess Melton. So if and when this match ends, we will head on over to that. Out of the trips, I think Euro Trip's one of the most underrated.
Out of the
all the different road trip, Euro Trip, I think Euro Trip's one of the most underrated.
Sure.
All right, here's Jason Watt.
I'll take your word for it.
Oh, that's where the Scotty doesn't know.
I know the song.
Yeah, I know. But you didn't know it came from that. Okay.
No, Nick doesn't know.
Anyway, Watt, 78 scored and is back on 299, not in a good position. Scotty's got 6 darts at least from 184.
Leave the double 2 for the fans, Scotty. Do it. Do it now.
I mean, I don't hate that.
It's not a freeze format, but it's so cool.
He
does
the right shot. Big 168 from the legend, Scotty Miller.
And the numbers don't lie. They spell disaster right now for Jason Watt in this particular matchup, who has otherwise been throwing really well. And he had a good win against Kevin Luke, a 3-0 against Kevin Luke, by the way, in the previous round, and a 3-1 against Larry Butler to start off a bye. Kevin Luke 3-1 to Larry Butler.
Ooh.
So definitely not the same form Jason Watt must have had to beat Kevin Luke, you'd have to imagine.
Well, double 8 is the shot here for Scotty. He does come back if he misses, but he's not going to miss it. Great 14 darter from Scotty Miller, and let's head on over to the
ladies. That didn't work. Hold on, ladies.
Let's keep it right here.
Well, we got the board. We're getting closer. Hold on.
Oh, whoop! There we go. And if they didn't notice that, then that's their problem. As looks like it's leg number 1. The Sister Wives team of Jess Melton and Jillian Phillips well out in front. But Minnie can put in a lot here. a whole lot. Boom goes the dynamite. Minnie Ramirez. What a 9 mark.
And Casey Rader's in the background letting it know exactly how she feels about her partner's big shot there.
Yeah, she is one for being a hype person for sure. We saw that yesterday. But when she gets to the line, she focuses pretty intensely. As you see, like she's like getting out of, or like right here, and boom.
Well, I mean, I got a chance to meet Casey Rader, not this last November, but the year prior. Gave her first ever interview, which was a huge honor. But over there at the Doug Sports Pub Darts Championships in Plover, Wisconsin, and when I talked with her, I remember
she was okay, cool. But that's a great double.
Yeah, super cool.
It works.
When I was talking with her, it was one of those moments where Doug Barry said, "Hey, this girl's going to be somebody. You should talk with her." I was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." People tell me that all the time. And then she goes and almost double dips Abby's spot in the finals. I'm like, "You're right, Doug. I'm sorry."
Yep.
And then that's when we proceed to have our talk, and been watching her go up ever since.
Dustin Holt, Elliot Milk 3-1, and then 3-1 on Josep. So it's going to be Scotty Miller versus Dustin Holt there in the top 4 match on the men's. Bottom half is still got a ways to go, but right here, Jess Melton putting in the work. 15s, went for the double, hits the single, and, well, Minnie just hit many 15s. Let's see if she can do that again. Yeah, Pat, that's we couldn't have done that on purpose if we tried to. Really, all that goes to Minnie. Who continues to find many 15s.
Oh.
Wow. Alligator blood in that one.
Alligator?
Yeah, refuses to quit.
Oh. Jillian Phillips should still be able to get control. She needs to find a good treble. Does not, and it might put her in trouble. And the last start, the 15, if you're going to do that, that's fine. It's a good shot, but you have to execute it. It leaves Casey too easy of a shot in terms of now that she only has to hit a 6. And she can go back to point if she hits in the first 2. I think you first start 17 or 19. If it hits a single or a miss, you move back.
Yeah, we'll see what she decides to do.
Someone's got to drive the boat, Sean. She's got to drive that boat.
I like that she's deciding so that when she actually shoots it, she knows that she's doing the right thing. She's pausing, taking steps. I like the step back there.
Yeah, and it's a good switch rack. It's frustrating that you only got a 2, but you have to pull the parachute at that point, and 67-point difference is better because at least now you need a 4 mark for your opponent, so an effective 5 here is the shot for Jessica Melton.
Look at Jess. I love that Jillian has Jess got the fancy eyes going on as well.
She does have the fancy eyes going on.
That. Usually, obviously, Jillian known for that for sure.
Fancy Pants Phillips.
Yeah, she sparkles when she plays darts. But for Jess to have it on too is really cool.
Still love the Fancy Pants Phillips was a nickname donned by Gordon and DJ on our bracket reveal show that we had for the Invitational Shootout number 3, which we will have another one of those this year as well with the Invitational Shootout 4. Looking forward to seeing what the brackets are going to look like this year as the field is expanded. The criteria is actually posted on the website. I know a lot of people have been asking. It's actually posted there now. So there you go. Better late than never.
Hey, yo. Yeah, the bracket moving along in the pro side singles. Also here in the ladies.
Ladies.
Jillian does finally close out the 15s, but another opportunity here for Raider.
Yeah, if I was Gordon Dixon, I'd say that they have to fade the 6 mark right here. First start matters. That first, was that the bowl or the 19? No, it's hard to tell. Now it's definitely clear it was a bowl attempt. It almost looked like not that she hadn't decided what she wanted to shoot at, but subconsciously she hasn't committed to what she was shooting at. It felt like there.
Let's see what Melton can do.
Oh, and this is dangerous. Needs to find at least a single. Does do so. But even here right now, there's a strong argument to say you could still try to attempt the 6 because of the fact that it would leave it 3-3 on the bulls. The safer shot is still to go for a hat trick here. Try to set up for your opponent or your partner, excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in case. Manny's been fantastic here at the end of this leg.
You're really coming alive. Dominating on the dartboard.
Good darts.
Start.
Yep, finds 2 of them. Not enough to get the point lead back. We'll see how Jillian plays this. That is about as fancy as she's gotten on that, on the eye makeup. And I like it. You got to wake up extra early to be able to pull that off.
Listen, I like pros that are professional, and she gets up, she gets ready for the day, and she dresses like how she wants to play, fancy, calculated, and collected.
Yep.
Yeah, very Peter Wright-pilled in that sense.
Yes.
If I was Gordon Dixon, that's what I would say at least.
One more. Got 2. Great dart from Case. And Jess is going to step up to see what she can do to get back that point lead.
Well, I would start by hitting a 19 or a 17. Good choice.
Go for it.
I would stay. It's not that she can't hit the 2 bulls. It's that first dart was so inviting. You got to hit this last dart. Don't leave the shot. And that last dart just got way out of her hand. Not exactly sure what happened there. I don't know if it was just a bad grip or.
Yeah, it had to slip. Hunter goes, I have room with Jillian. She gets really early.
Really early.
All right. Manny stepping up.
Fortunately, needed to find at least a single ball in the first to have a game shot. Casey calm forward in the background, though.
And she does find one.
Does at least add a dart to the shot. It's still a single 19 or 17 and then 1 bull. But that extra dart can be all the difference. But Jillian's going to hit it here. I mean,
more often than not. There's a happy little accident on dart 2, though.
Adds a bull.
It did. It was not as good as obviously hitting the bull, but it adds as much as 1. So Casey needs a double to take the shot here.
She hits a single in the first. You're staying no matter what.
She's going to stay. See, she checked the score line just to make sure. Yeah, stay. Oh, almost a good hat trick.
See, I can't chew gum and throw darts.
I can't.
I can barely chew gum and walk.
Well, it's because I know when I'm chewing gum, I always stop chewing when I'm throwing, and I know that that weirds me out.
Well, and you're a loud chewer.
That I am, actually. I have had many complaints. Jess, going to look for the bull here. I don't see why not. It's a winning dart. That is wired, but wow, what an opportunity Manny has really given the team here in leg number 1 with all those 15s. And now she needs 1 bull. And then just another 5 mark after that to close us out, but it's an opportunity.
It's about that first start. And it sounds easier said than done because it is, fundamentally so. But just getting through that nerve of the first start on a big shot because you are thinking so much about the combination a lot of the times, whether it's subconsciously or consciously, you just got to remind yourself to just get in there and rip it.
Unfortunately, Manny not able. She did hit 2 15s, ironically. Her darts kind of fade into there, but Jillian Phillips for leg number 1. It was a battle. That was honestly favoring the sister wives early as we head to leg number 2. Rally Up going to go first. And it's going to be Manny getting it started.
Let's see how many she can hit to get things going. Chad, I hope you guys have been having a fun time. We've enjoyed having you here with us. It's been a lot of fun bringing you this broadcast all weekend and weekdays along as it's Happy Memorial Day for everyone as well.
Yes. Happy Memorial Day.
Is that what you're supposed to say?
It absolutely is.
Sometimes it's a merry. Sometimes it's a Actually, I think it's only 2 I could think of off the top of my head.
Well, Dougie B's in the chat saying, let's go, Casey Raider, watching from Plover.
That was Casey Raider's mentor. And a good friend of us here at the show.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you, got a chance to get him on our stream over at NDA Team Dart and some senior singles action. He's still spry for an old guy. I didn't say that, Doug. I'm sorry. That was Sean.
Mel's in there, giving you an opportunity.
Oh, hi, Melanie Cox. How's it going? Thank you.
Oh, Danny, it's our pleasure. We wouldn't have it any other way. And Casey, great second dart. She looks a lot more calm than she did early on in that last leg. I think the Bulls kind of settled her in. And it's hard not to have your partner hit 9 marks and, shoot as well as many did in leg number 1 and not kind of calm down a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's also just the fact that became a battle at the very end of the leg and how many extra rounds it adds. The more rounds you play somewhere, the more comfortable you're going to have to get.
Absolutely.
If you're one of the players that amps yourself up more, starts off really strong, and then amps yourself up more, you're in for a bad time. So it is good to see that she's been handling that well, because I know for a fact when we were playing in there for a couple of our videos at the start of this week, I was super tight and super.
I was
on
very
edge.
nervous. I'm always nervous when I'm doing things on camera and know that I am. It doesn't matter. Now, if I'm just talking, that's fine. But if I'm actually playing darts on camera, I can't do it. It's become a actual block for me.
I want to actually play you in putt-putt with no cameras just because I want to prove that I could still beat you if I was actually not playing to the camera the whole time.
I was also playing to the camera the whole time. I don't know if you noticed
the
video
mine
where you and I
funnier.
were definitely
we were
doing
like
that.
that was actually our whole bit.
Yes,
it was
it
just
was.
us doing stuff.
Whatever takes the focus off of Will doing well is what we were trying to do. All right, Casey, opportunity here to maybe close the 17s. She does have 2 at the higher ground, which makes pointing a fine option as Mr. Hightower joining in from Idaho. And there goes the 17s right away.
Yeah, this is a one-way traffic is what I would say if I was Gordon Dixon.
Casey, a 4.0 here in leg number 2. Ashley Ritchie agrees being on camera is the worst. Yeah, you would think that I wouldn't have that at all, right? But for some reason, I don't know what it is, why it's the case.
Microphones are different than cameras.
Yeah, it just goes away. I don't get to practice very often at darts at all. I get to practice this all the time.
Yeah, and you definitely need your practice, Sean.
No, absolutely I do.
Ashley, are you going to be at Cherry Bomb? Because that'll be the next event I'm physically at. We do have a couple of events on the USA Darts radar that we should go ahead and mention real quick. And on the BullShooter calendar. On the BullShooter calendar, the next thing on June 29th, National Darts Day, we'll be having a record-setting event in the Chicago area. So make sure to tune in for that. The 180th day of the year.
180.
Yep. That was very British, Sean. And on the other side here, for the USA Darts calendar, we do have the WCS with Partners Pro Darts starting back up again as well. My next in-person event will and to mention the Challenger versus Champion specialty stream that we're going to be doing with them. And then after that, it will be the Cherry Bomb over in Boca Raton, Florida. And then a little bit of a break in our calendar for July, if I'm not mistaken, before the August craziness starts.
I just realized how Hoosier I am because I just thought it was Boca Raton, Florida. But I'm going to go ahead and take the word from the Floridian on that one.
Oh, certainly I am not the guy to be like, I'm a definitive expert on this. I've only been there several times.
Did I just archive you and I don't know?
No, yeah, Magento Darts.
Great darts from Casey Raider. Huge 6 mark. And the 4.67 from her in this leg is going to most likely take this to a decider.
Yeah, again, single-handedly almost out-averaging, and now single-handedly averaging the same as the other team and then some. So really taking control of this one. Minnie just going to be on support role. When your partner is throwing like that and you're 4 numbers and some points up, you just got to throw a bowl or 2 and call it a day. Or a game.
Someone just said Florida in August is brutal, which it is unless you have a lazy river in your backyard. Big darts from Minnie, and it's a 1-1 scoreline That was a fantastic leg from Casey, a 4.67. Minnie backed her up with the 2.75. Let's diddle and see who's going to start this last leg.
Yeah, so my goal here would be to hit the middle. We'll see what they end up doing. Jessica Melton.
Oh, that's a couple holes out.
John, help me fill in the blanks here. You were with me in Cleveland. What was her nickname again? And we know Jillian's is Fancy Pants. It was on her jersey we were talking about. Was it Cream Puff?
It was.
It was Cream Puff, right?
It absolutely was Cream Puff.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah. I didn't want to just rip it and
you
be like, if I was wrong.
You definitely don't want to just rip that. I'm actually surprised you didn't write it down instead of you said it out loud, which is honestly insanity.
Well, again, I'm personifying myself as Gordon Dix in the moment, so it would have been him saying it by proxy.
That's fair. I heard Will was introducing himself as me as he started to play badly last night. That was nice of him.
Makes a difference. A lot of the times when people say, "Oh, hey, are you Nick?" I just go, no, I'm Sean or Gordon or Will. I just choose a name. I did that to one guy out here, and now every time I walked past him, he just chooses a different commentator to call me by, and I really appreciate the consistency. I'm not trying to like toot my own horn, but my hair's literally blue. Like, I feel like it should be really hard to be like, "Are you Sean?"
I don't think anyone has ever tooted their own horn by saying that their hair is blue.
You and I go to different parties.
Gordon, I think, has never been prouder of me in that moment. As Melton stepping up. Minnie only a 1 mark opening. Just trying to take advantage of that. Does so by getting the close. Now options here for Casey.
Option number 1, hit triples. Option number 2, hit more. As they're doing the wave in the background.
You know what? They've been trying to pull that off. That's Dan Burke and Austin Braswell back there just watching the ladies play some darts.
Let me tell you, neither one of those guys are responsible gentlemen. But, man, are they fun.
Oh, great second dart. You could tell as soon as she threw that, she thought that was offline, tried to save it. Unable to do so, but does close out the 19s. It's pretty much chalk at this point. Another nickname for Jess locally is the Big Deal, which I actually like that more because I'm sure she hates that type of a nickname.
Yeah, well, it's very different on the genres of nicknames to go from the Big Deal to Cream Puff.
100%.
Like, Cream Puff is what I would call, like, I don't know, like my stuff.
A breakfast pastry.
That, too.
Yeah. A delicious breakfast pastry.
My favorite's Schmidt's over in German Village, Ohio.
Nice.
Yeah, they have a 1-pound cream puff. That's incredible. Make sure to have your safe search on if you're looking that one up.
Here comes Jess. It's too early for this, guys.
They call him Good Stuff Gordon Dixon for a reason, dude. What are you talking about?
Melton staying up. And hits the big trip. Casey has one option here, really, and it's a whole bunch of 19s.
Smile, wave, and hit a trip. See what she ends up doing. She can still go ahead and swing if she hits 2 trips. But now you're going to be forced to stay, and it's about trying to defend your 19s at this point. Another one of those will treat you kindly.
Great darts from Casey, and she gave it the lean back. That was a fadeaway.
Just like to say, Schmidt's in German Village is a real place. It was on Man vs. Food.
I've actually been there. Wait, I've been there. I have a picture of myself out front with the little holes.
Like, yeah.
Yep.
Nope.
I have actually been there. That's so crazy.
The face cutouts is how I probably refer to that.
And it was amazing. The face cutouts. Yeah, that's a better word for it. I just got excited that I've actually been there.
It's a great place, isn't it?
The
home of the Bahama Mama?
I was there 11 years ago.
I usually go once a year, one of my 3 Ohio trips of the year.
We had a vendor showdown or extravaganza or something out there in that same city back in 2014.
Thanks, Melanie. See, she's got my back. And they're known for their Bahama Mamas and cream puffs.
There you go.
And the beer's pretty good, too.
I don't know all the details, okay? Leave me alone.
I didn't ask you. I was in a quiz. Like, Sean, what are they known for over at Schmitz in Ohio? What are we talking about here?
Cutouts. That's it. I got closer to the right thing.
Yeah.
Look at the way this is flipped up. Casey had a chance to get rid of the 20s. Throwing a 5.0 in leg number 3.
To maintain her average, needs to hit that trip and does not. Boo. No, it's a good close.
She did her job there, right?
No, absolutely.
And now Jillian's going to have to open up a new wedge on either the 18s or 17s. Looking down at the 17s. I like that idea for the transfer. But that's also not my favorite idea for the transfer for many is the same one. And that makes it a little bit easier for her to go close back to the points.
See, 45 points in a last leg decider. I still think I'm more inclined to start the 17, but I really have to feel like that first start's in a good spot if I'm going to stay.
Yeah, you stay till you miss now.
Gotta drill it. You're pot committed.
Yep.
And it does go ahead and win on the river there.
I always say one of the toughest darts to hit is the single dart after you hit 2 singles, because it's usually blocking the fat part of the segment there, and now you're trying to just hit a bigger target line, and when you aim big, you tend to miss big sometimes. Jess immediately into the 18s, unlucky third. And let's see what Casey can do and how she plays this. Does she go 19s first? Now it's a lot closer point
I
line.
don't move off the 19 until I trip. In this scenario, in a last leg decider, I want to make sure I have the insurance policy taken out.
She looked up first, but now she's going back
The benefit
down.
is not hitting a single there. If I don't hit a triple, I won't actually miss in that scenario because I want to have the reason to move off.
That's a very good point.
It's one of the only times where I'm like, I would rather that be the case. And there she does grab 2 singles. But I just, with these ladies, the talent level is there to be able to just at any point cash in that check and be like, yep, I'm going to go ahead and hit this big shot here to turn it around. Good marker dart for the 18.
And she got 3 the hard way there on the skinny side of that 18 wire. But how does Many play this? I really want them to play a little bit more aggressively on the 19s. And that's exactly what she starts with. Oh, great 16 catch on the last dart. And you could tell that was on purpose, actually.
It's not a catch if you're aiming at it. That's what I've always said.
Exactly. That's fair.
Probably something else I've stolen from Gordon. I'm not sure. Who knows at this point?
Don't you usually aim at something you catch?
No. I don't aim at a fish. I aim at the water, and I happen to catch a fish.
That's true. It is all luck in that sport.
Wow.
big 7 mark from Jess Melton. I'm
Hank
kidding.
Hill
On my level.
He had special bait.
On
King of the
my
Hill.
level, absolutely is it luck. There are professional anglers who know exactly what they're doing. And I apologize to anyone that I might have offended with my statement. Welcome to my life with darts.
Ray the Carter, if you want to know when the next stops on the 40th XL Tour are going to be announced.
Extra large.
Yep, or 40 is actually also what it could be. Which is going to be normal size. No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be extra large. You're right, Sean. And if you want to find out more information, make sure to follow us over on BullShooter World Tour on Facebook. All the updates go there first for tour stop information. If you want to watch all of our content, BullShooter Sports Network over on YouTube to be first to see that there.
All right, battle of points, 18s versus 19s and 16s. Many's going to try to take out the 18s. An interesting... I like it. She closed it, but I might not like it if Jess does something special here, maybe 15s, 19s, 16s. It just gives an extra opportunity to, hey, if you hit this big shot here, you're back in control. And the talent level of Jess Melton, you don't want to give that opportunity to her.
Yeah, if she hits it, they get full control and are likely to win the match. She can still hit it. That's not a bad spot. Just got to drill this last start.
Yep, and you got to go for it.
You do.
And she doesn't quite. But that was it was a
gamble that
bold
paid off.
move that paid off for her.
And I don't mind. Sometimes it's okay to
Yep.
do I don't know the better term than a chump check, I guess, where it's like, can you hit this 6 right now? Can you hit this 5? When it's 5 or less, I don't like it. When it's a 6, a 7, and 8, and 9, things can happen, and I do like to just occasionally doing those pulse checks there.
And Casey, has been fantastic on the 19s. Just wires on the other side, but does enough to get back that point lead. 20 points up, so Jillian needs to hit 5 15s at least before she can take a look, but she might close that 19
If
first.
I close the 15s, I'm more than likely going to go ahead and shoot 119. But
Same thing if I miss both.
Oh, I don't like where that dart is. I wouldn't mind switching to the bull in this last start. But she does find a way to get it in there. What a good last one.
Great last from Jillian. But we know what Minnie really likes on this dartboard, and it's the 15s. 9 marked them for our very first look at this match.
20-point difference, though. I still start 19.
Yep, does that. Great call, Nick.
That's what I'm here for.
No, it's not.
No, I'm here to manage the community, actually, if we're going to be specific.
There are a lot of things that you're here for. Great calls is not. Gordon's here for that. Not even me.
I just want to say there was a brief interaction when I was getting hired, and they asked me to be the community manager, and I said, we change the job title to man of the people? I did try that. It did not work.
The mop.
Okay.
I can give you the mop roll.
You're selling me on it. You're actually unselling me on it somehow.
Hey, where's the mop? Go clean up. Go clean up the community.
And this is my last day working for BullShooter. It's been a pleasure, everybody.
Sarah goes, like we could be managed. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Here we go. Casey, 2 15s does her job here. And then right back to the 19s if she hits the second dart. Well, that's all right. She laps it off. Deep breath. And here we go.
Sometimes you got to laugh off a dart like that, but you also have to recompose, and there it doesn't recompose enough. And a huge opportunity here for the sister wives. Utah to a T. What is that interaction back there? That's funny.
I think she said a expletive deleted while she stamped her feet on the ground. But then immediately left it off.
Sarah, keep up making those wonderful signs. We got to see about Whammo. Loved seeing. I love it when people write us little signs and messages in the backgrounds.
Oh, yeah, it's the best.
One of them said, if you can read this sign, buy me a beer.
That's amazing.
And
then did he put the Cash App on there? Because that you'd have to do that. That's where the signs are going to have to come in.
Listen, man, I just read them.
You got to at least have a QR code that's easy to scan from the phone, so they can just send it to you.
Oh, there's like 13 different signs in total, by the way.
Well, here's your sign. 19's left for many to point on, which is what the step back is for. The extra 19 does add an extra bowl.
Trip it for the fans. No, doesn't hit it. So this is a shot here. Jess Melton, I want to see a single 19 and then on to the bulls. I would rather challenge it and leave a 4-3 every single time here.
Yeah, that's fair. This is a game shot, match shot here for Jess. Incoming.
Does try to find the 19. I would still say committed. Does grab it there. Try to even it up to a 3-3 bull race. Not quite. So now the hands are in the darts are in the hands of Casey Rader, as I was trying to say there, and failing successfully. Unsuccessfully. Casey Rader, 3 bulls.
3 to 4 is the bull race here. There's one. One time. And the hat trick for the win. Casey Rader. Fantastic in leg number 2 and leg number 3 for both players on that team. And a come from behind victory for Rally Up. Is that what the team name was?
Sure.
All right.
Back over here, Daniel Zapata, Alex Spellman, 1-1 in this race to 3 format. Following our invitational shootout format with that open end double out split bowl. So love to see a little bit of pariete there.
I love this. We got USA versus Spain. And
these guys should not get their math wrong, you would think.
Not at all. And Alex Spellman, you know, if there's not two American PDC pros that automatically qualify for that World Cup team if they accept that invitation, which of course they're going to, Spellman's one of those players that a lot of overseas players would not want to see in the World Cup of darts. His finishing, his demeanor, he's always a tough player, and it seems like when it's in bigger moments, he rises to the occasion, like the 9-darter he hit at the cross border 2 years ago. Yeah, he does get really unlucky with who he plays in PDC events. Ryan Joyce defeated him in the first round of the Worlds 2 years ago, and Alex averaged 99. It was the highest losing average in round 1.
I was screaming at the TV during that match, too.
I was screaming at the stage during that match.
During that match.
Weird flex, but okay. Treble 18 for double 12. Ideally. 25 for bull.
Oh, I love it. Alex Spellman, double bull. Double does not.
He almost popped the balloon.
This is for a break of throw for Zappa to go up 2-1 in this matchup.
Yeah, top 4 match or top 8? Top 4. It'd be top 4. And Zappa takes a 2-1 lead. Nope, top 8.
We will have the next match on this side of the bracket be Bob McCoy taking on Dave Cameron, which Bob McCoy beat out Leonard Gates 3-1 in the previous round, and Dave Cameron beat out Devin Hunter 3-0.
I know I said this at the beginning. The format lends itself to players that at least play both soft tip and steel competitively. Both of those players, CDC tour card holders. And, of course, David Cameron's David Cameron. Canadian #1 for a long time. Jim Long took over that duty, and excluding Matt Campbell, obviously, who has been the Canadian #1 for a very long time at this point.
Yeah, he likes to remind the cameras that he's Canadian. Canada's
No,
#1
he does
too,
not.
all the time.
Yeah, the #1. Yeah,
That's what that is. If you're curious.
I mean,
oh man, I'm sorry guys. Just Gordon complimented something I said on a microphone for once.
he
And
did
now I'm
that
like,
to me earlier too.
I'm
Is he having a
smiling.
good day or something?
I
What
think
happened?
He's eating oatmeal.
He
or
woke up
something
on the
over there.
right side of the bed. That's for sure.
That's Gordon Finger Gun Dixon if I've ever seen him.
Yeah. Grumpy Pants Gordon has changed.
He changed his pants. Oh, we're loving it here. I hope you guys are loving it over there. It's been a lot of fun in the booth being had.
All right, Spellman 333 can leave the 153 with a 180, and he said nice one.
Not happy with that dart. He's made it very clear he is not happy with his performance, this Chicago BullShooter, and has been very conscientious of that fact. Zappa going to try to leave a finish. Does leave a finish at the 134 for potential 3-1 win in this matchup. Currently on pace 4.
Yeah, look for the trip 18 tops. Potentially from Zappa. Although, yeah, I kind of like the trip 18 tops with Spellman on 112. Let's see what happens. He did not take that route, which is fine. He missed the first dart anyway. Needed a treble to leave a look no matter what. So Spellman, the 112 checkout. He does like tops, but he also likes double 16, so he has options on what he wants to do here. 18s or 20s is where he's going to start. It's going to be the 20s. He should get a dart at this. He has options on what he does on dart 2. Back to tops. Oh, and that's going to do it for the match, most likely.
Most likely, Zappa saw us at that wedding dart, but you expect this man to be able to go ahead and walk on through that door and continue to stay on the winner side of the bracket to play either Scotty Miller or Dustin Holt, who are currently in the last league decider, and does do so there. Zappa Zapata continues on. And coming up next, we got some top 4 matches here. We're going to have on our one streaming board, Dave Cameron and Bob McCoy. On the other one, Thaxton and Yee taking on Grimmel and Romero. So, yeah, a bunch of no-names coming. I'm just kidding. We have some great darts coming up next, folks. My name's Gordon Dixon, joined by Sean Green, Will Stewart on a plane probably somewhere, and Nick Teixeira in the background.
On a jet plane.
We'll be right back in just a moment's time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 39th annual BullShooter Finals here in Chicago, Illinois. I'm Sean Green, joined once again by my partner in comms this entire weekend, the good stuff, Mr. Gordon Dixon. Gordon, we have a top 4 match on the men's singles side of this bracket. David Cameron, Excalibur, taking on the real McCoy.
Yeah, no surprise here seeing these two guys face off late in this event. I think you guys have mentioned it before, this being the shootout format. This is something that if you can excel at, it can give you some pretty big opportunities. So this probably, I mean, Dave, this is what Dave plays on the steel side. I'd be curious to know if this is something that maybe Bob has switched to practicing.
I would think so, with him being a CDC tour card holder this year. Got that done, and
I believe it, if I can, my tournament at the Buckeye Open.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I knew it was in Ohio, and I wanted to make sure that that was correct. I believe, didn't Buckeye this year, did they have the most tour card spots in the qualifier?
I usually talk a lot of crap about that. I believe Philly.
Oh yeah, Philly definitely had a large.
Philly got us, but we have in the past, I think maybe the 2 previous years had the most, which I always like putting into the CDC chats. And
I mean, as you should.
Yeah.
1,000,000%. Well, Cameron, perfect start once again in a leg of 01.
Strange.
This time it's not double in, double out.
You know, we got to call the 160s.
Yeah, exactly. That one just a ton from Excalibur, and it actually allows Bob to get the first look at a finish with at least one big treble, but like more than that, though, at this point. We do have the ladies going on the other board. The way we picture this process is that the gentlemen are going to go out in about 12 darts for 5 legs straight, and the ladies are playing doubles cricket. We just assume, and we might be wrong, obviously, because we are often, that it's just going to be a little bit quicker over here, and they're both top 4 matches, so we start here, and then we'll jump right over once the ladies, or once the men's match is over, just so you guys can see the maximum amount of action for both. Double 12. Double 6. He's going to be down 1-0.
So tough to miss doubles in this format.
I don't know if this is alternate start or loser start in this tournament. It'd be a lot cooler if it was alternate start in this format. Double 12 goes for David Cameron. And it's a 1-0 lead for Excalibur. The only reason I say that is because if it's loser start, then the break and throw there really is whatever. It is loser start. So, but still fun that he was able to break the throw there, you know?
So Bob going to get us started again. I mean, in terms of the overall match, there's not much difference, but it is always nice to have the first tally mark up there in legs.
That was a 180 from the real McCoy. And Cameron's going to do probably the same thing after those first 2 darts. Yep, that's anything you can do, I can do the same. And you want to talk about a little bit of pressure, right? You have Bob starts off, all right, great. I might win the second leg. That's a perfect start.
No harm, no foul.
Awesome. Great. I forgot that David Cameron is
By the way, I can assure you that none of that actually ran through Bob McCoy's head, but just from the outside looking in, that's absolutely the way he should be looking at it.
Yep.
He gets to start the next leg. All he needs to do is win on his throw, and he gets to the match is back even.
And you saw what it did, right? He had himself a little oopsie daisy there in the second throw.
Still can get to a finish here in the next 3 darts.
He's got to math it right. He's got to go 18s or hit 2 triples. Now go 18. Yeah, all right. You can go 18 on dart 3 and still make it work. He does at least that. And
does get to a finish, but he's going to have to take that out because Dave's going to be less than 100, I think. Dave's going to be less than 60.
Yes, he is. A little 2-dart checkout for Cameron. And with the way he's hitting doubles.
Yeah, he smooth stroked that 81 in the first leg. This probably has to go.
Start on the 18s. Does that.
Options, you can stay there. Treble 14.
He might go treble 20. Yeah, the math was just for him. If you're sitting there and you're thinking about it for an extra second of what to shoot at, and you're just trying to work out those numbers, and you're not really sure, and you have 30 seconds to pick it, you're like, well, I know the 0 on that, and I know it'll leave me 14. Let's just do that. I'm not saying it's the right decision, but if you are not as comfortable with that math, it might be the right decision for you in that moment. But it's a 2-0 lead for Cameron.
Yeah, as frustrated as I get with players not knowing their numbers, especially at this caliber, this is also not the time to learn
Right.
your finishes.
No, it is not. At least in the steel game, you might have a chalker that will tell you what you have left or something like that. That might allow you an extra second to kind of think through the math. But yeah, definitely not the time to learn while you're playing in the top 4 match on the winner's side here at the BullShooter Finals. But another 180 start from McCoy. But we know how Excalibur started off the last 2 legs. And it's not going to happen this time.
How about that? A little bit of a reprieve, some breathing room. You see, Dave. They can't all be 180s.
I do want to say I really appreciate that we've seen shorts David Cameron this weekend, but not hat David Cameron this weekend. He just doesn't even look like the same human being.
Lunch pail. David Cameron.
All right, let's see what Excalibur can do. Get down to 261. And since he didn't get the 180 in the first throw. That's right. He still got time to hit that 180 to leave the 161 and then check that out for a 12
I was just going to say, does Bob McCoy have 6 darts from 221? It's not guaranteed.
He does have 6 darts, but does he have more than 6?
Oh, cannot be messing around right here. And I wonder if he would agree with this. I think this is all, like, once the thinking has to enter the mind, like, I have to set up a shot. It's not, oh, I'm at 501, hit triple 20s. He will get 6 from 137. That's where you start to see him miss a little bit.
You know what's really interesting to me is that Jay Barlow is sitting down back there. I bet he's rooting harder for David Cameron in this match than he was rooting for his own partner last night in the finals. By the end of it, double 13. And he pins it. 41.75, a 12-darter for Bob McCoy. Needed it. It's 2-1, but here's the problem. Cameron with the throw in leg number 4.
Yeah, and you really, I mean, if Dave hits less than 100, you have hit the cosmic lottery.
And by the way, folks, this is leg number 4. The ladies are still in leg number 1. So, no matter what, you're at least seeing most likely a incomplete leg of darts from the ladies' side of thing, if not too complete. Especially with the team of Grimmel Romero and Thaxton Yee. That's setting up for a last league decider.
And more importantly,
look at Bob, man.
Oh,
another 180 shot.
That's 3 out of 4 now?
It is. It's more than Cameron.
3 out of 4. Starting with the perfect 180. But no, I just, to put a pin in this, if we were watching the ladies, we wouldn't have gotten any of the men's match.
Yep, missed it entirely. Yeah, and we've alternated back and forth as well. We just showed a ladies match in almost its entirety, and so now back to the men's side of things. And now the pin's in. I know you said to put a pin in this, and then I opened it back up, and I apologize. Excalibur needs 2 big trebles to leave a finish here. Maybe the first to it. He's not going to do so. Advantage Bob McCoy against the throw against David Cameron. I don't care who you are. That's not easy.
No, breaking the throw of David Cameron on the 15-inch board in this format is quite a feat, and Bob McCoy is well on his way to sending this to a decider.
Love another big treble. Hits it. Great
and I
darts
like
from
it
Bob.
because he's going to throw the right dart.
Yep.
Just because he's on 84.
Now, the question is if he misses a single.
I'm not thinking about that yet.
Okay.
He's going to bury the treble the way he has the entire first 3 quarters of this match, or this leg.
But if he misses the big one, he has got to go 14. Here's what we're talking about.
Looks like he's looking over.
No, he sure was a double 8. And the Dart Gods giveth back. 2-2 score line. Doesn't matter what you shoot for if you hit it. But, ladies and gentlemen, in the future, if you have 64 left and 2 darts, you want your shot at the bullseye at the very least. A given dart at the checkout, you have to go 14 on dart 2. And, Bob, great checkout. Listen back to this and just do that in the future.
Yeah, great finish. Again, this is not the time to learn your outs.
Yep.
That's why we're
Teaching
we're
you now.
doing this, and he's not listening. That's the way this is supposed to work.
Did you see what Cameron just did?
He threw it outside and then
just
started.
Yeah.
Didn't even make him throw the bull.
That's an interesting.
That is. He was channeling Jay Barlow.
Yes, he
on that
sure
one.
was. He need to stop talking to Jay. That's not David Cameron demeanor, typically.
And how many times have we seen a slack cork like that and somebody go one hole worse just
Right.
because they chucked it up there?
I mean, it won Taylor Thaxton the finals of the Top Gun. Well, no, her talent after the first throw won her the Top Gun. But maybe Cameron's just like, I'm just going to go 9-darter anyway, so you can go first. I don't care. And if that happens, that is a boss move from David Cameron.
Oof.
Almost as silly as the Trip 16 on Dart 2. But if it pays off, it was brilliant.
So here's the big shot. And I think this has got to be at least 2 trebles.
It's on.
And that's 3
That is 3. That's actually 6.
for a total of 6. Yeah, in this leg.
And again, he pushed the button without Bob shooting a dart at the diddle, giving Bob the automatic start.
Bob finds the treble 20.
Karen, that's a fair response.
So 1-4-1.
It's on.
One time.
Yes, sir! 9-darter from David Cameron and a last leg decider to win the match. Wow. Excalibur with a 9er.
Gave him the cork. That is a boss move right there in the top 4 of our men's
We are not worthy.
singles match. Oh my goodness. What a leg from David Cameron up against it. Bob McCoy, he did do some things wrong,
But
strategically, but in terms of how it actually played out, I don't know that he he hit more triples, but he really didn't do a whole lot wrong. Absolutely incredible. We flip over here to the ladies.
where if we would have started with them, we would have never have seen a 9-darter.
We put a pin in it.
I brought it back out. Trisha Romero, 3 bowls needed to send this to a last leg decider. I'm still standing up, by the way. I can't sit down for a hot minute.
But I do want to say that I don't want to hear anything more from the chat on
On what
which
we pick.
which matches we pick.
And if you could just copy paste that for later on, that'd be great. And let's go to a last leg decider, where all of the excitement really matters.
Lisa Yee does not go up there and just start
She does
the
not.
match.
She should have, but she didn't.
Could have saved us 30 seconds.
I bet she would have gone perfect in this cricket leg if she would have just done that. Apparently, that's the move.
Oh, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Chris sets up the board. Critical game 3 here. Again, this is the top 4 of the ladies bracket.
Yes, it is. And the other match, top 4 match, will be Rally Up versus P&D. I am annoyed because I am pretty sure I watched Paula Murphy and her partner play in that one. I cannot, for the life of me, remember who her partner is. And it starts with a D, which makes it even easier for me to probably figure that out.
There are a lot of names that start with D.
True. That's fair.
So 7 marks start for Chris Grimmel. Only 2 from behind for Taylor Thaxton. Is this our first look at...
It's Kim Pantai and Paula Murphy. That's right. Pam and Dolores is what it stands for.
Is this our first look at Trisha Romero?
It is on stream. Bit of a surprise.
Yes, very much so.
That's a bit of a surprise. A lot of 7s from Lisa Yee. So I have to tell you the story. So last night, Porky Steve Hilger is playing with his daughter, Zyla, in the AAA mixed, right?
The 12-year-old daughter,
Yes,
correct?
the 12-year-old daughter.
Yes.
And he goes up there, and she flies one to the 17, single 17 on dart 3, and she walks back, and he goes, "It's all right. I'm going to utilize that. You need it. I'm gonna hammer that 17 hard." She goes, "Okay, cool." He goes up there, miss, and walks back, and she goes, "That's all right, Dad. I'm going to utilize those triple threes you just hit. I hammer those."
Oh, that's wonderful.
So Zyla's one of my new favorite people of all time.
Yeah, no, as she should be. No, that's a good story. I expect no less from a child of Steve Hilger.
Yeah, exactly. And wow, Lisa Yee and Taylor Jackson just go miss in a last leg decider here. Not ideal in this situation, but you can see what it doesn't do to really affect their mood or demeanor. But that might. Trisha Romero, big 6 mark.
Yeah, one-way traffic, unfortunately, here in this decider. Lisa and Taylor are going to have to do something crazy to turn this one around. This is the start of something crazy.
Not quite as cuckoo clock as she would have liked, but it's better than the opening that she had with all those 7s.
Chris up 4 numbers is looking at the score.
Not anymore. A little, give a little whip crack there on the last one.
That always looks like a bowling move. Like the ball is going down the lane, and you're trying to
Oh yeah,
lean one way to get it to go. Everybody's a Jedi when they bowl.
typically yes.
And clip that too.
That being said, Gordon does not want to offend anyone in the bowling community that is a top-level pro that does not rely on the Jedi mind tricks to get the only strike that they're going to have that day.
We're gonna watch Trisha, and then I have a good story about professional bowlers and professional dart players. Not really.
I'm here for it. Not really a good story?
Not really. Well, I overstepped on one of my declarations there. Basically, I was getting on a plane in my gaudy shirt.
Yeah.
And Buttriff was getting on the plane in his
Okay.
gaudy shirt.
That's awesome.
And and I went bowler, and he went, "What do you do?"
That's awesome. That's awesome. What do you do? Because obviously he would know who you are.
yeah. If I was a fellow bowler, and worth my salt, he would have known.
This is looking like it is going to be a rout. Even though they picked it up after the first 3 darts that they threw, it just was too little too late. And here's Trisha Romero, 3 darts needed at the bowl. And with 4 wedges, she's definitely going to shoot that.
Well, and at the time, it didn't seem like much, but when Trisha tripped the 17 and then went up and grabbed the 18, that was really that was the separation that they've really never overcome.
Lisa does close the 19 and goes back to the bowl. They're going to have to close those numbers eventually, and just cutting one down there. You never know what Chris is going to do, but most likely she's going to end this right here. Confident still to go at it. Does fall out into a happy little accident. Taylor gave herself a come on. She's a pretty good self-coach. She needs to listen to herself more often. Big 4-bowl round from Taylor Thaxton just to keep them in this a little bit. And if there's some sort of major mistake here from Trisha, which is not going to happen, because if you're going to miss by 2, and that was such a great miss by 2. The only reason why I know that is because she went, well.
Oh, John, just for the record, the takeaway is not that he was rude in any way. I completely understood the question, and we chatted for a bit after that.
Got the point lead back to Lisa. But Chrissy usually doesn't do much of the mess around here. There's the triple, and she not moving because she is going to ensure most likely her partner gets the look at the bowls once again.
Yeah, you don't want to do all that work and have it be turned around in a couple of shots at the end of the match.
Oh, that's an unlucky kiss off the flight. Does still find the double because she Houdini darts all day long, all weekend long.
She can get under a dart. Maybe the best that we've seen on the feed.
I actually would agree with that. And big last dart from Trisha. Needed last dart. Lisa, see if she can keep hammering the bowls. This is one of those moments where it becomes a frustration for the opponents, right? You're like, man, the whole time I'm out in front, and they just keep hitting enough bowls to just keep getting the lead a little bit. Not there, though. So 2 clear darts at the bowl. She has all 3 that she can take.
Well, honestly, I think this is, again, just a lesson watching Chris and Trisha throw this leg. Like, don't take it for granted when you have a lead like that. And I think they pointed each time they were or they really should have. Commiserations to Taylor and Lisa, not out of it though. That was on the winner side, so they'll be moving over to the loser side, trying to fight their way back. A couple of matches on that loser side, and they're right back in that final. But
we're gonna get that other ladies semifinal with Minnie Ramirez and Casey Rader taking on Paula Murphy and Kim Pantai. This is, I think, only our second look at both Paula and Kim. all weekend long, which is, again, surprising. Excited to see this matchup. So we're going to step aside for 1 second while they get warmed up. We'll be right back as soon as they get the match started. From Sean Green, Gordon Dixon, stay tuned. We'll be right back. We are back in action for the other top 4 matchup on the ladies' side of the bracket. It is Casey Rader and Minnie Ramirez taking on Paula Murphy and Kim Pantai. Interesting that this is a different flip. Yeah, they're gonna change they're gonna swap the order there and put Minnie up first. I was gonna say that they had that route in the last match. But they're taking on Paula Murphy and Kim Pantai. Man, Paula Murphy is absolute legend of this game on the ladies' side, steel tip and soft tip. And Kim Pantai, another dangerous player from Tennessee. So let's get this thing rolling.
I watched the first loss for Spellman and Grezik against Joe Cheney and Pam yesterday.
Yep.
On one of the sideboards as I was kind of roaming around. And, man, Pam played extremely well in that match.
Yeah. Kim is a fantastic player. She made the finals last night that we saw there. Or not the finals, the semifinals. She was in the third place match. But here is Minnie Ramirez. Shot phenomenal in the last match. Minnie gets 4 of them. And you can see Paula, of course, starting off on her patented 19s. And Kim more than happy just to follow suit. Only gets 2 mark, and you can see what she felt about that. Joe Chaney did say about Kim, it's a good girl. So it's about the best you can hope for. Casey shot phenomenal in legs number 2 and 3 in that last match. See if she can get back to that. Not quite. I know that talked to Casey earlier, and she is someone who is just getting around to playing in these like pro events. And when you play players like Paula Murphy for the very first time, and Abby Spott, Liz Tynan, and those players, you do find yourself maybe thinking about that a little bit. The name can affect a touch, but then once you start playing darts, it becomes darts. She has a good partner that kind of settles in there nicely in many. What I really like is her throw a lot. She does kind of it's very high on the angle, but as far as everything else about it, it's pretty textbook. But only a 1 mark. Oh, Kim is from Florida, Jacksonville to be exact. Okay.
Well,
Thanks,
I was
Dave.
calling her Pam. You were saying she was from Tennessee. We'll figure it out.
0 for 2.
All
right, let's see if Casey can hammer some 18s. Starting to become one of those legs that you talk about.
Yeah, needs to get something going, or this is going to be a rout here in the first leg. Not the end of the world. Again,
Yep.
Already against the darts. This was going to be a handful regardless. But you want to make the other team feel like they're in a match.
Do you? Or do you just want to like maybe lull them into a sense of security?
Hey,
But it is a top 4 match on this side.
You know what? I mean, if you want to try that against Paula Murphy and Kim, you go right ahead. That is not what I would suggest.
Yeah, sharks and you know all that stuff. As Many steps up. Good second dart, but is a blocker for how her darts fly into the board. No, it is not. Great darts from Minnie.
See, I knew I liked Kim. Entrepreneur.
Entrepreneur. I love that.
Well, Casey back up again, still with the 18s there. I'm sure that was not expected when she left the board the last time.
She's taking it back a little bit quicker than she was earlier.
Yeah, you can tell she's trying to be a little. I mean, I haven't seen Casey play a lot, but she's trying to be very deliberate and kind of place the darts.
Yeah.
And not playing with the freedom that I would say she probably normally does.
And Minnie stepping up. Still the 18s. This has not really been. They've been given some opportunities, and like I said, lulling them into maybe a sense of security.
No, I think. Well,
that's not what's happening, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, but there is a form of that where you kind of feel like you can take the foot off the pedal, and eventually they're going to go into enough. And if Casey and Minnie can wake up enough to turn the tide with a big shot or two, they can dig themselves out of this hole. That's not unheard of.
Did Will give his phone to a kid or something? Does he know that he's typing in the chat? Is it Bryson? Is it Will home already? Oh, that must be nice. Bryson's got the phone. Bryson. Our favorite steward, for sure. Actually, not anymore. Daisy's the new favorite steward.
Daisy's going to run the house.
I can't wait for Will to be a girl dad and have to deal with that. All right, again, the 18s eternally open.
Yeah, I haven't seen these ladies play that mark style cricket before, or as much, I should say. So they are letting them live on these 18s, and again, just not able to hit enough to really take full use of that 18. Hey, 3 fats.
Yep.
That's what you got to say.
Yep.
I threw 3 really good darts, all at the target I was aiming at.
Unfortunately, there is a picture with this scorecard. And they're kind of just letting them have the 18s. And I don't hate it with Casey's kind of struggled on him a little bit. Gonna have to pick it up here.
Well, and the other thing is they're scoring enough points. It's not like if Casey put in the 9 mark on the 18s that it would be an insurmountable point lead.
Well, she's just going to switch targets. She's like, I'm done with 18s.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, not at all.
Chase the X.
Yep.
I mean, if she was going to change targets, that's the place to do it. She just took 2 marks out of Paula's hand if she hits the treble 16.
Of course, Paula going to go to her honey pot. She's going to look at the 18s. I don't think she wants to.
She looking up?
Yep.
She was.
She goes, I got one. That being said, I will say this. Paula's demeanor as a player, like in an opponent, will settle down anyone who plays against her pretty quickly because she is such a talker, and she's kind of just talk out loud with what's going on.
Oh well, yeah.
Talking her match and stuff like that.
She's very
is fun.
unassuming.
Yeah.
When it comes to just again, I always make the football reference. Like her and her partners are not like crashing helmets and hitting shoulder pads, getting ready for matches.
They're Andrew Luck. They get hit and they go, nice hit. Now Casey back to the 18s where she struggled with it a little bit. Give a kid a phone for 1 minute. Will said. I just thought Bryson learned how to type real quickly. Well, he did let us know really important information, and that was that DFC did D. And
we all know what that means.
We appreciate that, Bryson. The drama that he unloads on us. Paula drops the 3rd dart into the 4. Eventually, Paula's going to start praying to the dart gods before she shoots at the 18. I have seen that from her in the past. And Minnie's been hammering the 18s. And you see she tried to stab the bull on dart 2, which is interesting. Well, that's because Bryson knows his favorite commentators.
And it's gone. And there's a bull.
Yeah, the 18's curse is been lifted, and Casey's like, oh, darn, I don't get to shoot at those anymore. Gonna look right at the bull. And immediately her throw looks better and more comfortable and not shooting at the 18s anymore.
Yeah, again, just not pressing, not trying to place the darts. She's actually throwing them as I'm sure she knows. She knows what she knows that felt different. I'm sure of it.
Paula and Kim do take leg number 1. Race to 2. You're on the top 4 side. The winner of this will face Chrissy Grimmel and Trisha Romero in the queen seat. The next match coming up on our stream will be the king seat match for the men. We know one of those players is going to be David Cameron. The other one is just finishing up, so we will have that for you in just a minute. Oh, it's Zappa. Daniel Zapata. So that will be the match coming up on our board next, along with the queen seat for the ladies. But Minnie starts off with 4 20s to get us going here in leg number 2.
And I wasn't listening to you. Who did Zappa beat in the semi?
Dustin Holt, 3-1. Yeah, you want to talk about a run through a field? This is Zappa's run today. Mike Porterfield, 3-2. Bob Zine, 3-1. Joe Cheney, 3-2. Alex Spellman, 3-1, and then Dustin Holt, 3-1. That is just an absolute field of killers that he's ran through to get to that point.
Yeah, that's that's a pretty hefty group there.
And only a mark for Casey. Still waiting to see the Casey that played in the last match where she averaged a 4-5 in leg number 2. It's there. But in the meantime, Minnie's done a great job of holding down the fort, which Elena said earlier. Just like this, she's looking down. Boom goes the dynamite. Minnie has her second 9 mark on stream today.
What a shot, and what a time to do it. This leg's already starting to get away from you. You have to win it going first, and she buries the 9.
Taking out Paula's honeypot, too, in the process.
Paula going to wave that shot off. You see Casey in the background trying to get geeked up for this shot here.
Start on the... She's looking down. Yeah, now she's got to go back up, and she does find a 20. I know what you're going to say, Gordon, but go ahead.
Yeah, ill-advised strategy there. You got to put in 2 triple 20s before you ever take a look at that 17 in that spot. You got to and that's if you even do that. You defend that giant 20 on the board.
Yes, you do, and Minnie's going to try and do just that. We just saw a 9 mark out of her. How is she going to follow it?
And we saw the same, almost the exact same 9 mark with 2 treble 20s and a treble 19. It's not quite going to be that good.
Yeah, I don't like dart 2. Yeah, and she pulls out her hair because she realized that there were 3 different strategies that she utilized there for 3 different darts, and none of them really paid off. Paula, more comfortable on the bottom side of the board. She's staying there, actually. Is she?
Yeah, she was of 2 minds there.
And that's experience to step back. Now she's looking up. I like that shot more than I do on the 17 on dart 3.
Yeah, again, I'll do some silly things and some silly spots to take that 20 away, and that really wasn't even that silly.
No, not at all.
Up in points. Struggling Casey coming up behind you. The wry smile after missing low on the 17. Yeah, I think this is a matter of just trying too hard.
Yep. Which is part of the learning process of darts. I've never learned that. I try too hard to do everything when it comes to darts, and it's just, it's a simple thing to happen. It really is.
I think Kim misread the board.
I think she did too. But saves it, and now Minnie back to the 18s. She did hit many of these earlier.
That did remind me of a situation now that Will's not here to defend himself. In the triples last night, we had 38, and he told me what he was about to do. Great last there from Minnie. He's like, I'm gonna split it, and he hits the fat six, misses two off the board on the 32, and Jen Lysak, who we were playing with, turns to me and goes, "How did he hit a six throwing for 38?" And at the time, I said, "Oh, he told me he was going to cut it." And she's like, "Oh, that makes sense."
But what you should have done.
Yeah, I should have been like, "That's why we shouldn't have played with him."
We told you Sean was the right person. That's why we shouldn't have played with him. That's amazing. By the way, I'm going to tell you and defend Will here. He did tell that story last night, and in the exact same way that you did, which was funny. But the fact that he was throwing that badly to where Jen even thought of that is almost impressive. That's very Sean-like. How did he hit a single six going at the double 19? Maybe she thought he miscounted or was trying to hit triple six to leave.
Well, it just goes to how sweet Jen is. Like, she looked concerned. Like, is he okay? Yeah.
That's awesome. And I actually don't mind that there.
I don't either.
Yeah. But if Paula takes it out, which she should. No, she's staying. And that second dart blocked the third. You'd rather get rid of the 15s, right?
Well, I would have certainly chased the X in that position.
Casey does close the 15s. She goes back to the 18s. I'm actually a little bit surprised. Yeah, with how that first start was on the 15 and how she struggled a little bit on the 18s, why she wouldn't just stay there. But I understand the higher number and all of that on top of that. And that, yeah, she's going to step that one off. That was a whoopsie-daisy.
Oopsie-doopsie.
Goes back to the 16s. Does find it on dart 3. Huge third dart.
Yeah, big shot. Keeps the pressure on Minnie, who's, again, been leading the charge on the board. Just unfortunately, Casey's struggling a little bit to fill in the holes.
She's been mighty. Staying up there. Such a good... What? All right. It looks like it dragged both of the flights low. Paula going back to the 16s.
Shake of the head. She goes back. Again, just trying to keep the pressure on Casey to have to hit triples. Trying to give an open shot to Kim.
Remind me of the last match. She averaged a 4-3 in leg number 2. Just, we all have these days and these matches and these legs of darts. Good news, double elimination style tournament on top of it. But this isn't over yet. Kim's got to still put in some work. Those are one of them.
The block on the 18 is real.
Yeah, it's almost like they're afraid of it.
All of these players for 2 legs have struggled to find the 18s. Never to close it initially.
Right.
For rally up, but the follow-up shots have been rough.
And I was going to say, Minnie's been the best on them, but she's throwing a couple of flyers now on darts 1 and 2.
Tucker, appreciate the question there in the comment section. You do not. None of this is tied to your vendor.
Yep.
You can play with someone you actually like.
And so someone that you have to like. All of your past partners are that are none of them are listening. But if they were, they would be like, really? Is that what you're talking about me?
Who's he saying he played with he didn't like?
I had to play with him at Ohio State, and he was like, I don't have anybody. You want to play with me? You're the same vendor? And I was like, oh, man. Now I know what that means. He didn't actually want to play with me. All right. Look at Paula and Casey. Paula's like, I've been terrible in the 18s. You've been terrible in the 18s. Let's call it a wash and move on. So you take a deep breath there. I even think Paula's trying to kind of settle her in. There's a triple. She's looking at the 16 and right back to the triple. She got excited after the first start, I think. So Kim stepping up now. Going to look right back at the 16s.
Yeah, should be filling those 16s up.
Leg number 2, 1-0 lead for P&D. Manny, again, has been the best on the 18s. Does find a treble. She's going to look at the 16s. Ooh. I have a feeling that actually felt good when it left her hand. Those hangers just above the wire always seem to feel better than not. And see, Paul is still laughing about all of this. I don't know if you noticed that. She's almost pacing her throw there. She was counting. She would take it back, and then you'd see her mouth move like a 1-2, and then she'd release it. I think just trying to get back to basics.
Well, yeah, when you're struggling like this, and I would certainly say that almost all of these ladies are struggling for the version of darts they like to play.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the toughest things to figure out and try to get out of. Casey bouncing up to retrieve those.
The one thing that I appreciate is that if I was throwing a 1-3-8 in this position, I'm not bouncing or doing anything like that. I'm eye-rolling the camera every time, but that's just because I need to do something to take the focus off my throw. And the fact that she's still staying bouncy and, happy is always an impressive quality to have. It also will relax your partner who's shooting extremely well in this moment.
Seen a 9 twice on the stream from this woman.
Only 2, and as Paula faced the fears once again on the 18s that she's been struggling with just in this match. I don't think I've seen her struggle with 18s as much as I've seen here. And she's going to have to go back.
Yeah, she's probably going to come back down. Not at all a fan of where that dart landed either.
No. And only one. And again, there's 9 marks in there somewhere. Like, it's hard to chalk a Paula Murphy match in steel tip too, because she almost like tries to get you to break a little bit as a chalker. The weight of the darts have been better.
Good idea. Take a step back. Sails the next one.
Yeah, just a bit of an early release. And Kim probably going to look at the 18s. Yep, and that's a good one to just stay on. See, I told you she was going to pray, and she didn't hit it, and she's so upset. Nope, they're not gone, Paula. She thinks they're gone.
Oh, my. Drops just short. Now, that one I know would have felt good coming out of her hand. The second one, not so much.
And see how Paula plays this out. She's obviously going to get rid of the 18 at some point. Ideally. Smiling about it. Oh, no. The block is real. She goes, I can't hit it.
And then she missed into the 13.
The trip 13.
Wow. So,
Casey, this might be your last opportunity to do something here.
pretty straightforward. Only a 4 mark.
That being said, it is round 20 of 25 here, Gordon.
We'll put this match on its head.
And one big round like this can save everything. Oh, just like that. Good 5 mark from Casey. She's just excited that she hit something.
All would have been forgiven.
And
Wow,
what a last start.
What a last.
Now it's round 21.
I'm glad you thought of that. That would have never crossed my mind.
Thanks, Gordon.
Soft tip.
Yes, I do a lot of commentary for both. Oh, Minnie's got to go back, and now I would say opportunity Paula, but with the mental block now on the 18s.
Yeah, I'm not convinced she can throw one high enough for the 18. She definitely wants those points back first anyways.
And not even going to get that. Casey, a big opportunity. Shouldn't even have to shoot at the 18s first. She is looking down at the 16s. Needs this last one. And drags it outside. And frustration. Kim's going to want to add more points than that because it's unlucky for many reasons. She doesn't. And now it's round 23 of 25, Gordon. Huge close, and you do not even look at the bullseye at any point in time moving forward if you're many. Get the close on the 16, and then just point, all the 18s you possibly can.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she's aware of that as well.
She's looking
She'll
up.
definitely be looking up.
Stay. Good darts from Minnie. Paula's almost, I think, happy that she doesn't have to shoot it anything but the bowls, and she can fall out into a single 18 on accident.
How funny would that be?
She's out of sorts right this second, and this is not. I don't think I've seen Paula Murphy. This out. Hey, she hit one with the of course with the hands. Around 24 of 25. So Casey can win this obviously right here. 3 bowls, which we've seen her hit those. Those have not been an issue. They continue to not be an issue. Oh, but that was unlucky on dart 3, if anything.
Kim does have a finish. 6 would do it.
Elliot Milk has the devil horns going on that he's wearing in the background. And that's not going to do it. Round 25. If, like you just called out, Minnie does not hit this for whatever reason, Paula will have a chance to hit 5 bowls to win it. And Minnie does close it out. We're heading to leg number 3. Rally up. Ties it up 1 apiece, but definitely not going to expect that out of these ladies in leg number 3. Happy Memorial Day once again to all of our viewers watching from around the U.S. And then for everybody not celebrating Memorial Day, welcome and happy to have you here on this beautiful Memorial Day.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Yeah. And the men's king seat with Danny Zappa and Dave Cameron will be heading up to board number 90 whenever they are ready. We're going to get going because that is the king seat match over there. But we know how dart players are.
Probably got a couple thousand warm-up darts to wait.
And only a 2 start from Paula Murphy on the number that she hits more often than not. And if you're Minnie, you don't let that dictate you, right?
No, I would not. Any other number, again, I do silly things for that 20.
She is chasing the X, and, well, now I like it a lot.
Well, if I had a triple 19 in my back pocket, that would not, maybe I would have as well.
And honestly, let's call a spade a spade. Kim and Paul have struggled at the top of the board.
Oh, 100%.
Kind of like that. Right?
Whew.
And Casey, opportunity to start on the 20s and kind of settle in. There are times where she just has a little bit of movement in her throw. There's other times where she stays pretty steady. Just like that. Big third dart from Raider. And, well, starting off in favor of rally up against the throw. You know Paula's not going to go 18s. Yeah, that 1 mark on the 18s might as well be a dead thing to her.
Well, and again, the struggle is more shocking from Paula and Kim.
Absolutely.
At this point, Meanie and Casey, they're on a free roll. They should have lost the last leg.
Yep.
We're able to turn it around. So all that pressure, in my mind, even going first, is still on Paula. And now it may be because they're down in points too.
And he finds the 20. She's staying up there, it looks like. Yeah, unable to find the third. And I think that she felt that second dart was a blocker and wanted to think about making the change. Did not do so. Casey Kim missed by 2 again on the first dart. Another struggle we don't see out of someone like her really at all. What can Casey do with that? Every once in a while, she just throws that little bit of a flyer. Good adjustment. Nice 2 mark. All it back to the bottom of the board, where she will live and hit a big 5. So Paula up to a 4-3-3, starting to return a little bit.
Starting to Paula Murphy this leg a little bit. We'll see if that can continue. The big thing is stringing those shots together.
Those first 2 darts. And great 5 mark from Many to follow.
Yeah, great third dart find.
Again, the more unknown team for sure of Casey and Many. Definitely in the last match shown that they can stick with these ladies, and if Kim and Paula are off, this can definitely go the way of Rally Up. Let's see how Casey attacks this. Very well. Go back to the 20. Yep, that was the idea. Good 4 mark.
Yeah, smart darts aren't always good darts. That was the proper phrasing of those.
Thanks.
Will Paula...
Nope.
This is a giant hole in Paula's game right now.
Oh, absolutely it is.
Like, I've never seen her sacrifice.
9 points per dart.
Yeah, that's
12 points per dart. Potentially. If you're Many, you might as well take the 18s here instead. Yeah, exactly. Big 6 mark from Many. At least it's going to give you a number that you know you're going to have open for a while.
all allowed by Paula Murphy's shot selection there.
And Casey's going to get now a free look at the 15s to get those closed. And again, you knew the talent was in this team of Minnie and Casey, and they got let off the hook hard in leg number 2. And now these ladies are throwing a 7.33 combined. 16s. That should count as a single 16, right? That's always my argument.
So Paula gets to stay on the bottom of the board, shooting the 16s.
I don't know if I call that a gift at this point in this leg. More has to stay at the bottom of the board.
I said gets.
I know.
Not gifts.
You said it. I know. But you said it more like a. It's not. It's a great. More of a. I don't know. Gets seems more like a positive connotation than has to. You know. But many 16s. A triple here almost locks us down, barring anything crazy. Gonna take the step back, which I also like. And she stays and hits it. Big dart from Minnie. That takes some guts to step back and still read aside. You know what? I know how big this dart is if it goes in. Let's do it. And it looks like we are going to have a pretty big upset here, Gordon.
Yeah. Yeah. Rally Up allowed to kind of settle in here in the third leg.
Casey and Bullseyes have been pretty spot on. Even that first one. Staying. Happy little accident on the 18. But Minnie's going to come back. 2 bowls needed to defeat Paula Murphy and Kim Pantai and go to the King Seat match against Chrissy Grimmel and Trisha Romero. Or Queen Seat match, excuse me. So here we go. 2 darts for Minnie. First one drops just a touch low, but it's a good marker. There's no reason not to stay there. But she looks up anyway. That's not a problem.
Kim and Paula a long way off from a shot at this leg. It starts on Bullseyes, but she's going to have to start finding them here. Both ladies shaking their head literally after every dart.
Yep. I think they can't really believe they found themselves in this situation. Casey, 2 bowls needed. I still am okay with her staying there.
Oh yeah, up 3 numbers. One dart will do it. The only thing I would be curious about is why she didn't step to the left. Looked like that first dart may be a little bit of a blocker, but again, could be the angle of the cameras here.
It almost looked like back when she stepped back a touch in the replay that she moved a touch over, but yeah, I think you're right. That I think she should have moved over a little bit more. There's also a lot of players that don't have that confidence in moving along the line. I love it. I love like moving almost to like the next board over.
Here comes Minnie. 1 double will do ya. She's even missing good.
And as that one does look like it's about in the hands of Casey and Minnie, we're going to actually head on over to the King Seat match. Leg number 1. David Cameron taking on Zappa. So Canada versus Spain. And we will keep you updated on that ladies match, how that turns out. Kim gets 1 bowl. Zappa starts with a ton. Let's go over the format here, Gordon. Race to 3. It is open and double out split bowl.
Yeah,
Standard
those of
steel
you.
tip.
Yep, those of you a fan of the shootout that's been a marquee event the last 3 years with the Final Four on ESPN. This is the format that the players utilize there.
Great 140 from Zappa.
And tough to argue that we're not seeing the best 2 players today in this format right here in the final. I don't know that there was a hucklebuck anywhere along the lines for either of these players. We talked about Zappa's run. Can we take a look at Dave Cameron?
We absolutely can. Thought you'd never ask. He defeated Jake Adelfinger, great player, 3-1. And then, Mike Maloney, 3-2. Then he defeated J-Rod, who's been throwing phenomenal. J-Rod Henry, 3-2. And then Devin Hunter, 3-0. And then Bob McCoy, 3-2 to get to this point. And that included the 9-darter in the last league decider against the throw while pushing off.
While
on the
giving
diddle.
the throw.
Yes.
In the decider.
It's like, here, you take it. Double 18 goes for Zappa. What a finish on the 1-2-1. I like that look. Gets the job done, and we head to leg number 2.
I love the Spanish team back behind there.
Yeah.
Rooting on their boy. Dave not without his his fan as well. We got Jay Barlow.
Again, rooting for him harder than Jay did his own partner last night.
Looking enthused.
And a great opening from Zappa. 140 plays 140.
Little wrinkle of the nose there as that third dart goes low.
And Minnie does finally defeat. Minnie and Casey do finally defeat Paula and Kim. So that'll be the queen seat is set. Chrissy Grimmel and Trisha Romero versus Casey Rader and Minnie Ramirez. We're actually going to have next up on our stream Kevin Luke versus the loser of this one. So we're going to see FKL, the last American in this one.
So that means we will have a little bit of a wait. Just because the winner of this one will be, or the loser of this one, I'm sorry, will be right back up.
Trip 13 or trip 17 for double 10. David Cameron makes it a 1-1 score line as Excalibur throws a 12.
Yeah, big shot there. No real pressure on that as Zappa was back on 180, but you always love to get your first one on the board.
Dave forgot that it was race to 3, and so he forced Zappa to go push the button for himself. We can give Cameron some reprieve there. He's not really, I'm guessing, used to that.
Normally, he has a button pusher. He's got Jay that'll run up and set the board up for him.
Maybe that's what Jay's back there. Wait, he's like, where are we on that one? Your job is just stand there and try to make me not look stupid. Dave finds the treble 19 on the switch. Brian, I really don't know. That top 5 is an interesting one. Zappa. That's a 180 from Zappa.
Dave needs the answer. Stay within touching distance here. He does not. Who can go out in 6? Zappa's going to get the first chance.
180 leaves 41. 140 will leave 81. And he'll take exactly that. Cameron, to put any pressure on, I think 180 needed here.
Yeah, at least 140 to get him to a 1 triple finish.
Well, we have seen him hit that out already on our stream today. 12's not as cool as a 9, but ooh, the Luke Lidler Gordon's kind of hoping he misses it. And he doesn't. The trip 17, double 15, textbook shot on 81 goes out.
It's the way that all the kids are doing it nowadays.
It is. He's technically an adult. Hey.
Had to go and it went.
I think Gordon started to settle in his role once again. Not as happy anymore. 140 start from Excalibur.
It's a must-win leg here for Dave. Zappa, though, coming off a really, really clean leg. Oh, I thought he was going to open up big with the 180.
Again, he keeps consistent pressure, though, on Dave Cameron. $140. Zappa can't leave a finish from here either. So just wants to kind of stay with him. Does a little bit better than stay with him, but still advantage David Cameron, you would think, in this leg, depending on this round.
Ooh, left himself with a lot to do here. He's only going to get one dart at a double.
Zapanta took out the 1-2-1 in leg number 1. And there's pressure on this 1-2-1. Bullseye. And he pins it. David Cameron pops the balloon. 2-2 scoreline. Who is going to start off this last leg decider?
It's coming down to this. I mean, we may have to see a 9-darter. I don't know that we've went more than 12. Zappa with a really good cork. Not only close to the double bull, but also hanging over top of it.
So, Zappa with the start. Last leg decider. A little bit different than Cameron in the last one. He didn't have to give it to him. But last time Cameron had a last leg decider, he went 180, 180, 141 for a perfect 9-darter.
Wayward there on the 3rd. Is that a big enough opening? And can Dave continue to find that treble 20?
Well, chalk is what we're going to call that one. Well, Jesse, if he would have just given him the start, then he'd be on a perfect 9 right now. So I think the at least we can probably get rid of for the second. It worked out for him last time.
So as it works out, Zappa's still going to get 6 from 240.
But it might be a little bit advantage David Cameron here, who might expect still to get 6 depending on Zappa's round.
Well, 140 or better. He's sitting pretty.
He's going to sit pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, that's I mean, not that 100's not a great finish anywhere. Dave needs to put the pressure on here. Make sure that Zappa's thinking about how easy it's going to be for him, too.
Cameron's going to take that out 19 times out of 20.
See. Maybe we get a tops. No, we're just going to need one tops.
One was ordered and one was delivered, Gordon. Zappa is your king seat holder. The man from Spain continues to rock and roll throughout this entire weekend. And we will have the king seat the third place match. Kevin Luke will take on David Cameron coming up next. Back in action here live at the 39th annual BullShooter Finals here in Chicago, Illinois. Shaw Green joined by Gordon Dixon. Gordon, this is the king seat match of the men's singles. We got, well, this is the men's third place match. Jesus. Of the men's singles. I'm 0 for 8. You can take over.
So, ladies top 4 here. We got. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
It's Monday after a long weekend. Come on. We've got 9-dart David Cameron, who in the finals with Daniel Zapata did not go over 12 darts in any of the 5 legs. I'm almost positive that that's true.
He did not, no.
And ended up losing the cork in the deciding leg, and that was the difference.
Kevin's doing well.
Much slower start than we've seen from Dave previously.
11 darter incoming from Kevin Luke.
Dave going to be a part of yet another sub 12 dart leg, as long as Kevin can convert the 45 here.
Nope. But he'll be back. A little reprieve, and almost there's been times in the past where that's been a little bit of like a mental thing that someone will do in the game where, if I was just on a finish and make them think about that. But Kevin just missed there. Double 10. Goes in for leg number 1 for Kevin Luke. The thing about these guys, especially race to 2 format, which I actually would really like it to be race to 3. Race to 4, race to 5, race to 6 in this format for these guys. But whatever, a race to 2 and 1-0 lead for Kevin Luke. That's one more opportunities for 9 darters, you know? Maybe a second of the day?
I'm not ruling it out. Are you kidding me? I mean, even the scoring power of Kevin Luke has already been showcased here.
Almost got to call Wayne Myrtle, but Kevin ruined it.
Cruel, cruel board sounds of triples when they're triple ones. Can we run that up the chain? We can. Oh, yeah. The sincerity
instead of it's a
yeah. The sincerity with which he responded, I have no doubt that will be changed by next Tuesday. Dave Cameron setting up from 221.
chance at sub 4 rounds. Or sub 5 rounds. Oh, by the way, did you see in the chat earlier? Someone wrote, it was Pickle, and he wrote, "Hey, Sean, great to meet you today. Now, who was I?" So Nick, it was a pleasure to meet you today.
Okay.
Also, if I get murdered later, now you know who did it.
Ah.
All right.
Looking to pickle.
Kevin Luke, I like the, yep, trip 17 tops.
Oh.
He doesn't hit it, though.
So, again, both players getting to go 5 rounds, which is not something that we've seen in this men's division just yet. A tail whip into the 3.
And it threw him off. He's still
Not enough.
Ooh,
Didn't throw him off enough.
It could have.
He was about to put a cape on and be super mad. He really was. That was he was unimpressed with that 3.
Hold on, let me write that one down. Another Gordon-ism that I'm stealing. put a cape on and be super mad.
So, Court coming in here, and David gets flighted out yet again.
Danielle says, can anyone else hear that laugh from Jordan without hearing it? Yes, absolutely. Laughing assassin sitting in the pit is never a good idea.
Dave thinking to himself, how in the world is this about to happen to me? Well, all you got to do is throw the niner again.
Exactly.
Dave.
He knows what to do. Been there, done that, Gordon. Just like, what is with David Cameron and Lastly Deciders doing this?
Hey, I tell you what, if there was a quality of Dave Cameron that everyone would want, it's his determination in Deciders. I mean, he was not able to overcome Zappa in the King Seat match. But again, still has hit 4 out of 6 against the darts. Kevin Luke's going to have 6. How far down can he go? He doesn't leave a finish. This is Dave. This is Dave Cameron's to lose. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
What
36
happened?
And Kevin Luke has 6 darts from 185. Yeah, utilize the bull to leave just a 2-dart checkout.
Yeah, but he needs to move around the board for that 97. A little bit of work.
And the pressure will be on it. But Dave thinks that it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave doesn't think he's going to come back to the board. It all comes down to this first dart. There's going to be a chance. He needs to find a treble.
He doesn't. And he misses the big number just in case. And Excalibur stepping up. $10 for tops. Cameron breaks the throw in the last league decider to win. 14 darter got it done. That's Kevin. Should need to do that in 12 or less for sure.
Well, if he did it in 15 and less,
he still would have won.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
right.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
gave that one away for sure. But one of our last year's, or 2 of the last 3 years, invitational finalist, out in 3rd place. So it would be David Cameron versus Zappa in a rematch in the finals. That will be coming your way next. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with that right after this. I think this is the finals. Is this the finals?
This is indeed the finals.
We are here for the finals here at the 39th annual BullShooter finale in Chicago, Illinois. I'm Sean Green, joined by good stuff Gordon Dixon. Gordon, Zappa starts off with a perfect 180 in this final between these great players. Both teams representatives have been representatives of their, or Zapata will be in a couple weeks, but David Cameron, a former representative for Team Canada at the World Cup of Darts for the PDC. No surprise, as I said at the very beginning of this tournament, that I would be the least surprised if it was two players that predominantly played steel-tip darts that were here in our final with this format.
And, I mean, we've got two international players here from no one from the U.S. Represented here, which is pretty crazy given the field and as many options as there were on the American side. Should be noted, both had the chance to represent their country this year at the international event here.
Yep.
Canada not able to get a full team together, but Dave Cameron certainly would have been at the top of that list.
Yeah, absolutely. And Excalibur looking to put some pressure on the 96, does so. But Zappa in 96, most likely.
Yeah, the way this guy's been hitting the treble 20, and he's going to have two shots at it. Only needs one.
Yeah.
Double 18. Here we go. We see the Spanish contingent back there celebrating the first leg. So,
actually, really cool. Alex Palou, who is from Spain, became the first person from Spain to win the Indy 500 yesterday. And I knew that he was going to celebrate hard when he won. And he's the first person to, I think, sprint down a lot of the front straightaway out of the car to take off all of his stuff just to celebrate with his entire crew. So, yeah, they are great at just having a good time. And
yeah, the camaraderie, I think, definitely stands out. And a weak open from Dave, but not fully punished from Zappa.
You'd almost call it a weak opening for him.
Well, honestly, Dave well below the bare minimum, and Zappa hitting the bare minimum of what we expect in this.
But that's a 180 from Excalibur. Will Zappa do the same? It puts Dave back in the driver's seat no matter what. He got 6 darts from 267.
Yeah, the last time these two played, it was 12 darters or you lose. Nobody hit a 9, so whoever went first hit a 12 darter or less. And onward and upward.
David Cameron, of course, hit the 9 darter earlier. That's already out there as a reel, which shout out to Nick DeShera for getting that thing out there for you, so you can check out that one on our social media platforms. After giving the cork away. So Dave, 6 darts from 186. And this will be the first time we've seen these guys play where it's not going to be done in 12 darts.
Yeah, Zappa will look to put pressure on this. Needs a treble. Does find it, so at least an option if he comes back to the board, but have to imagine Dave's going to go 6 double top and start the board for leg 3.
He loves double 10, and it goes in. He celebrates for himself. Barlow's celebrating for him. Jay, a loud supporter for David Cameron. I think he missed that he won that leg. Sorry. As we had the leg number 3. We are starting a choir here amongst the BullShooter faithful. If you would like to join, fill out an application and send it to Nick to share. Nick, you have to work on applications. But you're the community manager. Manage those applications from the community.
So a weak start from Zappa. I'm just sitting here shocked.
Yeah, we haven't seen a 180 in yet.
Because, I mean, any decent community manager would already have an application. No, I was shocked at the 21-point start from Zappa.
Yeah, already finding himself.
Dave going next door does find 2 trebles.
Yeah,
there's just such a big advantage to going first. Zappa can still get out of this and get first shot at the finish.
He wanted to do the 180, 160. Duh. That's a 180.
So crazy. Great
Leaves
shot.
the 160.
Great shot. Now, Dave is undoubtedly going to be at a better finish. Right, Dave?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Barely.
Still two treble
same
finish. Yeah. But Zappa gets to stay on that 20. Coming off 3 trebles. It's not going to go. Interesting.
He's even shocked that none of those went into the treble.
I think this is really just showing that these guys are relatively human.
Are they?
Oh, doesn't find it. So Zappa with 100. And all I mean by that is there's just a half a click off of what we've seen them drive into this final. Ooh, a very loose start from Zappa, but there it is.
And the celebration from the Spanish side of things, and it's a 2-1 lead now for Zapanta.
So Dave to send us to a decider.
Of course.
Starts off perfect.
There it is. I know I say of course, but it was bound to happen at least once. This is the finals of the men's singles. 501, open and double out, split.
The ladies are in the 4th place match.
And we will also have the queen seat match coming up for you next on our stream, featuring Chrissy Grimmel and Trisha Romero taking on Rally Up, which is Casey Rader and Manny Ramirez. Yes, this is the first dip, James, but Zapanta is the king seat. And miles ahead is Excalibur in this leg.
Yeah, really allowed to get away with it here.
Looking, he leaves himself a 10-darter off the bull.
170, great shot.
To leave, he's already hit a 9. This will be for a 10. I can almost guarantee you we've seen an 11 out of him already. Somewhere, some way. Just trying to get all the numbers. And he does throw the 10-darter. So David Cameron ties it up 2 apiece.
I would bet that today Dave Cameron has hit 9 through 15.
Oh, yeah. I would agree with that. At the very least.
Because we saw the 9 and we just saw the 10.
Those.
I think he's 1 hole out again.
Yep. They're going to redo it.
Oh, I thought he was.
Yeah, they're both 2.
I thought he was 1 hole worse.
Yeah, they're both 2 holes out of that. That one's a little bit further out. That opens up that entire right
Yeah.
side. I think that's going to go to Sapanta.
Oh.
Nope, it's all tied up again.
I think that one's 3 holes in.
Who knows, man?
I have no idea.
I really hope that he just gives him the start.
Oh. Dave saying he got it. Not Dave saying he got it. Dave got it. I didn't mean to put that on on him there. So finally, Dave Cameron gets to start a deciding leg.
And not really.
Yeah, no, he says, "Hey Dan, will you spot me 57 points and you go first?" And Zappa said, "Sure."
It's like, are you sure? I mean, I guess.
I'll tell you what, with this event, Zappa's got to be in the running for the MVP.
That's yeah, absolutely.
On the men's side.
I absolutely agree with that. It just depends on what events count towards what in that, because one of those was the blind draw that we saw him play a lot of. Of course, winning this definitely helped. That's a 180 from Zappa.
Yeah, big shot, big timing.
Cameron has to go out in 6 from 304, so needs 2 big trebles. Seen him hit the 170 to leave 16. Can he hit the 170 to check it out? He's done everything else on our stream today of greatness. He might as well do this to take it to the double dip.
How much is he going to be kicking himself, though, for putting himself in this position? You see the Spanish contingent
back to back
thinks that might be the lead he needs.
It's on. Bullseye.
Oh!
2 holes from greatness.
Wow.
That would have filled up the entire bingo card of Dave Cameron checkouts. 36 for the title.
Oh, a little pause here.
I think he wanted 6 for tops. But it doesn't matter. Zappa is your champion of the men's 501 open and double out split bowl tournament here today. Cameron, second place, and the Spanish celebration. They wanted to make sure, hey, we love you too, but we love him more.
They're acknowledging, I mean, what? Gosh. I mean, it's so tough. You want to continue to talk about Dave Cameron.
Yep.
But Zappa's won this match, going second in the first set. Absolutely incredible. And again, Zappa has to be in the running, I would think, for that MVP spot. We see Augustine, BullShooter, Europe, kind of connection coordinator. Yeah, there you go.
Director. Oh, man. That's a really fancy term.
Excuse-moi.
Yeah, sorry there.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
Wrong one.
Excuse.
All right, we've got the ladies called up on board 90, so we're going to give them a chance to get over to the board, sign in, and get started, and we will join the action here shortly. We are in Chicago. I'm Gordon Dixon, sitting here with Sean Green. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Well, you guys read the ticker at the bottom of the board. This is the women's AA cricket final. No, I'm just kidding. Those girls are going to be up in just a moment. They're just throwing the last couple warm-ups. We will still be prioritizing that AA coverage, but we saw this men's A final, and we're like, let's go and throw it on up. It's going to be split bowl, open in, double out, and it's going to be Jesse Gore taking on Ram Guevara.
Yeah, interesting to see Ram over here on the single A side, but not a surprise to see him and Jesse in the final here as Jesse fills it up for the first 180 of this final.
Yeah, Jesse Gore, Iron Man from Florida. I remember one of the first times I went to the Space Coast Steel Tip tournament. I was 17 years old. It was one of my last tournaments I played as a youth in. And I decided to stay and watch the pro singles finals, him against Danny Baggish back. This was 2017, 2016, somewhere in that range. And I've been following him along ever since. And let me tell you, he's in good form as of late. He had a dip recently though. He had I don't know if it was a full on hitch, but his average dropped off and it's been getting back up now. Good to see him playing well.
Yeah, certainly running away with it here.
Now, Ram, I did get a chance to play a match against him in between sessions yesterday. We did an adult-youth matchup, so he was playing with Porky's daughter, Zyla. She chose him over me. Crazy choice. And I played with Liam Reaney, and we lost, but man, did we have the most fun. Ram even tasked me. He's like, because the kids they wanted to play 901 Fat Bowl Open. This is the format the kids chose. We're like, sure.
Okay.
Ram looks at me, taps me in the shoulder. He's like, so are you just going triples? And I was like, no, you can just go triples. I'm going to use the bull still. And he's like, okay, fine.
Double top for the first leg here in this final. It is race to 3. Ram Guevara defeating J.J. Carpenter, fellow Ohioan, in the King Seat match. And then JJ fell to Jesse Gore in that third place match. Another Ohioan making a good run. Brandon Kessler losing out in 4th place. Got to mention my Ohio boys. As Sean Green enters the chat.
Well, I thought you wanted a partner that you liked. But and also I saw this and I'm like, oh yeah, give me all this action. It looks like they're. Tell me the format here. What do we got going on?
We got open in, double out, split bull.
The same format and everything. What is this?
This is the Pro A final.
I'm sorry. I see Ram and I see Jesse, and I'm wondering why the heck they aren't playing in the double A, where they both belong completely.
They are not double A's, according to the objective rulings.
Well, congratulations to one of these two. As the field was set, I'm sure a lot of people looked at that and went, Rams in this? All right, cool, great, grand, wonderful. I would have put a lot of money on Ram versus the field in this bracket.
Well, and you'd be one win away. Again, he does have the king seat, so Jesse will have to beat him twice.
You didn't have to tell me that.
See him grab the second leg.
Yeah, just a little 11 darter from Ram in leg number 2. AKA exactly what we saw in the double A finals, or at least similar to.
Yeah, at this level, I mean, you got to think. Yeah, even if you're being cynical, even if this wasn't two very known quantities,
right.
They would be people that were about to be double A. So you would
absolutely
expect the same standard that you would see in the double A bracket.
Well, good thing, because we're seeing it. 140-140. Race to 3 here in the finals. We will have the ladies' queen seat match coming up next. Reminder, you're not allowed to yell at us about it. In the chat based on earlier. Can you just replay what Gordon said earlier? Thank you.
Hey, I'm Gordon Dixon.
Oh. Couldn't get to a finish, so really no harm, no foul there from Ram. Jesse Gore got 6 darts from 221.
Good last start, or else that would have been not the ideal setup play for sure.
Yeah, well, big shot. I mean, could have had the idea to move away with those first 2 darts. Ram going to need a trouble just to leave a finish. He does get there, but there's a lot left to do if this 121 from Jesse Gore doesn't go.
If I'm Jesse, though, I think I have to take out this 1-2-1. Triple 13 or triple 17 goes the triple 13 route. Yeah. Trip 20, trip 18, or trip 19, trip 19, or double 16.
Yeah, it wasn't wrong. I don't know if it quite follows the percentages there. Would have needed a big triple on the second dart regardless.
Tops here for Jesse to make it a 2-1 lead. And he does that.
No race to 3. Who beat Jesse?
It was Ram. 3-0.
Oh, look at that. A little get back. That's what I was wondering because he is clearly playing at a high level right now. I would have thought that it would have taken a Screwston level performance to take him out.
I think Robbie is trying to turn into the Wizard as his dart nickname. He certainly is being subtle about the hint in the background there. Or as I like to call him, Wizzy Woo. There he is with the hat on. Jesse is going to give the advantage right back to Ram, who has struggled so far in the leg. He continues to find 5s. This is not ideal. Jesse, at least 6 starts from 306. Does it the right way, starting on the 19s, but does not leave a finish. Ram looking for his first big round of this leg. Yeah, he had a regrip, and it pulled into the 5 again. So Jesse, 6 starts from 208. This first dip. I think we're about to be dipping.
Yeah, probably headed to a second set here.
Ram had to wait for the board to change. 17. Just in case. Not out of the realm of possibilities here for Jesse to only get 1 dart at a double and not hit it. Triple 19. He's going to get 2. And he finds it in 2. Great darts from Jesse Gore. And set number 1 goes to Gore. Let's play one more set for the title.
So Cork for the all-important start. Ram not able to use the advantage of the start there in that last leg. Hold and throw is pretty much a must in this format.
We let Jesse go out in 14. That is well below par for Ram's
I mean, maybe
Pace.
at the beginning of the day, you say you have 15 with the throw and 12 against. But as we've seen, the back half of both of these brackets, it's really 12.
All right, Ram stepping up. And again, he's pulling him into the 5s. I've seen that multiple times. Scott, this is the single A men's 501 double in or open in double out split bowl. The invitational format. Top 4 format.
And this is a little bit handier from Ram Guevara.
That's a little bit more his style, right? Goes 135, 180 to leave 186 after 6. That'll work. Jesse needs 180 to leave 132, which will put a little bit of pressure on the 104.
Yeah, 132. Really fun finish in this format. It's not going to happen. So 6 darts for Ram. Should be 4 20s and a double 12. Options now.
He'll be
Just
back.
low.
He will be back. He used 50, just in case. But Ram on double 10. This to make it a 1-0 lead here in this second set. Well, third set. We'll call it a third set. We're playing set play, okay?
No, it works even better. 1 set to Ram in the on the winner's side. 1 set to Jesse on the winner's side. To send us to a decider here. This is really the one that cannot get away from Jesse. He's going to hope to turn this tide.
And Ram starting a little bit better this time. He's starting to find it again. That's a 180 from Ram Guevara Jr. That might be the best I've ever said his last name.
Oh, unlucky. You see what he thought of that 5. Little unlucky there for Ram finding the trouble 1 in the corner.
Still 65 ahead of Jesse against the throw.
Yeah, but same number of turns in order to polish this up in that 12 range that we keep discussing. Jesse needs a treble. He finds it. So he will get a whack at tying this match up. I think he's going to be under some pressure, though. Ram seems to have found his footing here in this final.
Yeah, absolutely. On 11 darter himself. Jesse's got to take this out in 12. Trouble 17 tops.
Can't imagine he's going to leave the 20. Doesn't find it. Just going to have to set it up. Ram Guevara to take a 2-0 lead in this deciding set. Needs 66. Oh, he's going to get 2 darts at it. Only needs 1, and he knows what that means. 2-0 lead, and the loser goes first format. Even if Jesse holds throw here, he does not have to win a cork. He does not have to do anything but start that 4th leg. But we're not going to give Jesse that 3rd leg just yet. He's going to have to earn it right here.
Yeah, in the first set that these two played on the winner's side, Navarra did win 3-0. So don't put it past him that he can do that, because he certainly can, especially when he's playing at this level. Again, my favorite fact about Ram is that he throws 9-gram darts. 9 grams. A typical soft tip dart is 18. So half of the weight. Bar darts are like 12 grams. But they sure are balanced. They do feel really good for a balanced dart.
Now Jesse's back in it. Oh, going to leave himself a little to do here. So 180 from Ram would still leave a 3-darter, but a much sweeter 3-darter than 156.
Great darts from Ram. Leaves himself the 139. Jesse gets this shot at the 156 first, though. 2 treble 20s and a triple 18. So Ram stepping up 139. I like the triple 20, triple 13 tops.
Oh. Would have loved to have pressured that a little bit more.
That's
Jesse.
okay.
Jesse looking at 74. Triple 18, double 10, triple 14, double 16. 14's the route. Only going to get 1 dart at it, though. That one's 106. Oh, look at that. And again, Ram probably kicking himself. It could be at a finish right here. But he's going to have to take this 106 out to make this uninteresting. Oh, still an option. He's going to get a shot at the bull.
And he hits it.
Buries it one time.
Ram is your champion. Defeats Jesse Gore in the final of the single A, and we are back over to the ladies.
Ladies.
Race to 2. You're in the queen seat match. Trisha Romero, Chrissy Grimmel taking on Casey Rader and Minnie Ramirez. Here is Casey. Gonna look at the bulls.
Casey, thus far, has been a pretty proficient bull shot. Not going to come away with anything here.
Chad Scott says, imagine being in the AM Top Gun singles last year and seeing Ram in your first match. Chrissy does take out leg number 1. 3.64. Let's head to the second leg. Rally Up will go first. Here is Mine. I did see her out there earlier, and she goes, wait, do you know how to say my name? And I said, I've been saying Minnie. And she's like, yeah, I like that. I like that. That works. So, perfect. We'll take it.
What did she think her name was?
Well, just with the Y and the S on it, she just did not know how we would possibly pronounce it.
Yeah, you made it sound like you told her what her name was.
No. Like she was good with the shortened version. She was going to try and tell me the longer version of it, which she did. But once I found out that I could just say the shorter version of it, it didn't really stick in my mind. Casey looking to steal the 19s.
Treble
Dang.
would be big here.
And hits the big triple. And here is Trisha Romero. Lives in Minnesota. Correct? From Minnesota. No? I don't know why I'm saying stuff out loud. Trying to think back to the knowledge that I have in my mind. I know Jalen's in Minnesota, but that does not mean Mom is. Mene trying to keep rally up rolling here in leg number 2. We've actually seen this from them every single match. They've gone down 1-0 and come back to win. Definitely had reprieve against Paula Murphy in the top 4 match.
That one was rough.
With 2 Fs.
RUFF, I think is how you spell that one.
Yep.
Casey stepping up in points, going to look to take away the playground. Does so. Back to the 19.
And sticks it.
Yeah, 57 more.
Big 6 mark from Casey Rader. Looking way more cool, calm, and collected here than she did in the last match, which is interesting.
Here comes Trisha.
Good 7.
See Casey back behind rooting for her, too.
Mini stepping up. They've been aggressive on closing. It helps when they've been able to hit it first start like that. She's going up. I really like that last start, and I like the ability of Mene to not be tempted to go for the 15 there. Because, yeah, it's a huge shot if you hit it, but the safer shot for sure is definitely going to be the one that points. And Cassie, you're absolutely right. I don't know. I couldn't chew gum and play darts at the same time. You see that from a couple of players that, like Jeremiah Millar is a chomper for sure. Again, they're staying aggressive on trying to get the closes. Now she's going back to points. Good last start, but just a bit high. There's opportunity here for Trisha just to run the points up.
Yeah, Trisha and Chrissy seem to be in a little bit better form than Paula and Kim. So Casey and Mene will want to get this sewed up, I think, a little bit quicker. Got some points to pull back. Probably a 180. Oh, staying on the 19s. That's fine too. Not losing too many.
She's staying there. No, she went back. Good darts. Smart darts. I did not see her eyes move back.
Yeah, well, just as flimsy as some of those numbers are, I mean, only a single to close the 18s and 19s. Yes, you're up three beds, but it's not going to be much to take them away.
Casey steps back up. She seemed more comfortable down at the bottom of the board. Looks like she is looking down to the 19s. And going right over the 15s.
Great start.
Back. Huge 6 mark. Throwing a 4.25. And a 3.75 from that team. That's more. It's definitely way better than they shot in the last match. We'll see how aggressive Mene is here.
Yeah, here, I mean, with 3 numbers open, I mean, a bull would push it, but you've got a couple of chances at a fallout.
Well, don't need those.
And if you're just going to hit 3 and 2 darts, you should probably just do that and win the game.
All right. 3.86. Let's go to a last leg decider here for the queen seat. They're going to diddle first. I think Minnie was like, I think just was like, what do we do with this? She's like, no, we got to diddle. Oh, duh, that's right.
Oh, we got to do the thing.
And then I think Chrissy was like, I mean, if you want to give us a start here, that's fine.
So do we have confirmation of who the loser here?
Yes. Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee.
They defeated Sugar and Spice.
Ooh.
In the 4th place match.
Alyssa Woods and Alicia Alexander, who's not from Texas. I want to make sure everybody knows that, okay? Not from Texas, okay, Gordon?
Feels like there's a little backstory there.
I don't know what it is, but it was a part of her giant long name. And only a 3-mark opening for Chrissy. So Minnie going to step down. The 19s, most likely. Good first. Now that is crisscross applesauce. Gonna have to step over pretty far. That crisscrossed even more. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do about that. Blockers galore, except for maybe switch back up to the 20 on dart 3 just to try and kill it. I know you do a lot of things for getting rid of those 20s or protecting them.
That's the one number. I'll do some silly things.
Here is Casey. Got a 4.25 in the last leg. Looking to capitalize on that again. She has like the 19s.
Yeah, Casey, a whole new player than we saw in the last match.
Unlucky.
Yeah, that caught a flight. That looked to be a couple of things stacked against her. She likes the high knees.
She does. She does high need it back every once in a while.
And look at this from Chris Grimmel. She's found it. She's going to stay there. I love it.
Well, if Chrissy's gonna just turn up an extra notch if we're in the last leg decider. That's typically how she rolls.
Another thing the BullShooter followers of the stream will remember. My other cricket strategy is I would point my mom. So anytime you can get a chance to put some additional points on there is valuable. Sometimes you can't overpoint, don't get me wrong, but holding the other team at arm's length is not a bad scenario. Oh, Tricia not able to get anything going there. And again, the 18s.
Yeah, those dang 18s, and we'll see if anyone's fought off the demons there. Slow start for rally up in this third leg. And there's a lot of neighbors there.
Finger shooters.
Yep. Stepping on back, Chrissy. Going to just go about her business. Down. And pins the trip 17.
Chrissy's so good at moving around the board.
Yeah, one of these averages is not like the other right now. I'll let you guess which one that is.
Casey trying to stay loose back there. Rooting on her partner.
As Casey steps up, looking at the 15s now. Gonna need 9 of them just to put a flag stick in the hole. Gonna need 9 of them. Oh, just shorts arm the last one, but 6 is not bad. Chrissy steps back up.
Oh, high on the third.
So there's one thing that I know about Minnie is that she really likes the 15s.
She has been pretty good on them. A couple of 9 marks, if I remember correctly, to draw back some points. And, of course, we're going to talk her right out of that into the 2.
Well, commentators' curses are real things. Good last start. One of these situations where Trisha closing the 15s is actually better than pointing because she has 4 different houses to point on.
Yes, makes sense to take that away. Worst case scenario, your opponent comes back up, shuts down 3 of them, and your partner still has a clean shot.
That was not worst case scenario there. So now Casey needs 4 bowls to get back that lead. There's one of them. Needs the double. Just drags it low. And now Chrissy. A 1-2-3. Maybe a 1-2. Okay. She had a happy little accident there on the first start, too. Did add an extra bowl. So Minnie's going to need 3. Much more difficult to do now. Also annoying it doesn't fall out into one of the numbers that she needs to close. Only gets 2. So Trisha Romero to get the queen seat. And that'll send Casey and Minnie to the 3rd place match where they will take on Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee. And that match will be coming up shortly. It looks like we have the single A women's finals coming up next. MLOA taking on Magneto Darts or Magenta Darts, however you want to look at that. We'll be right back with that one. Either of those right after this. Welcome back to the BullShooter Finals here live in Chicago. This is the single A women's doubles final, and it features Crystal Wagner and Sarah Sass as they took on Madeline Lewis, and I'm going to guess it's DJ Smiles, a.k.a. Olivia.
Yes, we saw this as an opportunity to at least catch the final match of this other bracket. Since the other's in the third place position, we will certainly be following up with those ladies to watch that final.
Yeah, absolutely. Have not started over there on the other side.
We can keep you posted. If you want to follow along, you can go on the bracket in the BullShooter app. As we see Sarah Sass for the first time this weekend. Sean is playing with the computer, which always makes me a little nervous.
It should. Definitely should. Yeah, Madeline Lewis, one of those players that we've seen this weekend for the first time that is a player that we're going to remember as we look through the next few events, next time that she's playing in one, because she's darn good.
Yeah, no, I kind of gravitated to her from the first match that we saw her, just because the throw is there, the consistency is there, the demeanor appears to be there. Exciting to see that kind of come through. grabs another 20 points and tries to close down the 6 teams.
Yeah, for those of you who are seeing Liv for the first time, the wind-up is something else. Let's call it what it is. But it's because she had surgery, and it's a nerve activation kind of motion there that now is just a part of her game. She couldn't change it if she wanted to, and honestly, the second half of her throw is textbook enough to where that's why that works. Once she gets set in her position, it's still just the elbows set in the right spot and just straight forward. Regina letting us know that Maddie did great last year. This is only her second BullShooter. Well, then good. That means next year she'll be in the AA, which obviously is going to be the case anyway. And we'll just continue to, maybe once that AAA happens in 2 years, then she'll be there. Or selling car insurance. And Liv continues to shoot extremely well. 4.33 in this leg. The best we've seen Liv, actually.
Regina, how old is Madeline?
We get a look at Sarah Sass.
Oh, great first and just not able to follow it up. So all kinds of options here for Madeline. Only 20 years old.
Well, great 7 mark from the 20-year-old. That is, that's awesome. She definitely looked younger. I was not going to expect 20. But that is a good sign for the future.
Very much so. And progressing nicely.
As Liv trying to help take out leg number 1.
The good options that the BullShooter tournaments provide. And Olivia, a little extra action here. Psyched up for this final.
It also helps throwing really well. And it is a race to 2. The queen seat holder is Maddie and Liv. So if they win this match, it is all over. The third place match is off and rolling on the other side. As leg number 1 does go to Liv and Maddie. So let's head to leg number 2. Tony's saying Maddie is 19, so now there's an argument.
Nope. Pulling some tips out of the board here before we get started.
And here we go.
Crystal Wagner and Sarah Sass will get their opportunity to go first. Now, obviously, they're in a final. They came through some tough battles. Got to imagine they're going to have to step it up here a little bit. Otherwise, this one might be over.
Yeah, and that's not a good start. Not when Madeline's coming up behind you. Well, there you go. We're going to take Regina's word for it. Tony, that was a bold move. Happy birthday to Maddie, I guess, is what Tony needs to say next time.
Sarah moves away after getting the close in 20 points.
I know you don't like that.
No, especially down a leg.
That looked really good.
Here's the hot hand from the last leg. And Olivia struggling, only finding one. So, little finish line-itis here, maybe.
Yeah, that one looked a little bit unlucky. Dart 1 could have been a 19 that kind of flailed. Then Dart 3 just rode the wrong side of the wire. See if Crystal looks back up. No, she stays there and drills it.
Now, that one was pretty advantageous. Here comes Maddie. Much better than her open.
Colin, the expectation with Maddie going first is that happens. So the fact that Liv also shot so well is why the hot hand was in her favor there. But you are correct. Maddie did finish with a higher average. They're just good. We'll just say that. They all have hot hands, Gordon. Let's move on. All right, here comes Crystal. Looking to maybe close out the 18s first. She can also look at the 20s. Options.
Yeah, thus far I've played pretty aggressive. I would have guessed, yeah, at the 18 first.
And only one, so Maddie a chance to throw in some triples. Does find the 5 mark. A little bit more what we've seen out of Maddie. Sarah's been pretty consistent so far in this leg. And continues to stay that way. Here is DJ Smiles, a.k.a. Liv. And only 2 marks. She's struggling in this leg that you did not see in the first one.
Seeing the partners converse back there. Little pep talk. Little strategery. Big shot here from Crystal. She is able to close, point, and move on to those 16s.
And Maddie just trying to do some work on those 16s. Gets 4 of them. Again, just steady. Sarah has a 14-point lead, and she's being aggressive on the closes, like you said earlier. Now she can't be. Goes back up, hits a single.
Yeah, they're kind of being allowed to do that because Olivia is struggling a little bit.
I was about to say, don't look for that to continue for overall, and that's a big 7 from Liv. So here is Crystal Wagner. Stepping up. Needs a lot of points.
Good last, reeling back 76. Does not get the point lead, though. See how comfy Madeline is with this. She is not.
Oh, look at that. Big 7 from Maddie. They go back-to-back 7s on the 16s and have just clawed their way back into this leg. And an uh-oh round here from Sarah. Good save on the last start, but 3 clear darts, 17 first, and then maybe just cut out one of the others.
Yeah, down as many marks as they are on the other legs. If you're going to take a whack, that's the one. And what a find on the last to put them up 102 points. You're going to need at least 5 20s.
So while Maddie has steadily kept them in the leg, Liv's last couple of rounds have changed it to advantage, Maddie and Liv.
Yeah, it started to really stamp their aggression on this one. Look at this from Madeline.
I almost yelled tops for some reason.
For me, she threw that one a little fast.
A little excitement.
Yeah, understandably. Oh, that was not meant to be. It looks like.
I mean, it's a heck of a bull that she'll need later on. Yeah, definitely was not a shot that you would typically take there on the first one.
You know, like a good euchre partner, she's sprouting them.
Good last from Liv, and I like the turn and almost I don't know what those are called, like side lunge that she does there.
Strafing?
I don't know.
That's just a video game nerd piece. Oh, she's not going to get a 16 to get a shot at the 20, but she is going to get 3 16s to perhaps get Olivia back to the board with a clear shot at those 20s.
Sharon, I don't know what I said 5 seconds ago, so.
You said you liked her strafing.
Oh, it's just the idea like she shuffles. It's a shuffle step. That's what it is. I knew what it was called. The shuffle step to the board. It's just it's with emphasis. It's or emphasis as you wanna look at it. Thank you for the reminder on that, by the way. Shuffle step is seems like a way better term than
strafing?
Yeah. Which could mean anything in the world.
I think it means lateral movement.
In video game talk. Is it? Well, either way.
I didn't say she cast a spell.
You want to strafe along the edge of the... Okay.
Now, if you want me to spell it, you're going to have to give me country of origin. You did it a sentence.
All right. Sarah and Crystal well behind here in leg number 2. Maddie and Liv 2 bowls away from the title in the single A. And it will be Liv taking the shot. And it gets it on dart 1. Liv and Maddie are the champions of the single A. And are we heading over to leg number 2? We sure are. Looks like Taylor and Lisa won leg number 1 against Many and Casey. Great last start from Minnie. And she saw the camera shift and gives a shout out to us. Here is Taylor Thaxton. Not a surprise to see her again late in this run. I'm going to guess this run has to kind of solidify her as the MVP.
For whatever reason, it is sticking out in my head that the Top Gun actually doesn't count. There's something very strange. It was maybe Monsters of the Midway didn't count. Like
I don't think Monsters counts.
There's a strange one that you would have thought that didn't go into it.
Was it the Luck?
No,
The AAA Luck?
I think the Luck still gives points.
You know, it'd be really cool. Just all of them counted.
Yeah, no.
that would really help the overall cause.
Yeah, that would, and it was like an equal, like every time you added another person to the team, it had the number of points that you got to.
Man, that sounds like a great number system.
Yeah, you wouldn't even need a spreadsheet, I don't think. But we are working on that information.
Yep.
To see where we're at. See? I knew there was something goofy. It's the like soft tippers hate single elimination. You're like, single elimination, don't even count it.
Casey. Lisa. Nice 6 mark on the 17s. I was actually looking up at the 20s on Dart 3-4, and I think Minnie and Casey have just learned that if we just befriend everybody, they start throwing worse.
Yeah.
Distract them a little bit with friendship. And not really on purpose, it's just who they are. It just happens to, I think, take the focus away from their opponents a little bit. Now, that being said, I think Paula did it first in that match. Taylor looking to get the point lead, not going to do so. Tries to steal the 20s, which again, you'll do some dumb stuff for the 20s. I'll just give you credit for it.
Yeah, already up a leg.
See if they continue to be aggressive. Looks like she's looking down and drilling it. Back up. Oh.
If you want some additional fun, watching the people in the back, whether it's the opponent and or the partner, when the darts start flying, is always an enjoyable addition. As Lisa misses the fat 20, trying to get the close there.
Let's see what Minnie does. Starts on the points. Does look over the 18s. Maybe back to the points now. Remember, there was that force field on those 18s for a very long time. This will be interesting when Taylor takes out the 20.
Maybe?
Yeah. I don't think it was an if. I think it was a win.
A dart was going to be thrown at the 20
Yep.
at that turn.
Yep. So Casey going to look at the 16s or 15s. Most likely.
Oh, big shot.
She closes out the 18s and gives one to the big man upstairs. Oh, and a little bit of an opening. Minnie's been better at the 15s and 16s, but the corners are the corners.
Yeah, I think Minnie has to forgo her love of the 15s here. Try to get those 16s shut down. And not able to do it. So Taylor Thaxton needs a 5 mark to close and get the lead here.
That's their start.
3 of them. There's 4 of them. There's 5 of them. Lead into the 15s.
All right, Casey stepping up, looking at the 15s. A 9 mark or 8 mark will get back control. Even a 6 mark would have. Only 1 though. Lisa. 1 more will do the job here. Does that. So a 1-0 lead for Thaxton and Lee. Or Thaxton and Yee looking to take out the team of Minnie and Casey, who have had a fantastic run in this tournament so far. Minnie, though, 4 bowls will get back that point lead. Or she can close out everything and make it a race. I don't like the plan there. If you're going to shoot the first dart at one of the closes and you only have 1 dart to close it and another dart to close the other one, you got to still stay. Like, you got to account for that. You can't just be like, all right, I guess if I'm perfect, this is a great strategy. You want the strategy that you don't have to be perfect on.
Taylor, a double bull away, and there she rings the bell as she finds the double bull. Your winners here, Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee.
And again, a great run from Minnie and Casey to 3rd place. But yeah, we're going to get another finals with Taylor Thaxton in it. This time it's with Lisa Yee as they take on Chrissy Grimmel and Trisha Romero. That final coming up your way next, right here on USA Darts and BullShooter Broadcast Productions. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 39th annual BullShooter Finals here in Chicago, Illinois. Sean Green joined by Gordon Dixon. Gordon, this is the final of the women's doubles.
Ladies.
We got Chrissy Grimmel and Trisha Romero, the queen seat holders, taking on Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee.
Excited to see the culmination of this bracket. We followed this bracket quite a bit. So I think we've got the two best teams. All due respect to Meanie and Casey, just running out of room on the or running out of consistency, I would say. It was probably their downfall there. Lisa and Taylor have struggled at times too, but always seem to pull it together. See what Taylor thinks of that. We do understand that the scoreboard is messed up.
We have Lisa and Taylor taking on Lisa and Taylor. However, we have a simple answer for you. Nick's running production.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know how to fix it. I looked. Didn't help.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some special buttons that we could be pressing to make it happen. Speaking of making it happen, Chrissy Grimmel.
Boom goes the dynamite.
The Niner.
I know you love it.
The Niner. Only reels back 40. So opening here for Trisha Romero. Oh, she was looking to just get the close on the 19. Finds a trouble of her own.
Brian, that's a good bet. But now what?
Oh, she buries it.
The best news is that Nick's going to come back and he's going to panic that there's not a scoreboard up there. And he's going to realize what he did, and then he's going to thank me.
That sounds like experience.
Or he'll be annoyed that I don't know how to change it. So he'll try to teach me right away, just in case it happens again, even though this is like the last day. And I'm going to forget how to do this by the time we do this again. So it'll be pointless, but I'll appreciate it.
Good last there from Lisa, but does not get the points back. So, again, options for Romero. Probably at some point going to try to take that 19 away. Oh, not with two misses. Only finds a single. Taylor again with that dart that comes underneath twice. Absolutely stellar shot.
Chrissy now looking back at the 18s. Trying to find another niner. A little flyer on dart 3. We're not going to worry about that little guy. He's going to look back over at the 20s. Gets a big triple.
Setting the tone here in this final. Reminder, Grimmel and Romero have the queen seat, so they will need to be double dipped.
Only a single 19, single 17 from Trish, so. Yep, Taylor can just attack the 17s. Yeah, you want to talk about four absolutely fantastic female dart players. It's these four. Like, I mean, top of the game.
I am surprised that we didn't see the Canadians. make a run.
Well, Maria was trying to perform at the highest level last night with her partner yelling at her, so I think it might have gotten to her that she didn't have to try anymore, and maybe today it finally clicked. And Jay's just mad because Maria annoyingly went out 2 straight today, shooting terribly, when she could have done that and been done a lot quicker last night. Whatever annoys Jay more.
Whatever got to bed. And that's not to slag off these two ladies. We just we've seen Trish and Maria play at a pretty high level that I think could mix it up with these 4. But no surprise, they are the 4. Right now, we're finally getting to see a little Lisa and Taylor. They've really played good but not great darts, and here I feel like they're kind of turning that corner. Chrissy, probably the best woman we've seen on the board.
Yeah.
Today, no surprise.
Yeah, definitely no surprise. She's on a 5-6 right now. All right, now 5 through 3. That's a bit worse. As you see the scoreboard updated there, race to 2 here in the Chicago Finals. Only a 1 mark there on the 17 from Lisa. Heather's taking Grimmel and Trisha.
Trisha needs to find something here to support her partner.
Good last.
She does grab a treble 20, or sorry, treble 15 to take a 20-point lead. Taylor staying there. Oh, and sails it high right.
Tie ball game.
Yeah, what kind of fancy pants shot are we going to get out of Grimmel here? Are we going to get a 9 mark on the 15s? Did leave. Interesting.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
That's not what I expected. That to me was an all or nothing shot. If you want to close them out to make them hit the 15s or a 9 mark on the 15s to push the points, I did not see that one coming as it stood. And Trisha back to struggling straight away after finding the treble 15 last dart.
Yeah, now Taylor a chance to get rid of the 15s, go back up in point. It's a 25-point lead, which is exactly an extra bowl. So any extra points add to that. There goes those 15s. There's the extra point. Might as well stay. Still leg number 1 here in the final. Race to 2. Yee and Thaxton trying to double dip the queen seat holders, Grimmel and Romero. Only 2 there from Chris.
What a dart. To polish it up. 2 double bowls. Great shot, Lisa Yee. 1-0 in this final. Thaxton and Yee looking for the double dip.
Yeah, because right now Grimmel and Romero are like Lieutenant Dan. They ain't got no legs.
I ain't got no legs.
As Thaxton and Lee want some ice cream. I think we pulled that off nicely. Taylor stepping up. Looking at the 19s. Gets 2 of them.
Big shot needed here from Lisa to get him back into this leg even after just 9 darts.
Oh, that would have done it.
Absolutely would have done it, and I love that spot. Again, race to 2, Lisa and Taylor up 1 leg. Chrissy doing Chrissy things.
Just too good.
Again, in the mid-5s.
Taylor trying to get back in this. Get the point lead on the 18s. Does that. Good 7 from Taylor. Welcome back.
Getting some good back and forth here between these ladies. Must-win leg to push it to a decider here for Grimmel and Romero. Romero continues to struggle here. She's hit a couple of good shots, just nothing consistent. Lisa could try to take the 20. Only with 1 dart.
See what Chrissy does on the 20s. Of course, she trips him. Good. Oh, not yet. Now goodbye, 18s. This is the Chrissy Grimmel show, and we're just along for the ride, man. Grab some popcorn.
Yeah, right now, unfortunately, it is a 2-on-1 situation. Have no doubt that Trisha can pop out of this, though. And at that point, if she gets anywhere near 3 marks a turn, we're going to be looking for a step up from Lisa and Taylor.
I think that actually, I know Taylor's done a lot of stuff this weekend and should probably be in the driver's seat for the MVP, but one to actually look out for is Madeline in the single A. I know we didn't get to see a lot of her this week, but when we did, they were deep in runs and tournaments and sometimes winning them, like we just saw previously, right?
That's a great point. I don't know where she finished. For me, it would be singles because I don't know how the scoring actually works. But I think that's one of the reasons that we put Taylor so high is because she's got a singles win this weekend. So it'd be interesting to know where Madeline fell in any of the single events that she was eligible to play in. Because her and Olivia clearly had some good vibes going.
Yeah.
In the doubles, so have to imagine that
they got runner-up and then the win today.
Continued. Yeah, okay. Perfect.
Double dipped in that one runner-up too. By Wagner and Gilstrip. Lisa looking at the 16s. Now back to the 15s here. Finds 4 of them.
Oh, and a top 8 in the Top Gun.
There you go.
Which we may or may not know actually
well,
counts.
that's a singles title that you have for her, too. Started counting 2 years ago. Come on, Gordon. Everybody knows that.
Of course it does.
Look at
Probably because Gordon griped about it not counting 3 years ago. If we're honest. I knew there was something goofy.
That was Nick.
Was that a Krusty the Clown attempt?
I don't know. Nope, that's
that was like Woody
Woodpecker with the Krusty the Clown.
Yeah.
That was Krusty the Woodpecker.
I am not going to jumble those words up again at all.
as Trisha steps back up,
Because it was just going to go downhill from there.
to say the least. What? Woody the Clown? Is that a better combination for you? Safer for sure. But all right. Yeah, Regina saying she faced Lisa Yee in the top 8 of that Top Guns. Ooh. Chrissy went right back to the bowl. Doesn't hit it. Does look to be in the driver's seat to make this a 1-1 score line going to the last leg decider.
Double bull, trip 20, trip 16. Oh! See if she's going to stay there. I think you got to go back to bull. Yeah.
Happy little accident, though, to head to 16. And they're all super excited about that 16.
She even misses good. All right, we're gonna see if we can get to a decider here. Oh, this is just not the Trisha Romero that we were all expecting to see here in this final.
The good news for Trish is that she has a Chrissy Grimo on her team. That helps a lot.
I tell you what also helps. 2 misses into one of the 2 numbers that you need. And you see
She sidesteps.
the side shuffle,
I
since we don't like strafe,
think
Past,
sidestep is what I was going for anyway.
past Chrissy. Oh, my.
Wow.
Oh, my.
And it's Taylor. She goes, can I shoot it from below? She wants to shoot it from down low because it's blocked. And she didn't hit it with that dart either.
Okay, so 5 bulls needed.
Don't put it past her. She has done crazier things this weekend, to be honest with you.
Still on. Oh, that one rode outside.
And that one goes in.
3 of them. So pressure now on Trisha, who has not played very well at all in this leg. She's going to have to hit a hat trick. Oh, my gosh. Buries the double bull.
It just does it.
What am I talking about?
I love it. Oh, my gosh.
Just smashes it in there. Great shot. Had to know she was going to get there at some point. But 1 apiece. So must-win leg for Thaxton and Yee. Otherwise, this tourney is over. And the on-paper starting favorites will take it home.
It's going to go to Lisa. And Taylor is very excited about that. So here we go. Thaxton and Yee will get the start. So Taylor to start it off and get to start on those 20s.
Want a big opening here. Not that you ever want a little opening, but something will set the tone for this match. 2 marks ain't gonna do it.
Tyler's asking, where's Maloney been? Well, he does have a win this weekend. He has the high score in the boxing game out there in the lobby.
Brutal.
He did. He has a high score in the boxing game. It's 943. That's his. And he told me a diatribe about how he used to have a boxing tournament or something like that with those things at a place he used to play at, and then they shut it down after a month because he was so good at it. So apparently he's good at everything. And he was really good at the boxing game. But I'm also positive that's why he probably didn't play well today. After last night, he goes, all right, this is the last one, man. I'm starting to feel this. Only 5 from Taylor. Let's see what Chrissy does. Only 4.
Daxton and Yee have a lot of marks there on those open numbers. I like that. Yee gonna step to her right. Oh, and just underneath the treble. Put a really good dart on it, just not able to convert. And I said, if Trisha got to 3 marks, we would need to see something special from Daxton and Yee.
See if Taylor can show that special right here. Sure can. Big 7 mark from Taylor. Problem is, here comes Chrissy to probably do the same thing.
Not quite, but again, big triple a turn, no problem from Chrissy Grimmel. Nice switch. I don't mind the 17 because she hits a treble there, and that just opens up so many more options. But as it stands, only a 1-point lead.
$19 points down. Does need the treble and hits it. I'm not going to try. It was 35, but it took me way too long.
Chrissy, again, big triple.
Yep.
Big triple. Down in points, but they have 2 playgrounds. They have 1 playground. They don't have any playgrounds and are down in points. As Lisa cleans up the bottom of the board.
And Trish unable to follow suit. And now Taylor in the driver's seat. I'm okay with a double here. I'm also okay with going back to points.
Well, I was just going to say, like, we've seen Taylor go under darts like that.
Yeah.
She's been the queen of it.
And Chrissy usually going to take advantage of these opportunities. Does get the big triple. It's only a 14-point advantage. Lisa had a big 7 in the last round. Six and one, half dozen in the other. She's going to stay on the 18s. Just kisses off, and I think that's why it was the debate issue that she was having.
Yeah, because she is not one that we've seen kind of get around those. Double 16 scored.
And gets rid of the 18s. Big dart from Trish.
What a time to hit that shot. Trish again struggling in this leg, but, man, coming up big here at the end. This is a potential to finish the match.
Yep.
For Grimmel and Romero.
See how Chrissy attacks. Not happy with the first start.
Yeah, don't like that at all. She's up in points, but you've got the bigger number. Why not take advantage? Try to push it out.
And Lisa almost gets the advantage heading to the bowls. Trish looking to come up big one more time. Does find a big triple.
What a last again. Gutsy performance here down the stretch for Trisha. It's really hard to pull yourself out of that hole when you fall into it.
I want to get rid of the 16. And she does. Little trip for single. They probably should have gone a little bit more fat on that last one, but that's all right.
Leaves a little work for Chrissy to do here to take this one home.
Well,
there's part of it. There's a little part of it. Oh, she's not able to convert. So 4 bowls. Or it looks like this one may be over. Going to have to do it with 2 doubles.
Nope.
And Lisa Yee doesn't find a single bull there. So Trisha Romero, who just grinded out a couple big shots down the stretch there, takes it home for Grimmel and Romero. Commiserations to Lee and Taylor.
And we're heading on over to the single A. Suzanne Young and Melissa Dahlmeyer taking on Jen and Heather. Oh, open. Excuse me. The open. Here is Melissa Dahlmeyer. And Dahl Young, which is Sue and Dahlmeyer, up 1-0. As Heather gets a big trip 16 and then a little drop out on dart 2. And here is Sue. Sue's the player that we've talked about all this whole time. The one that Liz Tynan commented on the EDC Beat the Pro that beat her and sent her to the loser side and beat her in the finals. Another player in the Open that's probably won maybe all of it or most of it. Played with Edie yesterday in the Pro as well and got 3rd.
Oh, so there's Definitely some points accumulated.
Here's Melissa. I like the throw. I really like the strategy, too. Gets it closed and gets another 18. You can see the score line there. One's not like the others. Great 4 bowls there from Heather.
Yeah, reeling back 25 more points. Not a whole lot more she could have done there.
So do you know the Young story on how they got into darts?
I do not. Wait a minute. It was the loss of a...
Loss of one of the brothers or
Yep.
Sons, depending on who it was, and that brother or son loved the game of darts. So the entire family, in his honor, started playing darts, and they're so good. The Youngs are, I mean, dad, brother Chase. It's a full family affair, and they are a mainstay at Indiana State every year as a team that goes in those Masters events that you're like, oh, the Youngs? And you never think about them until they're in the finals, and you're like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Big 6 mark from Melissa Dahlmeyer.
Wow. Not messing around with it here. Continuing to put the pressure on hitting those bulls, but I tell you what, Heather's stepping up. Suzanne now 3 bulls away.
The winner of this one gets to play Bobby Squad in the final, which is Jordan Marshall and Heidi Schrader.
I don't think that's what that says.
I think they mistyped. There's blue-footed versions of them.
There certainly are.
Jen trying to get that point lead back. Not going to do so. So here is Melissa. She 6-marked the 18s last time up. See if she goes straight at it. She certainly does. A little happy little accident on dart 2. She'll take it. This is the finals. Nope, 3rd place match. Sorry, excuse me. Again, the blue-footed squad is waiting in the queen seat match for the finals. Sorry, I've been sitting here for quite a while now in a row. This is for the title.
Oh.
Of the 3rd place spot.
It's the 5th day, folks. Jen looking to reel back more points on that bullseye. Double will push it. She doesn't find it. So Melissa going to step up here. Needed 1 bullseye to send them to the final. There it is. Your winners here, Dal Young. Commiserations to the BJs.
I was going to say the Beej. As we're going to step aside, the finals of that will be coming up next. So don't go anywhere. Sean Green, Gordon Dixon, back with more action in a minute.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage here of the 39th Annual BullShooter Chicago World Challenge of Champion Finals. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon and Sean Green, and we have a great final in front of us here. This is going to be the women's open bracket, the last bracket of our morning session getting concluded here. We have Heidi and Jordan taking on Suzanne and Melissa, and let me tell you, this is going to be a good matchup, all things considered. There's a lot to like about a lot of these ladies, and if you're playing in the open at this point, congrats, you are on the pro list. Now taking a look here, Bobby Squad gonna have to go ahead and get some work done if they want to retain their seat. But if there is a team that is gonna give them a little bit of a scare, I mean, Suzanne Young's been phenomenal. Melissa was doing a great job in that supporting role in that third place match, which was really cool to see. So I'm curious to see how that'll continue on, as the only loss that Dali Young has had was to this team in a 2-1 loss in the top 4 of the winner's side of this bracket to get to the seat. Coming up after this, folks, we will be moving on to our AA pro coverage here for cricket, and on the men's side of things, I should say, and our single A coverage as well, towards the tail end of that one. And then we'll try to round out with the open bracket, depending on where it is, just because eventually we do have to start shutting down our own equipment. But look at that. We got a white horse here for Susan Young. Nails that shot and looking very strong for leg number 1, as that is now a 3-number and 19-point lead. Some good stuff there indeed. Also, despite having a 5 mark under her belt, is just going to kind of sit back, relax. She doesn't need to do too much. She closes the 15s and falls out to a 16 as well to push the points along with a 20-point advantage. And, yeah, looks like leg number 1 going Dali Young's direction pretty quick at that. See the head shake there? Nothing to be too upset over. It is just a hold of throw. It is a best of 3 format, so it is blink and you miss it, but you can't pay that too much mind. You can see double bull found. Needed one more, and it doesn't quite go. Aaron, I don't know who you're talking about. That would never happen here. Only one bull hit. Only one bull needed, though, for Dali Young to get that 1-0 lead in this matchup. There we go. Hits a double for the fans. And halfway to getting that first dip in their direction, seat holder's going to have to hold their throw here to send to a last leg decider if they don't want to go the distance. To get things started off, Heidi going to go ahead and try to set the right precedent. It's a good trip 20 to get things going. Gets to close, but doesn't get any points on the board. Suzanne has been the hot hand on the dartboard. Only a 2 mark, though, leaves an opening here. I want Jordan to chase the X. I would love to see a 3 on the 19. If you miss at any point, you go back up, add some points to your total. Now you bail. You do not stay. This is where I see a lot of players, especially in the open divisions. They'll stay, try to force it. She wisely switches back up and only collects 120, but it was a good shot selection nonetheless. Here's the thing. If you can neutralize the X and you're able to go ahead and grab some extra points on the board, that is a phenomenal feeling. But at the same time, you have to not overcommit to that part of the plot. That is something we've seen legs won and lost on time and time again. Now, Heidi tried to start the 19s. It's different when it's an X versus a closed number and that close of a difference. I'm very much in the school of Gordon Dixon, in the mindset of you should probably stay up and defend your 20 because it's the best number on the board. It's everyone's favorite number, and if it's not, it should be. Suzanne gets the point lead back and is able to take the swing at the 20. and then goes back down, up and down the board. Normally not a fan of those switches, but if you know you got some 19s in your back pocket, you're going to be feeling just fine. Now Jordan's going to go ahead and continue to push along here. Trying to get the point lead back, needs to find a trip 20. Does find a double 20, doesn't get the point lead back, but does make it interesting, getting it to a 13-point difference. Melissa, on the other hand, should try to maintain control. She's not going to swing that 20 here. Instead, saying I'm going to be a little bit more conservative on the 19s.
Sorry about that, buddy. Sorry. It's okay. Let's just move on.
Like a walking wrecking ball.
Welcome back, myself. I'm Sean Green. Didn't know you were doing this by yourself, so here I am.
You're okay. I just love. I was doing it by myself, and I was like, "Oh, cool, Sean's back." I get some friends. As Gordon had to go take a quick break over there, and then you somehow still managed to cut off my sentence. As soon as you joined.
Yes. Sorry.
You're okay. Welcome back, Sean Green.
All right, so 1-0 scoreline in favor of Dahlmeyer and Young here in leg number 2. The squad is the queen seat. So here is Dahlmeyer. There's the point lead. Single 20 on the last. I like the shot there on the 20s. Get rid of that higher ground if you can. And here is Heidi Schrader. I'm actually going to say this. I think the advantage a little bit is with Sue and Dahlmeyer. This is only their first. This is only Heidi and her partner's first match in the bullpen, whereas this is Sue and Dahlmeyer's second. There's going to be a little bit more of a comfortability there, potentially. Looks like Nick did a white horse call earlier.
You missed the white horse in the first leg. I gave it my all.
I got it. Yep.
You got the gist now.
Yep. I can see it in there.
We were having fun with it. It was a very good horse noise, too. One of my better ones.
Minnie in the chat. Hey, congratulations on 3rd place, dear. In the AA.
So far, good control from Dally Young. Again, their only loss was to this team of the Bobby squad.
Okay. We can just go with the squad.
Okay.
So it's not like we are don't know how to pronounce that word really.
I think they get the gist.
Liz says Heidi plays mostly steel tip 2.
One more 18 to get the close.
Ooh.
No, doesn't happen. And there's a little bit of an opening now for Jordan to try to marshal this one in.
Yeah, see what she can do. She gets settled in here.
First one well low. Needs to make a big adjustment. Does do so, but a little too much. Now you're going to dial in the middle. This is a guaranteed triple. Oh, not quite.
All right. Well, we had a little bit of a moving situation going on behind us, so we wanted to make sure that wasn't in your guys' ears for that second. Jordan stepping back up. See what she can do. Looking at the 16s. And again, Sue is going to be that constant, right? 3-5 here is actually a bit of a lower leg for Sue. But she's doing enough to keep the team out in front.
Jordan gave a lot of a celebration on the end of that shot, but is it enough to dissuade? That makes it a little bit trickier. That
Got to go back.
Yeah, you have to go back. It's just one of those things where I'm frustrated if I was her. I would put myself in her shoes for a minute. I was like, man, I really want that 16 gone. But yeah, she did the wise move. At least a single to add to the point lead.
Liz with some high praise for Heidi Schrader. Been playing on her steel tip team for years, which tells you a lot about Heidi as a steel tipper. And then also, I taught her all she knows. So,
why hasn't Liz taught me all she knows? I need to learn some stuff.
That's what I'm talking about.
You definitely need to learn some
Yes.
stuff.
All the stuffs.
Jordan now moving over to the 15s. An immaculate 7 would have gotten a lead going into the Bulls. Instead, it's looking like a rather inimmaculate round, unfortunately catching the high side into the 10s.
All right, let's not throw around the immaculate word. It's just for an immaculate 6, which is the 150, or which is the 180, 170 checkout, and at the end of the leg.
It can be multiple things, English teacher.
Well, it can, but it's supposed to represent something like an immaculate inning in baseball.
I don't think I like how you put boxes on society. How about you let us live our truth?
Fair.
No, fair point, though. As that is the close there for Heidi. 4-point difference of separation. Susan Young should be able to just go ahead and pop a single 15. She adds to the bull. Yeah, she tried to. Needed to have 2 19s, but that's why she switched on the second dart. A good play there, even if it doesn't collect.
Bit of a flyer on that first one. Trying to settle in there. Yeah, just a little bit. Jordan's struggling just a little bit, and you can tell that this is not what she's been doing all day long. There's no way this can be what she's doing all day long to be in this position in the final. And Melissa just going to add 90 or make it a 99-point lead. Just adding some safety so Sue can step up and hit 3 bowls and we can move on.
Yeah, certainly right. And the hardest matches of the day are the first round and the last round, right?
Yep.
Your very first one and the very final match. Every other match, you can catch a hot streak. You can feel fine. You can feel no weight in the world. But that first one, just to start off the momentum when you're not sure what's in your dart game, is really hard to get going. And the finals can be a hard place to perform, but not for Dally Young as they get the first set 2 straight.
They're going for the dip.
Do you want to give a shout out to the better Braswell, as I've been saying for so long and now validated? Stacey Braswell joining the pro list with their 4th place finish, and as alongside with Kristen as well. So big shout out to them. Always proving that they're better than Joey John Rowe and Austin Braswell. Again, low bar in comparison, but great accomplishment for both of them.
Agreed.
Looks like we might be taking a quick intermission here, so we'll be back in just a moment's time once they get ready for the second set. Don't go far, folks. Thank you, Sheriff Sean Green. We'll be right back as soon as they get going. Well, welcome back in the mid-session break there, it seems, in the middle of that matchup. Set 1 completed. Got to rehydrate, of course. These are athletes we're talking about here, Sean Green. I'm Nick Teixeira, and this is the second part of that Women's B Finals of Bobby Squad and Dally Young.
Yeah, the squad, a good 4-mark opening there. Dal Young were the team coming from the third place side, and then 2-0 the squad. So we're even ball game. It's a race to 2 for the title. All cricket.
America's favorite dart game. Looking forward to seeing how this one will continue to play out. Looking over, by the way, we will be switching to our AA Pro coverage, where we will be double dipping on that side of the affair, finishing out that bracket, and then going back for the A and the B. That being said, currently moving along pretty well. Lightning and Leo taking on Smash or Pass. On the top side, on the bottom side there, Deadly Unks waiting on the winner of Whitey and Miller Time and David Iavi.
Yep, which both of those make perfect sense.
Yep, that all tracks.
Yes, it does. Melissa, only a 1 mark that round. So opening here for Heidi. Goes back, hits the 20. Here comes Sue, the Knox County, Indiana resident.
Now, if I'm Doll Young, I'm going to be completely honest. That's a great.
Boom goes the dynamite there for Sue.
But
yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think I would have wanted a break around that mid-set section. But then again, as soon as I was making that point, they hit a 3 in the bed. So what do I even know, Sean?
Well, I think if we're really talking about it, it was Dal Young that initiated the break. They were the ones who left the area and then came back, right? So, guessing just little mutual, just 2 minutes, but you're right. The momentum should have been with Dal Young. But the one thing that I've, again, learned watching Sue play through Indiana State in the matches that I've seen her play in is that she's going to sue. Like, it's, I'm not, that's a consistent
she signed
player.
papers saying she can't sue us.
Well, she's the type of player that is just going to be very consistent. I will say this: I'm happy to see Heidi and Jordan playing much better in this round so far.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more of a competitive performance. The performance you would have expected by the team that bested the squad earlier on and also won the seat. Sometimes, again, that little bit of a sit can make the big difference. That little bit of pressure of the finals can make the big difference. And honestly, that's why I do love double elimination formats, because if you're the team in the seat that's getting the first dip out of the way, well, all of a sudden, you can kind of snap out of it and go into that second set because it resets your mentality a little bit there.
Jordan drops the second dart a little bit, but finds 2. And here is Melissa.
Kind of shakes off the arm. Did not like how that first dart felt at all. Staying down in the wrong neighborhood. Does try to turn on the right street, but few houses short.
All right, let's see what Sue can do here. That first one was high into the 1 and starting to have a little issues as Jordan's doing the voodoo behind her. I don't hate it. All right, Jordan looking at the 18s, just trying to get rid of them. Steps over a little bit. Now she's looking back. Oh, I didn't know what she did on dart 3. She kind of switched her eyes a couple times. Not something you want to do.
No, not in the slightest. Not in a moment like this either. Dahl Young can go ahead and regain control in this moment, but we just saw Melissa struggle with these 18s. She needs to figure out how to become friends with them, but is having a case of the Paulas right now.
Heidi stepping up. And huge 5 mark from Heidi. And again, the fact that they're battling it in this, I think, is what they're mostly excited about, because they were not throwing their darts in the first set here. And there's Sue. Gets a 5 mark.
Now Jordan's going to have to go up and put a little bit of pressure. I think in this spot, this leg win is very important to me, and I'm probably going to be a little bit more conservative than I otherwise would be. Instead, played aggressive, didn't find the 17s, and didn't hit the switch back. You're not giving Melissa a chance, which, yes, she is struggling at a 1.25, but yes, she can also snap out of it at any moment. Not this moment, it seems. Still a 14-point difference.
All right, Heidi. Went at the 17 on the first 2 darts. I like it on the first dart, but when you miss it, you got to go back to the pointing number real quick, especially with Sue coming up. And that'll work. Doesn't hit the trip 16, but the trip 17 gets them back the 21-point lead.
I do love that even though it's starting to get to shutdown time, things are starting to get turned down, and that will be more of the case as this continues on. You can also still see a good little crowd behind these players supporting them, and I love every bit of that. I love when the international players get the support from their home crowd. I love when the ladies get their support. I love when the different levels are supporting each other. I just love it when we support our dart players that are playing in these big matches, and this is a big match.
It really is. We've talked about it all weekend long. Open division, A division, AA division. There are players that belong in each one of the divisions and each one of those divisions, right? Like, if you're playing in the open division, you're still going up against people that are going to be making the pro list, right? In order for that to happen, they got to be pretty darn good too.
Certainly right. Sorry, Heidi's shot selection there I was not a fan of. She started with the 16, went to the 17 on the second for a single, and then went back. I don't like going back and forth typically, but then I especially don't like going back and forth in that moment like that, where really I wouldn't even want to shoot the 17 unless I hit a trip on the 6.
Well, and what it's doing, right, is it's getting Sue closer and closer to Sue being able to kind of snag and get out of it. And Melissa, we've seen her shoot well. Mel has hit a lot of triples. She's hit a lot of 6 marks. If she gets hot for one round here, this thing turns on its head immediately before Sue gets to shoot.
Now you expect the 16s to go, especially now. Single 16 does get dropped. You can see the eye roll. She was a little too excited by that trip. I think I would have wanted to see a little bit more of a reservation here. We're taking that swing.
Oh. Heidi gets the point lead back, and now we're in a bit of a pickle as Sue. Yep, there's that, and there goes the 16s. Yep.
That time does get it done.
Wins that battle.
This would be a 3 straight legs in this final for this team. Chad Scott saying, Nick, I hope I draw you at your going away blind draw so that I can put all the pressure on you to carry us. I promise you there will be enough liquid encouragement that no pressure would be felt. I can't guarantee you the darts will be good, though.
Jordan gets a big last dart there. As Melissa, another opportunity here to put some support. Yeah, I was never going to move, especially with the X on them. And honestly, with Heidi stepping up. It was also thrown very well. Yeah, this is the second set.
Susan should be able to go ahead and get this one locked up if she gets 3 big 15s. Averaging a 4 on the board, leading the pack. There's the 15s. And goes back to the 17s. Love the shot selection. Love the execution as well. Puts an 8-3 on the Bulls. For those following along at home, that's a lot of Bulls.
Yeah, driver's seat definitely for Dahl Young. And Melissa stepping up. Would like to finish this off here, but that's okay. Got Sue stepping up here in just a second to do that. No winning darts for Heidi. The score is about to be 1-0 Sue and Melissa.
Yeah, I needed at least one more bowl in that last start after the favorable fallout to potentially leave an outside opportunity. No outside opportunity on the reapproach for the squad. But you hit 3, makes it interesting. You hit 4, makes it really interesting. 5, super interesting. Sean 6, and we kind of expected.
Not going to happen with the 6 or the 5.
Need to find at least one. Does do so. Putting pressure on the potential 6.
Yeah, Melissa needs 2 bowls. There they are. Leg number 1 goes to Dahl Young. As we head to leg number 2.
I gotta say, because there's a couple different like winning noises, but that one in particular gives me like the Galaxy pinball from like Windows XP like vibe completely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean that in a good way, for the record.
What is a Galaxy G3 dartboard?
Yeah, I don't think it's more coincidental. Or Space Cadet, sorry, it's called Space Cadet Pinball.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. The one that came with every computer and was like really good and included a game for no reason.
It was one of the best, for sure.
You can still, like, someone recreated it on like a website that you can just play for free. Sometimes I do that when I'm telling people I'm working at TouchTunes. Don't quote me, guys.
I would hope that it'd be for free because it was always for free.
That's fair. You're right.
Jordan. Misses them all. So here comes Melissa.
First one slips out of the hand and drops real low. Good correction on the second. 38 points, so separates it by 22. Heidi should be able to start these 19s. I would bail now. And finds a single 20. Miss Young has an opportunity to turn this around. It's 3 19s for the point lead. what she is fishing for, and does catch it in on the last, although it can't be catch if you're aiming at it.
Yeah, great darts there from Sue. Jordan going to step up, look at the 20s, try to get back that point lead. Fall out into the 18 only for Jordan. We'll see if Melissa can capitalize on this and maybe get rid of the high ground. Does do that. 18s. Going back down the 19s. Does that. 53-point lead. Heidi's stepping up. Looking at the 18s first. Only a 2 mark on those. So here comes Sue.
Continuing to stay dominant on the dartboard. Dahl Young looking real likely right now for a 4 straight win in this final. And honestly, not on my bingo card because I always just assume it's a last league decider in the double dip every time.
Yep, I've been there for all of them. It's been a lot of them the past couple few days.
It's been a lot of fun seeing them too, though, because those are where the drama happens. That's where the moments are made and stories are told. I remember a lot more about last league deciding finals than I do about anyone where we was one-way traffic one way or another. Personally.
Gets 4 17s there. So now Heidi looking over at the 16s, see what she can get done.
Gets the close, but throws up the hands. Partner saying, it's all right. We'll take a close any day.
Except for days you're playing Suzanne Young. Because she's pretty good at just almost doing the same thing. Man, some reprieve now. Jordan an opportunity to add some points.
That's a word I can't spell. Reprieve. Get all lost in the R's and the E's.
It looks like reprieve.
Like archive, but reprieve?
Yep.
Okay.
Something
I
like
got
that.
it now.
That's how I know how to spell it.
Oh, yeah, that's
Think of
fair.
it that way.
It's like it's not Wednesday, it's Wednesday.
Yep. It sure
Every
is.
time.
It's not father, it's fat her.
Okay, that one I never really struggled with as much.
I did when I was like small kid learning how to spell it, and I just remembered that from that point forward.
Not abundance, it's abundance.
It's not analysis, it's
It's the horse's name is Friday. A good shot there, finds 6 on the 15s, but it might be too little too late for this match and this final. As it's 1:15 and then on to the Bulls before we go into our double A cricket doubles coverage. Double bull. Double doesn't, but does still get a single.
one dart away for Dahl Young to be your champions.
You got to feel for the squad a little bit in the sense that you made a good run, you got this far, and then just didn't get there in the finals because they beat Dahl Young.
Yeah, that being said, the Dahl Young duo has performed extremely well and are done enough to get the job done here in this, but you're right. And hats off to really anyone who makes the finals of any of these events. They've worked extremely hard and gotten very far along with this. But yeah, it's tough. It seems to always favor the team coming back from the third place side to have the momentum going into the potential dip or double dip.
Oh.
But it's not quite over with yet.
You still got to hit the last bull. You expect her to hit this last bull, but she also did just enough to make it interesting if she doesn't hit the last bull. Does hit it there. Dahl Young, go ahead and get to that one done. And coming up next on our dartboard is going to be some pretty good teams here, all things considered. Leonard Gates and Chris Lim on one side there. On the other side, that is going to be Mr. Mike Maloney and Alex Spellman in a top 4 matchup on the AA Pro Cricket. Don't go far, folks. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon, Sean Green, and the ghost of Will Stewart. We'll be back in just a moment's time with more action. Welcome back, everybody, to the 39th Annual BullShooter World Challenge of Champions Finals. Here, this is the Pro AA Cricket, and this is Lightning Leo taking on Smash or Pass in this top 4 matchup to see who gets onto the seat. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon. How you doing?
Oh, I am excited to be here watching some top-level cricket between these 4 men. Some surprises, some consistency, some not so consistent out of these 4 guys. Chris Lim, our 13-inch board winner, trouser in $3,000. He's got to be happy about that. Some not as consistent as we thought we were going to get out of Mike Maloney, last year's MVP. So good to see him and Spellman putting it together here. And then, of course, Leonard, a perennial performer at the BullShooter finale.
Country of origin on perennial?
Yeah.
Fair enough. I do actually, I've been waiting for a moment where you and I were on the mic to bring this up. I need to apologize to you.
Most likely.
Okay, I'm glad we agree already. You remember when we had the stream team flyer from a couple stops back where they all said Gordon instead of Gordon?
Oh, yeah.
So I looked at my phone contacts the other day, and I realized I've always had your name in my phone as Gordon. And I think that's where that came from. It was like a premonition I did from my terrible spelling abilities earlier on.
Like, oh, yeah, I know how to spell this.
It's right here.
It's in my phone. Yeah, that's funny.
So I just thought, now it's permanently, that's Gordon Dixon. Makes sense.
Well, rat-a-tat-tat, and you'll miss it from these guys. Some good scoring here. Look at the averages. Some parity between the top two players and the next two on each team. But Chris Lim going to do his job, closing around the board with another 60 points.
And you already mentioned it, but that 13-inch super shoot with Chris Lim and Ryan Farrell, as someone that was out there in person trying to film the national event, or international challenge finals, and then turning around seeing that going on behind me as well, and then filming some of that, that was an absolutely intense matchup that almost went the full distance in the second set as well, other than a questionable shot selection at the very end. And here I expect to see Chris Lim perform well again as Leonard Cates gives us a little look into the camera and takes leg number one.
So Alex to get us started. Not a must-win leg, but definitely going to want to make sure that Leonard and Chris know that they are firing on all cylinders today. And one way to do that is to hold your throw.
Typically advised, but not always executed. Currently in this bracket, by the way, starting to get to the 5th, 6th on the bottom side. Top side here, closer to about that 7th, 8th range. Currently, Daniels and Watt taking on Whitey and Scotty Miller to go on to play Porterfield of Dreams. I do like, I don't like team names. I'm going to back you up on this one.
Put it on a shirt.
But I do like it on a shirt. I do like it on a shirt. That's, by the way, Mike Porterfield, Benny Dersh, which I think is an interesting pairing, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Not one I would have put. I was like, they're playing together, but happy to see it.
Yeah, you could have gave me a couple guesses at that one, and I wouldn't have got it. It's also strange, like anytime there's like multiple pairings, like across a couple of doubles events over the weekend, where you would just expect, like if you're playing with so and so in one event, that you'd be playing with them in another as well.
There's always some pros and cons, right? If you have different partners at every event, you can potentially have the person with the hot hand a little bit more likely. But if you play with the same person the whole time, you probably have a lot better chemistry going on across the weekend. So I've always been a same partner across most events if possible guy myself.
Yeah, I've been a same partner across like decades guy.
I did just hit my first decade of being a darts player. I started counting it when I was 16. I played at maybe like less than 5 adult youth events from 9 to 16 years old, but 16 is when I became a darts player, in my opinion, because I got to my first soft tip league. And so I'm hoping to make my decades plural soon enough here. Just like you, Gordon.
Set your goals low and exceed.
That's right.
That's what my dad told me.
And that's why I was a C+ student.
So lots of work here for Leonard, and he's doing it. He's doing the work. 2 points now. Separates him, but down those 20s and 18s. So should be a pretty easy conversion here for Mike.
And Heather's saying, you missed 2 9 marks, now 3 since she commented that. We didn't miss them. It's just the boom guy's not here, so we're fine.
Yeah. We expect multiple in this match.
You also get a certain sense of like the sensitized feeling, right? When you're on the Monday after starting on Thursday type of scenario.
I try not to, but you're right. You're right. It's tough to be excited about every match that's up here, but I tell you what, these players have a good way of creating that excitement as the events go on.
Guan. And he moving around the board to try to make that happen. And just kind of insane because he drops down to a 5.33 there. He has his partner playing at a 6, and they're losing pretty heavily in this leg towards the tail end. Shows just the level of firepower these guys have at the moment, as it's now 1-1. Smasher Pass takes that leg. Here we go. Leonard Lenny LG Gates. Try to use all the different names to see which one works. You can already tell in the background, boards are starting to get shut down. The room is getting to that point. It's one of the most bittersweet moments, I think, of any dart tournament, is watching it slowly go away in the background there.
I can tell you from running an event that it is not bittersweet. It is sweet, because at that point you are done with done with the weekend. Another big shot from Chris Lim, continuing to produce here. Mike finds 4, not enough. Really going to need to turn this thing around.
And talking about that Smasher Pass team a little bit more in detail, we mentioned Mike Maloney not getting the results after having the MVP last year. Alex Bellman vocalizing that he is not happy with his performance so far this week. Do you think that might help? Maybe they snap each other out of it a little bit? I mean, they're currently in the top 4 right now on the winner side of this bracket's last event. Or do you think they're going down with the ship together?
Well, no, I think hands down they're two of the best players. And eventually that's going to come back around. Now, whether or not they can time that appropriately to snap out of it together, I don't know if they're quite that good. But I think both of them know the more they're at the board, the more they're in a competition, the more likely they are to find that groove and be able to put up some numbers.
Of course, Mike Maloney did put up some good numbers if you're one of the USA Darts fans not too long ago on that CSE Challenger Series in the second set of his final. The first set, he did not. Ram Guevara made that very clear. But the second set, Mike Maloney played very well and ended up getting that win. He has the ability to do that form, but it's just when he's in it, he stays in it for the whole time. But when he's out of it, it's really hard to see him get to that 6+ range that we're kind of almost used to seeing him in now consistently.
Well, the format of that allows them to really get into a groove, and even if the first couple legs, 5 legs, are a 5-5, 4-5, they're going to pop off and have enough time to really crank up those averages. And another 9 mark from Chris Lightning Lim, really dominating, helping to dominate this third leg.
Well, now 3 balls needed for a 2-1 lead. One more, and it goes in for Leonard Gates. 3.75, bringing out his quadruple B game. But gets there nonetheless, because the 8.33 will help just fine. If your partner's doing that, I'm okay shooting whatever. I don't care what my number says.
Yeah, really, really good performance from Chris thus far. And no surprising, or not surprising at all, given the results that we've seen this weekend already. Alex only finding 4 marks, though.
We'll see how this one continues to develop as Leonard Gates probably saved his marks for this leg. Starts off with a 9. I will always wish as a player that's how it worked, where it's like, oh, I played, not to the standard of which I would expect in the previous leg, and I have all these triples in my pocket, as you would say. If you could bang him and cash him, we'd see some pretty interesting stuff in these matches.
Well, and it does really start to feel like that sometimes with some of these players. He's not going to do it again, is he?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he is. Does this guy miss?
No, I think he's locked in, dialed in, and ready to go as he tries to give a high five to LG, and LG's just dancing in the background. They are hitting a lot of triples right now. And even really not a bad performance from Smasher Pass by any means. It's just, this is some heavy darts you're going against.
Look at that. Leonard and Chris both averaging 9 after 6 darts apiece.
Oh, blew it.
I tried to wind him up.
That's fair. Your wind up earlier on the 9-darter was pretty good, though. So we'll give you credit where credit's due. Needs to find a trip on the last to get the point lead back, and does do so. So adds a dart to Chrislam's throw, which, if anything, is only annoying because of the fact if he goes for the 18 now, it will lower his average. He's on one right now. And I said it out loud. That was my fault. My bad, Chris.
Yeah, I'm going to put that one on you.
That, for most certainly the truest of commentators' curses.
And you know the crazy part? It's so hard to overcome the start in cricket that after all of those murderous turns, Alex and Maloney still have a pretty good claim on this leg.
Well, I mean, a 7 and a 6.67 does a lot of heavy lifting. There is an 8 and a 6.5. I mean, this is an incredible team. This is the true definition of a pro matchup, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I mean these 4 guys are coming to play. He hits another 9.
And look right here. There's the 7th, 8th match of Porterfield of a Dream and Daniels and Watt. They're just watching. They stopped warming up for a little bit there because they wanted to see what was going on the other board. Kind of taken aback in that moment.
Oh, a hacky 5 from Maloney.
Chris doesn't find a first start trip.
He is going up.
Yeah, and he needed it to be on the first start. If he could change the order, if he could will it into that way, he could have been able to get the close in the point lead with just a 5. Instead, that 4 mark did him no favors.
Alex forced to try to take a shot at this 17. Doesn't find it. And I say forced just because you can't just keep trading shots with these guys.
Leonard does go ahead and find the 5 that he was fishing for earlier. Now, Mike Maloney, his shot here should be 4/16s, and he can get a shot at the 7 if he chooses. But now he's going to be forced to stay. Does find 5. You can see by the reaction, he knows that 21-point difference is a brutal one in this given moment.
Chris back on it. $96 points. So still with the 9 mark to take the lead. Not going to happen. And only 3 from Alex Spellman. And finally, after the barrage of trebles from Leonard and Chris. Oh, he stays there and he takes it. They're able to wrestle it away. So 9 mark now from Maloney will just give them a 6-point lead. And it's not even going to be that good.
Yeah, Lightning Limb can go ahead and get this one squared up and away. Effectively and literally. Not just going to be effectively. Now it might not even be that wide open moment potentially, and that's a big find on that last after a big error on shooting the wrong number.
Yeah, misread the board. Clearly happens to the best of them.
They're having a conversation about it back there. You know, Mike Maloney's got something to say about that moment. They're having a little bit of a laugh.
We're going to see a double 17 or triple 17. No. Stays on the bull.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in this situation, just knowing that LG's following, knowing that a 7-0 LG is following you at that, the only route of success is a favor plus getting the point lead. All right. He wants to make sure there's no questions about this, like it seems, but instead left a game shot.
Yeah, he left.
I don't like that at all.
Well, I don't like it, and I mean, Leonard's a former like bullseye in a row world champion holder. I can't remember what it was. Maybe 50-some.
I think it was 49.
Is that what it was?
That's what I was told, but I was just told the record of consecutive bullseyes. I wasn't told who.
I think Boris ended up eventually beating him. But anyways, I would have expected to at least start on the bullseyes before he left. And each time they don't get to 75, Mike and Alex are just chipping away at what the winning shot could look like.
Still on. Now it's not. I like the stay. That looked like a good guide and found the double with it.
Yeah, at that point, didn't make sense to waste one to try to close that 17.
At some point, you got to take the pistol play. Stays down. That does help your cause quite a lot.
Yeah, needs 5 to take the point lead again. Don't think they want to mess around and give Chris Lim the shot because I think he's going to take it.
Yeah, you got to just approach this head on. Now, if the first one doesn't hit, pull a parachute. Fine. But you got to rip it at some point in time. This is the time where I would rip it. Can stack right on that dart. Yeah, it does so. Beautiful shot there from Lightning Limb and Leo, who go ahead and get that one done. And yeah, I agree with the comment earlier. Lightning Limb was by far the highest speed one in that matchup, but really great standard all around. You love to see it. The 5th-6th match is going to get set up here. 7th-8th match is going to get set up, but we're going to prioritize that seat match. So we're going to put this one on for just a moment, and then once that seat match is ready, we'll be doing Lightning Leo and David Iavi. I'm Nick Chair, joined by Gordon Dixon. And one last thing, by the way, you reminded me, Gordon, is that you're talking about consecutive bullseyes.
Oh, I thought you owed me another apology.
No, I mean, probably. But no, June 29th, 180th day of the year. That's National Darts Day, folks. Make sure to tune in. We're going to have a record-setting event where we're going to try to go ahead and continue to establish records in our BullShooter record-keeping catalog. That will include the double distance bullseyes. That will include consecutive bullseyes, speed cricket, and a few other categories, including a charity exhibition. So make sure to tune in and stay on alert. We're going to go ahead and kick this match over for just a moment, and we'll be back in just a moment's time with more coverage here of the 39th Annual BullShooter World Finals. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage here of the BullShooter 39th Annual World Tour. We will continue to give you updates on that 7th, 8th place match, but of course, priority goes to the position of the seat, as this is the seat match right here. Lightning and Leo taking on David E. Javi, and let me tell you, this is going to be a good one. I'm Nick Scher, joined by Gordon Dixon, the ghost of Sean Green, and the ghost of Will Stewart. Gordon, how are you?
I'm doing well. Excited to see the Spanish team in here. Not quite the Spanish team that maybe some would have called, but Javi, again, picking it up massively since we saw him in the Monsters of the Midway. And, of course, their captain, David
Bautista
Ruiz. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
We know he can play. And look at this from Gates. Gates and Chris Lim absolutely killing it right now.
Yeah, back-to-back nines. And this is, again, a performance that is not unsurprising, as David and Javi, the BullShooter Europe stream, did very, very well. Got some results, and a little bit of a hometown advantage when you're playing just south of Madrid for that final. Has not affected them going across the pond here, as you've seen. Well, we haven't seen David Ruiz nearly as often. We've seen Javi a fair amount, though.
Yes, other than the good performance that we saw in Monsters of the Midway. Not to say he played poorly in the international event, but just not what we kind of expected out of him.
Or what he expected out of him, potentially.
Javi trying to fill it up. You see the wrinkle of the face is he only finds 6. We got Soldier. He's going to take that 15 away. Smash in another 60. Chris is going to hit 3 bulls, and we'll play another leg.
Yeah, welcome to darts at the highest level, it seems. 8 out of 9 on the triples so far in this seat match for Leonard Gates. Go ahead and keep track of that in chat for us. Chat, I give you a job. Pay attention. Lightning Lim to strike again. One more bull. A little bit of a congested highway. Still was able to get in there. I thought I was going to kick out for a second. And Porterfield of Dream does go ahead and get that one 2-0, by the way. Just want to give you guys an update there. Excuse me, 2-1.
I was just going to say they were at least into the third leg.
2-1. Yeah, that's fair. No, 2-1 in that matchup. So just wrapping up there, as they are now moving on to the 5th, 6th match. After this seat match, we will move on to cover either the end of the 4th or the beginning of the 3rd place match. And then we'll go on to the finals. And then we'll circle back to see how our single A bracket is doing. But right now, we're going to hang out and try to power through our double A side of the bracket here. Especially with these guys continuing to do some stuff. 10 for 12 now on Leonard Gates' triples.
That boy good.
He's deteriorating. See some of the Belgian friends in the background there. All the international players kind of stick together even despite the different countries, because of the fact that a lot of them played against each other at BullShooter Europe before coming over here. Because that first place in the national teams event that they have gets a expenses paid trip, but they all qualify to come over. And so it's really cool to see the camaraderie in that sense. Leonard Gates telling him to go double 13. That hits a trip 20.
David trying to get that 9 mark. Get a leg on the board here.
Oh, this is a heavy onslaught, though. And looking at a tough match award, so 5 and a 5-5 with the throw. It's still really close. Advantage starting to slip towards Lightning and Leo, especially if Javi doesn't collect big here. Good first start, though. Leads to a second good dart. Last dart here, I want to see 16. I don't think I would swing the 15 on this moment.
Oh, he doesn't. But still sets up a pretty routine shot for these guys at this point.
It feels like it. Oh, boy.
Because now, I'm surprised he didn't go 2 darts at the 16 to close that, just because regardless, it would have left a big finish for David, and Leonard would have only needed 4 bulls. And I know everything that I just said was crazy, but the way these guys are playing, it could definitely shape up that way.
Listen, you might be crazy, but you might have also been onto something, as there's a big swing from David Ruiz. Takes advantage of the 16 to 15 transition, and Javi's like, exactly what I told you.
Trip 16. Can't take the lead with a double, so he does take the 16 away. Again, I just think he would have been in a much better spot and put the pressure to close it out in the next turn.
Well, and the math on situations like this at this level is I'm okay with taking a 4-3 on the bull race almost every single time.
Well, sometimes that's the only whack you're going to get. Needs a double and doesn't find it. So here we go. 3 bulls for Chris Lim.
To get a 2-0 advantage in this race to 3 format, there's one. Oh, now it's a double. Oh, does get a double. That's a 2-0 lead there, Gordon.
There was never a doubt in Chris Lim's mind, by the way.
No think, only throw. Oh, gave us a little look. We see you. No more looks for Chris. The moment I was ready for it. Now David Ruiz and Javi have a little bit more work to do, considering the fact that even if they win this leg, they're going to be going against the darts. Oh, wants to make sure to get this triple N, get the point lead secured. Another leg where they can go ahead and control from going against the throw. Big last.
And already, after the first turn from each player, mostly thanks to the Javi 1 mark, another big shot. Going second. Got the lead. Takes away the number. Javi's got to pick up something new.
Trying to find these 18s, but not having much success. The trip on the last helps. But even then, with the way Lim's been throwing, you expect this to be a big collect because looking for a 6. Starts at the 18. Now stuck on the switch back. Awkward position on the flight, moving over. Going to try to throw right into that barrel.
Oh, it goes to the other side.
Now an opening here for the Spaniards. You need a little bit of a rally cry. And it all starts with winning this league. Even if it's a tall task in the next, You tried to get some momentum going here, and that does not feel like momentum by any means.
No, that means a 7 mark. Sorry, a 6 mark will do it.
How about an 8?
8 even better.
Broom goes the janitor. Nino going to have to storm on through with a 9. First one finds. Second one does not play.
Spanish team may get Lieutenant Dan here.
They ain't got no legs.
You ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan.
See, a movie reference I get. This is why I like working with you, Gordon.
And here,
I like you too, Sean.
and 4 more for the points. What a demonstration here. This is just a demonstration on how to work going second. I mean, it took a little fall off from the Spanish team, but so much pressure was applied on every single shot from Leonard and Chris. And there it is. Absolutely demolition job on the Spanish team here. You see the players exchange. We are going to take a trip around the bracket, see what we've got, try to set up the next match for the stream here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. My name's Gordon Dixon. I'm here with Nick DeShera. We will bring you more coverage from Chicago as we wind down on this long weekend.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon, and we got our fourth place match of the AA Pro here. Smash or Pass taking on the Deadly Unks. And guys, don't have any mistakes in your mind. That is not the Burger King. That's Stacen Alberts. Gordon, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I am chewing my my neuro gum.
You're
trying to get another win here to finish this out.
They're having a little bit of confusion. They set up the wrong team order. They should just hit the forfeit, and then I can hit the reverse button over here. Or they're just going to do the classic skip turn planner, the wrong names method. Old tried and true, we call it back home.
Ah, poor Alex. Already starting off with a 0.
Stacen Alberts will get us started, though. Is this his first appearance on the live stream?
No. We've seen Stacen a couple of times now.
It was probably when Will was on the controls and I was managing the community.
Most likely. Most likely. So Mike Maloney gonna get us started for Smash or Pass. Again, by the way, great name. Keep it off my bracket. Put it on a shirt.
Mm-hmm. Certainly. I put it on a shirt is now my new favorite. It used to be put on a counter was like the hat trick term that the Lost Boys used to say on their live stream. Well, now I'm thinking, nope, hashtag put it on a shirt. You sold me on it.
This is the loser takes 4th. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. 4th place match. Winner of this match will play our Spaniard friends of David E. Javi.
Yeah, who, I mean, are probably still trying to figure out how they didn't win a leg. Given the standard that they were playing at. But Chris and Leonard just on another planet for that entire match. Shot selection was on point. Execution was on point. So going to take a big effort.
Oh, that's a big effort right there for Mike Maloney, finding a big 9 on the board and a 66-point lead for the team of Smash or Pass. Let me tell you, my vote is pass.
Some might say a Hulk-sized effort.
Ooh.
To take out.
A Hulkulian-sized effort? Is that a stretch? Are we going too far?
I don't think it worked.
Nicarus went too close to the sun. Thanks. We got there.
GR asking if Daniel Stout is related to Sam or Gil. I am unfamiliar. But the best chat in the business might be able to help you out there.
Yeah, let us know. Jason trying to make a stand on the 17s. Some frustration there as he only finds 4, meaning that Mike Maloney has an opportunity to go ahead and close the bottom of the board. So does get the close on the 17. A nice and easy turn there. Nothing fancy, but what you need to get done.
And only a single mark there from Elliott Milk. And that should just about wrap this one up.
And it's just a race of 2 in the loser side of the bracket. Important to remind everybody.
And look at that. Just as I say it, Alex only able to find 2. So another shot for Dason.
Rome wasn't built in a day. Can't get everything done this turn, but you can do a whole lot of progress. A 7 mark helps that campaign with a 36-point difference now between the two. Nope, pass the line. Give him the lobby ruling. Does get the close on the last. Now, if you're not going to go for the hero shot here for your Elliott, right? First start trip on the 15 doesn't make you go for the horse. You still have to stay for the bed, right?
No, actually, in this particular spot, I definitely go for the horse.
Really?
Because it's the only way you're ever going to actually get a shot at this match is to leave your partner 4 bulls. And it's a giant shot, even when he hits it, for even Alex to take it out, because he still needs to close the 15s and hit 3 bulls. Now, all of that is moot at this point. But yeah, that was the shot in that position, because even if you go closed in 90, they've got 3 other numbers that they can hammer you on.
Well, and you were selling me on the idea a little bit earlier, right, of the forcing a 4 to 3, but their 3 also requires them getting a close, means that their shot's probably a little bit harder, in my opinion, than hitting 4 bulls. So yeah, that's a fair point. The only reason you wouldn't go for the horse is just that mentality of the fact that, like, oh, well, my single is worth more there. But you're absolutely right. You'd still need a favor if that was the case. Don't want to rely on favors from your mortal enemies, which they are when they're at the line.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've said it a couple of times this weekend. Like, if your strategy includes hoping the other guy misses or the other team misses in the later stages of these tournaments, it's not going to work out real great for you. A lot of the time.
Alex Holman does go ahead and cross that finish line for leg number 1 for smash or pass. And I just got to say, with Elliot Melk here, you know, a renowned ESPN athlete nowadays, and clearly it must have worked out well. He has a sponsorship of Modelo on his shirt. It's Modelo time, folks.
Oh, the horns are back.
We got the horns back. Oh, boy.
And we've got a flip-flop of who goes first. Alex going to get to actually throw his first 3 darts.
That is true. They were stripped away from him. Alex shrugs off the 5 to answer the best-worst opening with the best-worst response.
The come on from Elliot. Knows that was a good shot. Not a lot of time here. 2 out of 3. Must-win leg for Elliot and Dayson. Only 2 marks from Mike Maloney.
Dayson has to get these 18s closed, and he does, because if you leave that X there, it makes the shot a little bit easier. Well, a lot of it easier, honestly, for the other guys. Always got to be mindful of that. In this case, it does work out just fine, and now Alex going to have to make a stand on the 17s.
Yeah, 140 points there from Elliot. Mike coming off a 2 mark on his opening shot. Having a little trouble with the transfer. A couple of times now.
I feel like Mike's always kind of had issues like that. I'm actually surprised he's not one of the 4 or 5 darts in hands kind of guys, because of how often I feel like I see him have butterfingers at the Aki. That being said, I can never be a 4 darts in hand guy. I did try Porky's darts while I was at Whammo last week, though. One more actually had a couple steel tip setups there to let people try it out at the soft tip tournament, which I thought was really funny. And I grabbed his darts and was throwing with him for a bit. And I could tell you every time I was like, wait, my turn's over. Why do I have another dart in my hand?
Yeah, that would drive me nuts. Joe Hedrick usually has 6 in his hand.
And a juice box.
And a juice box. The Canadians will hold like a piece of chalk in their and usually like in their finger. That would drive me nuts.
Jason Watt did lose in the 7th, 8th place position here with George Daniels to the Mike Porterfield-led team, who then lost to Smash or Pass in the 5th, 6th.
So Watt got 2nd to Gates in the Top Gun.
Mm-hmm.
Where did Lim finish in that event?
That's a great question. Let me go ahead and analyze the data real quick.
Because that may be another indicator, because Lim is going to be in a pretty good position in this event. Mark for Alex Spellman. 153 points.
Chris Lim lost to Jason Watt 3-2 in the 5th through 8th position of that single elimination bracket.
Okay.
So that's another point in favor of Jason Watt.
Well, if it's tied.
If it's tied. Yes.
If it's tied, that's still some decent points. Because then where did Watt fall in the 13-inch that Chris won?
Let me analyze the data. I feel like an old Microsoft computer from the 90s. There's a loading bar over my head right now.
Oh, look at this from Maloney. What a shot. You see him ring the bell. Look off to the side. Trying to take this one down 2-0. Jason throws his hands up. Frustration. Not able to convert. Only 2 from Alex the last time on the 16 is not going to happen again. He moves over for another 51 points, too.
I don't know if Watt played it. Now, I don't think the 13-inch plays a factor, if I'm guessing, because it's technically this year was classified as a side event. But I would imagine I would factor it personally, so I don't know 100%, but I don't even think Jason Watt played this event. And as I'm staring at brackets, you're doing all the hard work over here, by the way, as taking a look back over. This one's just all but over for the Deadly Unks, who seem to be taking the L in this moment. And David Iavi will be playing Smash or Pass in that next round, barring one of the most incredible moments we would have ever seen otherwise. That will be the next matchup on the stream. Now let's go and take a look over, as they do have it set up for us. So they kindly got us a little extra coverage, as this is going to be the seat match of the single A bracket that we're looking at. And it's currently 2-0 up for Wizard and Rammer over the Chainsaws. And this is already looking very likely for a 3-0 in the single A bracket. This is Gandalf. That's his legal name. Most people just call him Thomas Bala, though.
Yeah, it's odd we haven't seen Thomas at all yet this weekend. Very good dart player.
We joked about this last week, but WizKid is about to be 30, so it's about to be just Wizard or Wizman.
So you guys set me up with the Wizzy Woo.
The Wizzy Woo. Wizzy Woo works. Wasn't a setup. That was a genuine belief.
Does not look like Jason Watt played in the 13-inch board.
Yeah, taking a look, just didn't see him in that field. But again, it was a side event. There was some other stuff going on, so could have been busy, signing autographs. He's a big deal. $16-15 Bulls. There's the 16s. There's the 18s for good measure. There's the 15s. That 9 mark pretty much locks us as a 3-0 win for Wizard and Rammer. Very tough team to be going against here. I mean, not to discredit, the Chainsaw's team is also a very good duo as well. Just clearly looking like some one-way traffic. Another phrase I keep stealing from you.
Yeah, so consistent. That's the other thing. These guys are continually wearing down the other team. They think they have to be perfect, and sometimes even when they slip up, you're still walking up to the board like, okay, I still have to sit 7 or 9, and just that added pressure kind of looming can force some errors.
One bull needed to lock this one away and to guarantee their spot in this final. And waiting for them will be either the team of Stone and Pebbles or Utz Furion. I get that. That's about right? I assume Donald Utz. Or Don Utz, excuse me, and Scott Farian. So there we go. Currently playing Carter Underwood and Brad Koroski. So that's going on in the single A. Looking back over here, this is going to be that third place match. It's going to take them a few minutes of warm-up, so we'll be back in just a moment's time. Nick Teixeira, Gordon Dixon, the ghost of Will Stewart, and Sean Green. We'll be back in just a little bit. time for the third place match in the Pro AA Cricket. Smasher Pass taking on David Iavi. And what should be a fun race to 2 to see who goes to that finals match. I'm Nick Sher, joined by Gordon Dixon on the mic once again.
Yeah, we're getting down to the business end of this tournament. Both these teams looking to get a whack at Leonard and Chris in that final, and whoever comes through here is going to have their hands full. The Spanish team has already seen what they can do. We know who took Javi and David out. Who got Smasher Pass?
Same team.
So they know as well. So literally between the two teams that are in the third place match, they've lost one leg.
Yeah. Brutal.
Between the two of them.
Brutal stuff indeed. If you can get more than one leg off Lightning and Leo, that is going to be your good sign. As Philly main events got one leg off him. J-Rod and Gator got one leg off him, and that's it. And Smasher Pass. So very strong performance from that team. But, of course, right now, it's about these guys that are up at the board. And these Spaniards, let me tell you, when they lost, they were at the board constantly throwing after that until they got kicked out for that a seat match. I think they're going to be coming back with a little bit of a vengeance here. And I think, first off, Smasher Pass is going to have to take some of that damage from them.
Yeah, well, the good news is they got a whack at going first right off the bat. And, again, there's no real damage in losing going first. So getting to go first in both of the first two legs, if they do end up continuing to lose this one, will hold them in good stead. It will allow Smasher Pass to really get into this match. But that's funny that you noticed that with David and Javi, as they really didn't do a whole lot wrong in that King Seat match. But
we're not doing a whole lot wrong here. Combined 13 right now. That got lowered by that double bull. Oh, my goodness. That was a heater. That was like a minute and a half leg?
Yeah. Said it a lot this weekend. These pro cricket matches can get away from you in an instant.
It is incredible. Again, we're getting to the tail end of our time here at the Hyatt Regency in Rosemont, Illinois for the World Challenge of Champions. It's been a good year as any, with a lot of new great improvements, a lot of great familiar faces that do faces alike.
Five to start, 4 to follow. So already an opportunity to start to put some distance in this leg. Mike stepping up there, I think a little early. Board hadn't flipped over yet.
He's just so eager to prove what he can do. A 7. I was set up for the 9, Mike, but it's okay. I'll take it nonetheless. And you're going to have to go ahead and try to get a number going.
Seen this a lot from a lot of players moving to that 17 with the 18 as an option.
It's trendy.
It's ridiculous.
I know I got the habit from playing League with Kenny Doyle. That was something that he always did. So then I adopted it. I know, like in the Florida region, I've seen that around, but it's definitely a lot more commonplace. I always attribute it to the fact that the opposite side of the 18 is the 12. And so you don't have like the parallel practice, I guess, so to speak, on like the bottom of the board.
Yeah, but again, I know how math works.
You do know how math works.
And 18 is bigger than 17. And in that particular case, they already had a slash on it. So if you hit it and then they hit a triple, you just took a mark out of their hand.
Fundamentally agree on the math aspect. I think it's just vibes and feel. Which is not a valid metric. But I'm just telling you what they're doing, Gordon. I'm on your side on this one. Until I don't follow my own advice.
18s are the second devil. That's funny.
Michael, I'm asking when the tournament MVPs are announced. That's the last thing that they announced, so we'll be just a little bit later on. Should be getting pretty close. Obviously, you need to see how these events will still wrap up on the men's side. The women's side, I'm sure they're doing their calculations now as they are done.
And the Spanish team going to go from almost 13, almost 14 marks per turn combined to a measly 6.75 as really polishes it off there.
Well, I mean, and what's insane about that is that one of them averaged that much combined in the previous leg. It's crazy to see how much things can change so quickly. And you just got to be ready for anything when you're playing at this level. That's an awkward diddle try to get under. Looks like he might have tied it. Or did he get it by one? I think he got it by one.
Yeah, important cork. Both teams winning with the start. Taylor Thaxton jumping in our chat, telling us she's already received it. She got her ring.
Normally they do a big announcement in the bullpen, so that's a fun little surprise. Congratulations, Taylor Thaxton, the head of the household, getting a well-deserved ring there.
And the Spanish team already off and running, starting with a 9er. Alex Spellman looking to follow.
Canadian keep up the hot streak of triples by his partner. No, and he might not be able to close the 19s, and he isn't. A wide open door early in this leg, and I can see Alex Spellman in the background hitting the back of his head a little bit. He is frustrated.
Yeah, already an opening. 20s. Yeah, look at that. And you saw what it means to Mike Maloney.
Needs to find a trip 17 so they can hit the single 19 and won't get the opportunity. And now, moment here, Alex Spellman should be able to go ahead and pick this up just a little bit.
Now over to the 17. No, looks like he's looking up.
Yeah, I was going to say, I move at some point on that last start just because I don't like, whenever my flights cross, even if it's to my favor, I usually get a little adverse to staying on the same number. I like the play there from Nino.
Yeah, probably the spot to do that. Try to stop the bleeding. But again, because they chose the 17, they're going to be up against the bigger number again.
Well, it didn't even hurt too bad, though. Yes, they are up against a bigger number, but they needed a 6 for that to hurt. A trip 18, trip 17 makes that feel some pain. Instead, it's not actually the case. It was only a 4 from Mike, giving David an opportunity. Should have one dart with the point lead at 18. Should is the key word. Decides to stay.
Again, battling the smaller number against the bigger number.
Something high ground. Something high ground.
Alex. 3 solid. That's what you tell yourself. Hey, I threw 3 decent darts. Got 3 singles. And look at this from Javi. He's going to take advantage. Nice 5 mark. Over his average for the leg. What a time to grind it out. Mike Maloney, that first dart just seems to be getting away from him a little bit here. Doing a good job of recovering, but the damage is already done with the first dart not even getting a single.
One big turn is all it's needed, and really right now that can apply to either direction. 16 on the last is a big risk because it doesn't go. Spellman's the man that's been struggling the most, it feels, in the matchup.
Well, it hasn't even been that bad. It's just timing of his shots. Maybe he's looking over. He is. He finds it. And again, this is the exact kind of situation where you take it rather than going back to the points, because now for Javi to win, he needs that trip 16 and 3 bulls. You almost, not really guarantee, but you assure a pretty decent amount of the time a shot for your partner, because he even got the close. You're going to get one whack at it.
And that's what you're trying to do. Even if it's a 4-bull, even if it's not a free shot by any means, it is still a shot, which is what matters here. And I think Gordon's shooting for Mike to hit this to prove his point right, which he is right in his strategy. There's one. But there's no second to bull.
Yeah, again, I don't like seeing people give up, but you just you can't imagine a world where you get back to the board here with David only needing a single bull. He buries it. Saw what it means. Players exchange the niceties. It's the Spanish team coming back against Lightning Leo. Board called up on 91. We're going to step away while the players coagulate in the bullpen and get warmed up. We'll join the action as soon as we're back. Nick Teixeira, Gordon Dixon, the ghost of Will and Sean. We will be right back.
Country of origin. Time for the AA finals here in Chicago, Illinois. My name is Nick Shore, joined by Gordon Dixon. This is the AA finals at that. David and Javi taking on Leonard and Chris. This should be a very enticing affair, given even though there's one-way traffic in the seat match, it wasn't really because of David and Javi throwing poorly.
No, not by any stretch. And I certainly have faith in Leonard and Chris to manage their time between those. And honestly, we're getting back to the final pretty quickly. For some of the events that you may run into, where there's hours and hours between that king seat match and the final.
Yeah, exactly. So the drought of matches in between winning the seats and playing shouldn't be the factor that decides anything here. The factor should just decide of, well, can Chris and Leonard continue that level of consistency? Because it was just round after round of them. Versus where we did see out of David and Javi in that last one, a very dominant first leg, followed by a very cold second.
Yeah, Leonard. Clean shot at the 18s. Doesn't convert. You see him trying to peek up there. None of them went in.
Trying to get the close on those 18s. Doesn't happen. He pulls a parachute, but unfortunately failed to deploy.
Yeah, you see, good partner back there. David basically telling him to shake it off. See how deadly Chris Lim is feeling here. Again, taking the opportunity. Down in points. Snagging the 20.
Here, Rakowski saying, I see my future mixed doubles partner, referring to Zyla, Porky's daughter in the background watching the bleachers with Porky. Pro mixed doubles team. Shout out to that. Oh, Leonard really wanted that last one to go in, because if it does go, it makes it a lot more achievable. Now the 6 mark can absolutely be punched. It's really a 5, only 2 15s and then the 16 needed.
Yeah, Javi not quite to the heights that he needs to be, and again, leaving some to be desired, and just a matter of time before lightning strikes. Could be right here.
Oh, his name is Lightning.
Chris going to debate it. Probably got instructed to shoot the 15 for all the same reasons we keep talking about in this position. That's exactly right. So probably David isn't going to be able to finish this, and it has limited to one big shot from Leonard.
And this one's a bigger ask at 5 bulls.
But a shot nonetheless.
You're right. I do agree with you on the selection. And if there's a man that can hit this execution, Leonard's hit 5 bulls in clutch scenarios plenty of times in his career. That's not a bad position. That one is.
Yeah, only 2, so 3-2, but most importantly, Javi coming up needing 2. Couple of slips, but can't imagine he's going to slip on this one.
He does not. Takes leg number 1 and holds their throw. And what is definitely a slowed down pace comparative to what we saw in that seat match against these teams.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see if they get into another groove of being able to string those multi-mark shots together. Leonard already trying to get it going. Find the big 9er to start it off. And if you're just joining us, we are watching the Pro AA final. The cricket doubles. Leonard Gates and Chris Lim are the king seat holders. David and Javi are people trying to double dip. Take this one home. Back to Spain.
Vamos, España. They wouldn't be mad about getting this title on the board by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, we saw Zapata get quite the success as well. So trying to join their fellow Spaniard in that honorific. $18 shot. Should be coming on this last. Does go. Big 7 for an 8.0 average, complemented by a 6. A lot more similar to what we expected out of them.
Yeah, it didn't take long for Leonard and Chris to start running.
10.5 plays a 14. Good marker. Just kidding. Does go over to the double. Switches at 15, doesn't get the close, but does still have a good pressing advantage.
Nice 5 mark, but probably not enough to worry this man. 2 15s and 3 bulls. And there it is. How about 4 bulls and 2 15s?
I'll allow it. As it is now 1-1, and Leonard Gates approves of that one. Oh. Hey, Nick, remind yourself to make that a GIF later for Facebook. Thank you very much. That's going to be my next React GIF for the next couple of weeks. Just all on the replay right there.
Love it on the replay. All right, David, to get us started. Now they know Lightning Leo is up and running. Just adds a little bit more to each one of these shots. Oh, and you saw Leonard thought he was going to bury it. Leonard and Chris playing with a lot of freedom right now. Not a whole lot to shake them up.
And nor should they be shaken up by any means. The first leg was a scrappy one, and then the second leg was dominant from them. So even if they start off with some 4s or 5s, they're going to feel all right.
I'm feeling all right.
Oh, there you go. No, keep going.
No. It sounds like whales mating when I sing.
Well, not when you dance though. I did watch that video from Sharon the other night, and I was like sitting in my hotel room, popped on my feed. I'm like, oh, I do have some good nighttime content. That's perfect.
That's hilarious. Another big shot from Chris Lim. Again, stamping the authorita on this leg already. The Spanish are in the chat rooting their boys on. Look at this. Just loose. Not a care in the world. Every dart's going to go in. It's a good feeling to have.
It's a feeling that's unrivaled in darts. When you get into one of those zones, I not to say that I've ever been quite to the zones that these guys have been throwing in, but even those moments where you just have that level of confidence in your throw where everything feels free, it is something that is just indescribable, and it's a dragon I often find myself chasing.
Yeah, 2500 for first place in the Pro AA cricket. 1100 for second. So already got a little cash in the pocket, but
you want the big check.
If there's one available.
So I've been told. There goes the 16s. Here's the 15s, and that is a 5.63 into 6.5 versus the 2.5 and 3.67. Not really getting a sniff in this leg, and that's a 2-1 advantage for the team trying to go ahead and get this done here. Lightning Leo. Hold your throw. Start off right. Well, he listened. He's like, where were they?
I love it. The reaction was early, too. He knew it was going in.
Doesn't get returned to sender. Still a good 7. Not a bad attempt at that 20 either. And Gates loves doing that too, where like you'll see him start that 19, go up to pop the 20, then go back. I will always say till the cows come home, I do not like going up and down if I can avoid it. If I know I'm only taking one dart anyways.
Big shot for Javi as the follow. Crazy part, no matter how well Leonard and Chris have played, a hold of throw here from the Spaniards, and we're going to go to a decider in the first set.
Well, and that's why we're actually going to be switching the format next year, so you actually splash every leg to see who goes first.
I would like to see alternating starts so that a break of throw is a break of throw.
It is something we've actually talked about, and I think I've been arguing. I was like, all right, if you're not sold on the idea, let's experiment with pro singles this tour coming up and see how that works out for us. Nino's first throw was at the 18 there to try to get the close. Parachutes early and finds nothing.
Yeah, you see the wrinkled face from David. They know that may be the first sign that this one is going the way of Lightning Leo.
Now, with the two houses, I understand the idea of closing there, but the back and forth was a little risky. And then starting 17s, you do those two singles in the 18 would have gotten the close if you were going to, and it's the bigger number. I have a lot of questions about those last 6 starts.
Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot that we can argue with as far as Leonard and Chris go. I mean, again, they're just playing with such a freedom. They think every dart is going to go in, and it's tough to argue with them.
That's valid. But then the shot right there from David where he started the 17s and then bailed out on them, rather than if you were going to do that, those two marks would have gotten you the 18. Then you could have taken the shot at the 17 with the point lead. Now this is still looking very interesting. Chris Lim with one good shot can get the advantage and send it to the Bulls. Ooh, a little bit of a debate.
Taking an extra
Shoulders,
moment here.
Soldiers shimmying in the background. Wow.
Playing so aggressive.
Wow.
Should I go back up for more 18s? No, sir. You should just close out the rest of the numbers.
It's a level of confidence that is unparalleled. It will be a 4-3 race on the Bulls. I don't mind that shot from Ruiz at all. But this is the opportunity, and it's the easier of the two opportunities. Going to Leonard Gates for the match. One, 2, and 3. That's Lightning Leo getting the win in the finals here. Wow, what a good performance for him, huh?
Yeah, that was undeniable. The king seat match and then into the final. Leonard Gates and Chris Lim trousering another $2,500, $1,250 a piece, both running up for selfies there in our camera. We do have a little bit more to cover. I've got a flight. We're gonna see what we can get into the bullpen and cover it. If it is the last time you hear my voice, we greatly appreciate everybody joining us this weekend. I hope you enjoyed the coverage, had a lovely Memorial Day yourself. We are going to step away, again, see what we can find in terms of coverage.
Yeah, just for context, right now the third place match is finishing up for the Pro A. That's a 1-0 advantage for Chainsaws over Utz and Farian. So we will get the finals of the single A next. And in that open bracket, the B bracket, Fist 6 is just about to finish up. So they're going to be 4/3 finals. And let me tell you, if it is the last time we hear you on the mic this week, Gordon, I just want you to know you're a scholar and a gentleman.
Well, I greatly appreciate the invite. Cheers to Will and Sean putting in a lot of work over the weekend as well, and greatly appreciate your work managing the community.
Someone's got to do it. We'll be right back in just a moment's time with more action. Well, we're about to get that next matchup on the live stream. But before we do that, look at this moment right here. Leonard Gates is actually going to be your male MVP. That win was just enough to lock him in, it seems. You can see the announcement there from our tournament director, LJ, giving him the ring to join Miss Miss Taylor Thaxton. Excuse me so much. I apologize, folks. Taylor Thaxton and Leonard Gates are your MVPs this year, and I love to see it. Congratulations to Leonard Gates between the Top Gun singles run and the doubles win there. And a couple of good performances along the way. It was enough to get the ring, and now we will be moving on to that finals of the single A bracket in just a moment's time. Welcome back, everybody, to another great final here in Chicago, as we have yet another great matchup. This is Wizard and Rammer, who we saw very briefly play the Chainsaws in that C match, which was 3-0 in the way of Robbie Wizkid and Ram Guevara Jr. Now, this is going to be a fun final to see. We're going to see if the Chainsaws team can go ahead and ramp up the pace here just a little bit, as it was pretty much one-way traffic from the leg we saw. We did not see the first two legs, to be fair, but that last leg we saw was just Ram and Robbie doing Ram and Robbie things. And in case that you were gone and you missed it there in between our last match and this match, we briefly went on the live there to show the awarding of our MVP to Leonard Gates, who between his Top Gun singles win and his doubles win here and a few other good finishes, was able to go ahead and get the ring and join Taylor Thaxton as MVP. So congratulations to them once again for their phenomenal runs and some well-deserved names on that MVP list that we've had here in our 39 years of the Chicago finale. Wizkid does find a solid 5, but Joe Cheney, prior ESPN athlete, going to go ahead and continue to try to get the point lead back, but just a single on the turn. Ram Guevara Jr. going to go ahead and start now on the 19s. Finds a single. Might take the look on the last. He is, and does find the trip 20. He knew he was going to only take one dart at it, so he was going to go ahead and commit on that last one, and well executed. Handoff finds a 6 on the 18s, 22-point lead, so it's a good response. Wizkid going to be relegated to defend the 19s a little bit here. 2 trips gives him a swing, otherwise he'd probably end up staying. He might just stay because he likes those darts. He does, and finds a 3 in the bed for Wizkid, Robert Wismith. Now the Chainsaw going to try to follow in suit. Finds the first 18, switches to the 19, rapid fire, and then went to the 17s. Getting a little tricky in this ticky-tacky, but I don't like the shot selection just because it leaves Ram Guevara an opportunity with a 6 to get firm control of this leg. It's just a 5 on the 17s, but you'll have the shot here for your partner where he has to hit a 3 in the bed on the 18s or at least a 7 to help try to make up some of the difference. And Ram, you can see between him and Wizkid have done a good job of holding on to a firm lead. A 7.67 for Robbie right now, and a 4.67 from Ram. And yeah, 4.67 is Ram's B game, but it doesn't matter if your partner's throwing an A+++ game. Great partner play from the both of them. And Ram's going to be on cruise control right now. 102-point lead and a number up. Push for the corner pockets, Gandalf is. Going to have to cast quite the spell. Still gets 6, a valiant effort. Valorant's a video game. You can tell this is the end of Monday commentary at its finest. Wizkid still on a heater, by the way. Double 16? No, he goes for the cover on the 15. A 7.5 average. That'll play. A big 7 from Joe Cheney to try to keep the fight alive in this leg. 7-point difference. Shouldn't dissuade Ram Guevara from a 3 mark. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's annoyed that it's just a 3, averaging a 4.0. But with Ram at a 4.0, they're still somehow averaging a very solid 11.5 right now. Gandalf trying to go ahead and finish up the closes. Trip 15 to make it a 4-3 on the Bulls. Does do so. But WizKids should be able to hit 3 Bulls to get that 1-0 advantage in this final, where they won 3 straight in the seat match against this very team. Made it harder. Made it easier. The porridge is just right. That's a 1-0 lead in this matchup. Sorry about that. My dog left the oven on, but we're back to it. And this has been a quick matchup so far. Ram Guevara looking for a 9. Hits a 7. Needed that 17 on the last start there. Oh, my goodness. And there you can see a good shot from Gandalf right back. Still leaves the 9 available. But with Kid averaging a 6, you can't count it out. That's an 8 if mark effectively available. Not anymore. Trip 15 is grabbed. And another one. That felt like the bare minimum just because it adds a dart to Cheney's throw, who's averaging a 6, 6, 6, 6, and a 5. Really good standard in this matchup so far. But that feels like a gift a little bit. That's because 4 Bulls gets you that shot at the 17. Won't be able to finish it here. Makes it 3-3. Now 2-3. Can Gandalf go ahead and cast a spell that leads them into a 1-1 scenario? It's looking likely. And now certain it's 1-1 in this matchup, and well, Wizard Rammer finally lost the leg after quite a long spell of not losing many. They've had a very dominant bracket run so far. Good 5 from Robbie. I do apologize. If you were watching on Facebook, looks like we creeped up on that 8-hour limit. Rookie mistake here from your friendly streamer friend. Facebook has an 8-hour limit on their live stream, so we have been live this entire time on YouTube. So go over to BullShooter Sports Network on YouTube and rewind, and you would not have missed a thing. So we must have just lost you guys not too long ago. So sorry about that one, and welcome back. For those that were gone, we'll wait till you get in here, and I'll tell you guys a little bit more about that MVP race and where everything else is. And for context of what we're looking at now, if you're on YouTube, just mute me for a second. Wizard Rammer is taking on Chainsaws. This is the single A doubles final. Wizard Rammer had won that seat prior 3-0. And now in this matchup, currently 1-1, and what has been pretty intense so far from these guys. They've been putting on quite the show. Again, do apologize there about that limit on Facebook kind of sneaking right past us. Normally we have a clock going, and looks like I must have forgot to change the batteries. Lost track of time. There's a close. That's a little bit of a gift, though. Ram, who has been struggling in this leg, needs to find a great setup shot. Starts by going on the 16 and grabbing that first number. Now you can take the swing, and then you should pull the parachute. He's staying. No, he does go back. His eyes deceived me once again. Moves back over to the 16, grabs a single on that dart. But Joe Chaney has also found a little bit of a hot streak. There, cools off because he knows you Facebook viewers are just tuning back in. And they wanted to give you guys a second to catch your breath before watching what has been otherwise a really great final. For those that did miss it, by the way, it's important to note, we did have, again, no break of coverage on the YouTube, as there is no limit to how long you can be live on YouTube. We announced our male MVP for the 39th annual Chicago World Challenge Champions Finals. We already knew Taylor Thaxton won the female side of the fair. Well, Leonard Gates actually got that run. And there was a lot of dialogue about a couple of different players there. But between the Top Gun singles win and the doubles win that we just got to see, it ended up being quite the convincing resume for himself. And the tournament committee gave him that direction. So Leonard Gates, Taylor Thaxton, your MVPs for the 39th annual BullShooter. This is looking likely to be a break of throw. Ram at a 2.75, completely uncharacteristic of his normal behavior. Two bulls to close, 3 to get up on the return, if there's a return. Gandalf, the man to probably close this one out and get a 2-1 advantage locked in place. There's the double, and here's the single. Yep, of course. He has been efficient on his bulls. And now 2-1 lead for the Chainsaws, who again lost 3 straight in the seat match to this very team. Donna saying looks empty in there now. Yeah, this is a pretty much completely emptied out room. There's just maybe a couple boards left still standing up. 2 of them are in the bullpen. This is one of 2 matches going on in the entire building. The 4th place match is currently going on between Magneto Darts and Bombspinden. That's a very German-sounding name there, but that's going to be Rasmus and Jonas. Currently playing Johnny Lane and Garrett Hollingsworth there. So after this final concludes, we will wrap up with either the 3rd place and final or just the final of the other bracket. Good 7 there from Gandalf, but 62-point difference in 2 numbers. This is fairly chalk, all things considered. And now favoring Wizard Rammer. Finds a good 7, but doesn't close the 18, so an opportunity here for Cheney. Because of the point differential, he will not be able to swing the horse. Now, Joe Cheney does love to jump around the board, and I was going to say before he threw that 17 for the record, a man very likely to go ahead and just quickly bail out if he doesn't like a number he is staying on. WizKid does go ahead and close those 18s. And does get the 17s as well. And WizKid has been playing phenomenal. I mean, don't be wrong, Ram's playing with a 7 as well in this leg. But Wiz was struggling a fair amount at Whammo this last week. So to see him in this form here is really nice to see, just knowing that he's taking advantage of some new, or not newfound form, but refound form. Because it went from some decent results and some sketchy turns to no, he is definitely firing on all cylinders today. Joe Cheney now pushed over to the 15s. This is likely to go to a last leg decider. Does get on the second dart. And was trying to put no doubts about it by adding some points on the last. Don't mind the play at all. There's a hat trick from Gandalf, who has been lethal on those bulls. Magneto darts and Bomb Spivin are currently 1-1 in their matchup. Some of our friends from Denmark there. And a correction, it is Giannis, not Jonas. I was thinking Jonas Brothers. Got a little caught up there in the year 3. What is it? Did they make year 3000 or was that Big Time Rush? Anyways, really rough on my late 2000s, early 2010s boy bands, unfortunately. Not my expertise of knowledge by any means. As Joe Cheney does think it's a little interesting here, just in case WizKid doesn't grab the 2 bulls. But you expect him to be able to grab this one. It was a great fallout just in case. But there you go. It is now going to a last leg decider. Not a bad diddle. It does get bested. Wizard Rammer needs to string together one strong leg one more time. They will be done with working 9 to 5 here, as Carrie and Trevor would say. Year 3000 is Jonas Brothers. Jason Albert's got my back. I knew I had one song from them off the top of the domes. We live in the year 3000. Anyways, that's all the singing you get out of me. Last start trip from Ram Guevara. Lisa opening here for Joe Cheney early. And I see there's some tech support going on in chat. Guys, if you want the best possible viewing experience, the thing that you can do is just go over to BullShooter Sports Network over on YouTube. Drop a link in chat for you. You'll be able to follow along with us there and enjoy all the action live and uninterrupted, as they did not have any crashes over on the YouTube feed. So give us a follow real quick on that channel. I'll drop the link in chat. We are trying our best to put out a lot of content. So give us a follow over on BullShooter Sports Network. And we'll appreciate it very much. As Ram Guevara, is he going to take the swing? No, he does stay. I like the discipline because he's having a little bit of up and down moments. Turns out when you hit triples nonstop all day, at some point you have to slow down and take a break from him. Still finds a 7 mark, though, so maybe that's not even true. WizKid could have 3 clear at the 19 if he wanted. I like that first start at the 20. He's staying for 2. Now he should swing. That's a great 9. He is on fire right now, and so is this gentleman right here. Gandalf has been playing great every single one of these legs. Joe Cheney has been playing great as well, but it's been a little bit more up and down. I will say the overall, though, Gandalf has had the more impressive moments in this particular matchup. There's the 17s. Trying to grab the 18s for the third number. Doesn't get it. But right now, if you're Joe Cheney, you're thinking, because you have to assume that you're going to get a way out of this leg, even if it doesn't look likely, because you can't give up on it. He's going to start these 18s. He needed a 3 in the bed to try to make up some lost ground. A 4 mark there means that now WizKid just gets to go for 2 18s, and anything else he hits is extra. And finds a nice 5. He really wanted that 8, but that 5 mark means 3 numbers and points, and a likely win inbound now for Chainsaws and Wizard Rammer. One more bull needed. One more bull is found. You can see Ram giving a little bit of a celebration with it, and that is a great win there for the Wizard Rammer team. Thomas and Joe, unfortunately, bidding adieu in second place today for that single A bracket. But we're not done yet, folks. We got 2 matches left. We got the Denmark team of Jonas and his partner that I just literally was saying the name of 2 seconds ago, and I have short-term memory, and Rasmus. Jonas and Rasmus taking on Johnny and, excuse me, not Johnny and Garrett. They bested Johnny and Garrett. They're going to take on Keith and Crow in this third-place matchup. Folks, it is Monday Commentary at its finest. I'm Nick the Chair, joined by the ghosts of Gordon Dixon, John Green, and Will Stewart. Be back in just a moment for 2 more matches of fun. blink and you miss it. The first leg is already going to come and go, it seems. Keith and Crow on the receiving end of an onslaught from Bam Saipan. And to all my friends in Denmark I've made, these two gentlemen being some of them as well. If I mispronounce it, I am sorry, as that is now a 1-0 advantage in this Race to 2 format. In the open bracket here, winner of this match will move on to the finals to play the team of Speth and Kramer. So we'll see how this one continues to transpire. Larry Keith, a gentleman that we have seen on our streams in plenty of times over the last couple of years. Met him through the CSE Challenger Series, pre-COVID edition and post. But, of course, these guys are just some tough ones. And you can see Giannis there wearing the USA Darts patch. We did do a little bit of an exchange. He gave me, or Anne-Marie, I should say. Anna Maria gave me a wearable, like, Denmark banner of sorts. And I got all of Team Denmark to be able to sign it. These two men were part of that. As Rasmus stepping up to the line and try to go ahead and get the close on these 20s. Starts with a 19 and finds a trip. He's playing a little bit conservative there. 113-point lead. But 113-point lead is a little bit awkward because it does leave your opponents a chance for a 9. First start makes it hard to find another one, but he is able to still go ahead and make a 5 out of it. Good shot there from Larry Keith. Giannis going to go ahead and should switch up. Does do so. Doesn't even need both darts. He goes back down, hits an 8 and a celebration with it. This Denmark team looking scary right now. My goodness. Yes, they have announced the men's MVP. It was Leonard Gates. After his Top Gun win and his doubles win and a couple of other late bracket finishes was enough to get him that MVP to join Taylor Thaxton. So once again, congratulations and shout out to them. Lisa's saying his name is Jonas. See, someone told me that he was pronouncing it Giannis, so I was saying it like that. But Jonas, there we go. So I was led astray. Thank you for the correction there, as he is still on fire, by the way, giving us some celebrations and looks to the left. Again, I'm excited to always see these international players out here at these events. Being able to see the different representation of the countries is one of my favorite parts of what we do over here. Trip 16, trip 15, and then on to the Bulls for a potential 2-0 win to go to the finals here. Out of my own curiosity, I have to figure out who beat this team. They actually did lose to Keith and the Crow earlier on, 2-1 in the top 4 of the winner's side. Interesting. Very not happy with that. And the 6.67 is a monster average to have. 2 16s and a trip 15. Great shot there. Continues on with his wonderful pacing. One bull found, and that might be the last starts of their 39th Chicago finals. 3 bulls needed. There's 1. There's 2. And there's 3. My goodness. What a quick and decisive matchup that was. And the team from Denmark moves on to the next round, where we will go ahead and see how this final will play out. It'll take place right here, the very last match of the stream. That is going to be Corey Kramer and Robert Speth, by the way, that is waiting in this spot here. So Don't go far, folks. One more match. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by the ghosts of Gordon Dixon, Sean Green, and Will Stewart. We'll be back with one more match in just a moment's time. It's time for the finals here. Our last match of the 39th annual BullShooter World Tour here in Rosemont, Illinois at the Hyatt Regency. My name is Nick Teixeira, and we are here for what should be one last great matchup, and I'm looking forward to seeing every bit of it here. Hopefully you guys are as well. Of course, this team from Denmark is proving to be a tough one once again. They were just correcting the score there to the 7 mark it was. Now, of course, I did hang out with the Denmark friends, and they are very kind, and I look forward to seeing them continue to try to perform well. These two teams have not yet met in this particular bracket. As again, the team of Bamsbein did get sent to the losers bracket prior to where they would have encountered in the bracket. And Speth and Kramer, it's our first look at them today. And I'm looking forward to seeing what version of their game they bring to the dartboard. So strap in, folks. One more time on the one time. Let's have a fun time here. It looks like quite the battle so far, and the team from Denmark continuing to find their earlier success. Once again, it is just a race to 2 format, even in this final here, as this is the open bracket, believe it or not. Shows the quality and the toughness of the field out here and how good you need to perform on the day to be able to get that win. Rasmus here, going to try to go ahead and close the 18s, you'd imagine. Starts with the 20. Stays there for another. And then grabs the 18. And this is the style that I see a lot from our European friends. It's either so aggressively closing that you can't even breathe, or it's the inverse where you get constant levels of pointing before even considering a look at a close. And this is a great standard, right? I mean, a 5 and a 5-5 play, a 6 and a 6. 6 and a 6 going first, though, is just so tough. 81-point separation. Even furthered now. Just continuing to run along the bottom of the board. You can't even see Rasmus kind of laughing a little bit at Jonas. There's the 16 for Speth. Can he get another? He can. Can you go ahead and get another? He cannot, but it's still a good 7. Unfortunately, just facing the wrath and fury of this Denmark team. Appreciate all the kind words in chat. I hope you guys have been enjoying our coverage as we are now at this very last match of it all. It's been a pleasure to have all of you here with us. And man, I am so excited for the 40th tour. We have so many big things planned in front of us here, including National Darts Day coming up on June 29th. Looking forward to that event. Good 3 in the bed there. Continues the fight, by the way. Good shot there from Kramer. But look at the defense of the 20s. They continue to have some big shots at their big shots. Everyone's in the 6s except for right now. 4.67. So no way to get a shot with the point lead at the 20s. Does he take it anyways? No, he saves for 3 in the bed. This is ridiculous darts that we're looking at. Oh my goodness. Oh, that might be an opening. Rasmus slowing down. And the one thing that's hard about this point-centric strategy that they were playing earlier on instead of doing some wider swings at times is the fact that, well, you can't hit triples forever, and law of averages sometimes come into play. Slowing down for openings like this. Now all of a sudden a 4 mark is all that's needed to get the point lead and the close. Kramer, with a 7-point lead, I have to take the look still. And you don't. The way they're hitting the 20 right now, I would not have squandered the opportunity to shoot that 20. Expect that to potentially hurt. I say potentially. It hasn't happened yet. It's not going to hurt. Oh, my goodness. A cold spell is went across the dart hall. I say dart hall. It's just a hall now, as this is the only darts left going on in it. Just a slow moment in this matchup. I say slow. This is the open bracket, and the lowest average is still a 4, and the other 3 are 5 or higher. So take it with a grain of salt when I speak. Finals match went from a blitz of a start to a slowing of the moment. Gets the close. It's only a 9-point separation. 4 15s and a shot to 20, and Speth is the guy to hit it, still averaging in the 6s, while everyone else has went from everyone was in the 6s. It is now slowed down. First start's good. Just need to stay true. And so here's your swing at the 20. A big dart incoming for potential 8. Oh, and it doesn't quite happen. Now Rasmus finds the trip 20. You can see that look of frustration. The one thing we're seeing out of this Denmark team is there's not swinging opportunities where you really can, because no matter what, the 20 should go away this turn. I would start single 20 and then go to the 15s personally. 1 point lead. Does get the close. 4 bowls and a trip 15 is now the shot. Oh, good 4 bowls found to add a dart back to the throw. An absolute battle towards the tail end of leg number 1 here. Trip 15 is grabbed. Should stay. I don't like that switch. Does grab 1 bowl. But now you just left them 2 bowls and a trip 15. I don't like that. There's 1 bowl. Needs to find another. Oh, and doesn't get it, so the gamble pays off. Double on the last, so that means you have to start 15 once again. And the reason I say that is if Smith went ahead and stayed after that first trip 15 for more, you could probably be approaching with the point lead right now in this shot and get a clear look at the bowl. Instead, Kramer not even going to look at the bowl. Trying to get the point lead still. Does do so in the last. And that trip is massive as it's a 36-point difference. Oh, but double bowl. Single 15. Can he find the trip 15? No, he went to the double. Went inside. Some interesting choices and strategy between these teams. In that moment, it was not about strategy, though. It was about the hit, and he didn't quite get there. It was a good attempt, but Speth this time choosing to stay on the 15s. And again, he moves the ball in the last set. You can't win with 1 dart in your hand on that shot. Set up your partner. Have faith in Kramer to hit 3 clear bowls. Make it almost impossible. Again, you're going to get away with it. If 3 bowls are hit, it's still a little tricky. Just because of the pressure it adds. 3-3 on the bowl line now. Pressure is on Kramer with the darts, though, to get the first leg on the board. Be halfway to the title. Oh, I got to slow down. You got to find the double, and that's an awkward angle. Can he get under there? He tried to, but it doesn't go. Somehow this is traded back and forth. This leg has been such an interesting one. There's so many different strategy points to break down there. But it doesn't matter in this very moment to Speth. Speth is thinking, 2 bulls, please. I've been averaging almost a 6 this whole time. Drops the first one quite low. One more bull. Does go. Leg number 1 to Speth and Kramer. Halfway to a title. And that was, I mean, the Denmark team had so many moments where you felt like that they were just going to roll through this leg almost uncontested. And then everyone got on fire for a while. And then everyone caught ice cold for a while. It was just so interesting. And the shot selection is what was the biggest deciding factor, I think. I think if either one of those teams changed up a couple of their shots, it would have been over a lot sooner. But that's just a subjective opinion there, with a little bit of objectivity built into it. 5 mark is the best worst open because you can answer with a 9. And it would get your opponents the point lead and the close on your 20s. Instead, just a 2 mark, and now it's wide open. Rasmus cooled off a lot, though, towards the end of that last leg. Let's see if this is a new version of himself back at the triples. Yeah, great 6 mark from Rasmus. That is a brutally strong start to go against. Good 7. This is one-way traffic. Bam Saipan looking very likely to go ahead and get this leg and send it to a last leg decider for this first set. But I've spoken early before, and I have been wrong before. Can any of my Danish friends in chat tell me what the team name means, by the way? I'm curious. As that wasn't the last bull needed, but you can tell that USA Darts patch is giving Jonas some power in this moment. And if you're thinking that can't be true, well, it is, because I said it. And I have a microphone and you don't. They're having a little bit of a laugh about something, it seems. But again, a 2.67 and 2.0, just not the darts needed after Speth threw an incredible first leg, by the way. Just really want to reiterate that point, as we are going to a last leg decider for a potential first set. Could be the last set. It could be just halfway there. The fun is in not knowing. On the diddle, left side of the bull, that could be used by Jonas here. Oh, he tried to use it, but he wasn't happy with that. Kicks out, and they are going against the darts. Speth and Kramer, if they win here, it is all over. The Danish team, on the other hand, if they win this, we'll go to another set. Drop some flags in chat right now. I want to see American or Danish flags all over. Look at this from Speth. Way better than the 2 mark start. He starts off with a 9. Wow, my goodness, what a shot that is. And is this going to be answered right back? It is! 9 falls in 9. Back to back. Big moments. Mads Nielsen says, Teddy and pinned means, Bomb say it means Teddy and pinned means stick. So the team name doesn't have any logical meaning. So there you go. Teddy stick. All right. Well, this must be the teddy bear. And Teddy does go ahead and find a big 7. Speth started off with a 9. That is going to be another great answer with a 7. So if Rasmus is Teddy, well, Jonas would be the stick. The stick trying to stick it in, but falls low. Just a 3 on the turn, 68-point difference. 4 mark on the 20s or 19s is enough to get the point lead back. Only 3 mark in response, though. A little bit of a slowdown. Again, if you're Speth and Kramer, if this goes to the second set, you have to favor the Danish team. So you have to get the win here. Elisa's saying it's a mix of teddy bear and lollipop. There we go. So teddy stick, okay. I mean, the logic tracks. It makes sense to me, I guess. I'll have to ask them about it when I head out there after this match, as we are going to be shutting down things very quickly. .30-point lead, and this is a battle now between the 20s and 19s versus the 18s. 20s and 19s need to get defended constantly. Now, this is a point where I would play hyper-conservative. I'm not taking many darts at the 18. Not going to be happy with that last. My logic right now is don't let me lose my advantage. Don't make me have to shoot against the darts. Don't make me have to feel the pressure. And now it's a 22-point difference. Speth has been the man in the first leg who was just above all else. Second leg seems to be the same as well between him and Jonas. Just the 3 mark on that moment where it really you needed a big conversion. Because now you're handing the opportunity to the man who has the hot hand as well. Oh, he does take the swing on the second. Should go back. Expected more results after that first start, but still a great round. 34 points of difference and a little bit of damage on that 20. See that little slash, a little ding, if you will. Good 6 mark. The point lead is now furthering for the Danish team. Speth deciding what he wants to do. Again, I would be playing on my 20s and 19s the whole time. Eventually, you have to take the swing. You have to take the shot. again, it's just they haven't really had the right moments, and the moments where you think they would have shots, they're missing the first start to get the go-ahead. Point lead regained once again. 62 points of difference now, so another 4 marks needed. First start helps. Oh my gosh, he goes for the big shot. And I had my math wrong. He only needed 1 trip to get the point lead and hits a 9. Oh my goodness, what a time for that. Smith and Kramer regained control after an elongated multi-round battle in the 18s versus the 20s. Rasmus going to try to find success on the 17s. Finds 5. Now this is a moment where you try to ride the momentum. If I'm Speth, I'm thinking, okay, let me go ahead. Close the 17s. Trip my 20 again. He starts 20. Should move. Finds the 17s. What a time for this. Oh, that last dart would have, in my mind, sealed it. Getting that third number online. You got to play near perfect now if you're the Danish team. You might need to move over. Somehow gets that dart in. Converts a 4, but now 2 16s and a trip 15 is the shot. Doesn't seal it quite yet. But you're asking for a big favor from your opponents to try to get out of this scenario. And a big favor from yourself trying to regain the point lead on the 15s. Single 15 and 3 bowls. One more bowl needed. And there you go. Speth and Kramer get the win in the finals. And I'm going to be completely honest, as we hadn't seen Speth and Kramer up until this final, but just based off the third place match alone, I was thinking in the back of my mind, there's no way the Danes get beat here. But oh my goodness, a performance that is incredible. Speth in that first and third leg there as he blows a kiss at the camera. Unfortunately, we were on the other camera, Speth. It was something incredible, but yeah, he really pulled it together. Kramer did a great job in the supporting role, made it for a good duo against a very, very, very tough team. So congratulations to all 4 individuals, and congratulations, everybody. We have made it to the end. The Chicago 39th World Challenge Champions Finals here for BullShooter is over. It is done. It is done. So that was the very last match available to watch. Everything else now is pretty much shut down around the room. In fact, actually, let's go ahead and I will show you guys exactly how this room looks real quick. So you can see our, try to get a better look. This is our bullpen out here, which this all looks about normal. But then you kind of look around and you notice the walls are getting pretty empty over here. And you can see the top of our trussing. Don't mind that. You can see, oh yeah. Oops, no more dartboards. They're pretty much done shutting down almost everything else. And yeah, you might be thinking, what's the other side look like? Looks like it's about ready to get loaded up. Look at all that. That is quite the sight to see. Oh my. Well, thank you all so much. Make sure to give us a follow, give us a like, give us a share, and be in the know as July 31st and August 1st. Invitational Shootout number 4 will be taking place here for BullShooter. Of course, June 29th, National Darts Day. We will have a broadcast for that as well. The 180th day of the year. But that will do for me. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by the ghosts of Sean Green, Will Stewart, and Gordon Dixon. Thank you all for supporting us. We love you guys, and we will be seeing you in the future.